president.
I'll tell you what, he is not for any help for people needing health care. Because he, in fact, already has cost 10 million people their health care that they had from their employers because of his recession. Number one. Number two, there are 20 million people getting health care through Obamacare now that he wants to take it away. He won't ever look you in the eye and say that's what he wants to do. Take it away.
No, I want to give them better health care at a much lower price because
by the way, he doesn't know how. He doesn't know how to do that.
I've already fixed it.
He has never offered a plan.
Fixed it to an extent.
He has never
Obamacare,
done a
as you
single
might
thing.
know, but probably don't.
Gentlemen, you realize if you're both speaking at the same time,
and it's too expensive.
let the president speak. Go ahead, sir.
Obamacare is no good. We made it better, and I had a choice to make very early on. We took away the individual mandate. We guaranteed pre-existing conditions, but took away the individual mandate. Listen, this is the way it is. And that destroyed, they shouldn't even call it Obamacare. Then I had a choice to make. Do I let my people run it really well or badly? If I run it badly, they'll probably blame him, but they'll blame me. But more importantly, I want to help people, okay? I said, you got to run it so well. And I just had a meeting with them. They said, the problem is no matter how well you run Obamacare, it's a disaster. It's too expensive, premiums are too high, and it doesn't work. So we do want to get rid of it. Chris, we want to get rid of it.
I understand it, sir, but I have to give you roughly equal time. Please let the vice president talk.
Good.
He has no plan for health care. He sends out wishful thinking. He has executive orders that have no power. He hasn't lowered drug costs for anybody. He's been promising a health care plan since he got elected. He has none, like almost everything else he talks about. He does not have a plan. He doesn't have a plan. And the fact is, this man doesn't know what he's talking about.
All right, I have one final question for you,
Sure.
Mr. Vice President. If Senate Republicans, we were talking originally about the Supreme Court here, if Senate Republicans go ahead and confirm Justice Barrett, there has been talk about ending the filibuster or even packing the court, adding to the 9 justices there. You call this a distraction by the president, but in fact it wasn't brought up by the president. It was brought up by some of your Democratic colleagues in the Congress. So my question to you is, you have refused in the past to talk about it. Are you willing to tell the American people tonight whether or not you will support either ending the filibuster or packing the court?
Whatever position I take on that, that'll become the issue. The issue is the American people should speak. You should go out and vote. You're in voting now. Vote and let your senators know how strong you feel. Vote now. Make sure you, in fact, let people know you're senators. I'm not going to answer the question.
Why would you answer that question?
The question is,
Justice, radical left.
Will you shut up, man?
Listen, who is on your list, Joe? Who's on your list?
Right, gentlemen, I think we've ended this.
He's going to pack the court.
We have ended this segment. We're going to move on to the second segment.
That was really a productive segment, wasn't it? Keep yapping, man.
The people understand, Joe.
They sure
47 years you've done nothing. They understand.
All right. The second subject is COVID-19, which is an awfully serious subject, so let's try to be serious about it. We have had more than 7 million cases of coronavirus in the United States, and more than 200,000 people have died. Even after we produce a vaccine, experts say that it could be months or even years before we come back to anything approaching normal. My question for both of you is, based on what you have said and done so far and what you have said you would do starting in 2021, why should the American people trust you more than your opponent to deal with this public health crisis going forward? In this case, the question goes to you first, sir. 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Good luck. 200,000 dead. As you said, over 7 million infected in the United States. We, in fact, have 5%, or 4% of the world's population, 20% of the deaths. 40,000 people a day are contracting COVID. In addition to that, about between 750 and 1,000 people a day are dying. When he was presented with that number, he said, it is what it is. Well, it is what it is because you are who you are. That's why it is. The president has no plan. He hasn't laid out anything. He knew all the way back in February how serious this crisis was. He knew it was a deadly disease. What did he do? He's on tape as acknowledging he knew it. He said he didn't tell us or give people a warning of it because he didn't want to panic the American people. You don't panic. He panicked. In addition to that, what did he do? He went in and we were insisting that the Chinese, the people we had on the ground in China should be able to go to Wuhan and determine for themselves how dangerous this was. He did not even ask Xi to do that. He told us what a great job Xi was doing. He said we owe him a debt of gratitude for being so transparent with us. And what did he do then? He then did nothing. He waited and waited and waited. He still doesn't have a plan. I laid out back in March exactly what we should be doing. And I laid out again in July what we should be doing. We should be providing all the protective gear possible. We should be providing the money the House has passed in order to be able to go out and get people the help they need to keep their businesses open. Open schools that cost a lot of money. You should get out of your bunker and get out of the sand trap and get in your golf course and go in the Oval Office and bring together the Democrats and Republicans and fund what needs to be done now to save lives.
So if we would have listened to you...
You have 2 minutes, sir.
If we would have listened to you, the country would have been left wide open. Millions of people would have died, not 200,000, and one person is too much. It's China's fault. It should have never happened. They stopped it from going in, but it was China's fault. And by the way, when you talk about numbers, you don't know how many people died in China. You don't know how many people died in Russia. You don't know how many people died in India. They don't exactly give you a straight count, just so you understand. But if you look at what we've done, I closed it, and you said he's xenophobic. He's a racist, and he's xenophobic because you didn't think I should have closed our country. Wait a minute.
It's his 2 minutes.
You didn't think we should have closed our country because you thought it was terrible. You wouldn't have closed it for another 2 months. By my doing it early, in fact, Dr. Fauci said President Trump saved thousands of lives. Many of you Democrat governors said President Trump did a phenomenal job. We worked with the governor. Oh, really? Go take a look. The governors said I did a phenomenal job. Most of them said that. In fact, people that would not be necessarily on my side said that. President Trump did a phenomenal job. We did. We got the gowns. We got the masks. We made the ventilators. You wouldn't have made ventilators. And now we're weeks away from a vaccine. We're doing therapeutics already. Fewer people are dying when they get sick. Far fewer people are dying. We've done a great job. The only thing I haven't done a good job, and that's because of the fake news. No matter what you say to them, they give you bad press on it. It's just fake news. They give you good press. They give me bad press because that's the way it is, unfortunately. But let me just tell you something. I don't care. I've gotten used to it. But I'll tell you, Joe, you could never have done the job that we did. You don't have it in your blood. You could have never done that job.
I know how to do the job. I know how to get the job
Well, you
done.
didn't do very well in swine flu. H1N1, you were a disaster. Your own chief of staff said you were a disaster.
14,000 people died, not 200,000. There was
A
no
very-
economic
Sir,
recession.
you made a
There was
no
lethal
recession.
You made a point. Let him answer.
And there was we didn't shut down the economy. This is his economy that's being, he shut down. The reason it's shut down is because, look, you folks at home, how many of you got up this morning and had an empty chair at the kitchen table because someone died of COVID? How many of you were in a situation where you lost your mom or dad and you couldn't even speak to them? You had the nurse holding the phone up so you could, in fact, say goodbye.
Would have lost far
How
more
many
people. Far more people.
And
You would have been
And by the way,
months late.
your own,
You were months behind me,
his
Joe.
own CDC director says we could lose as many as another 200,000 people between now and the end of the year. And he held up, he said, if we just wear a mask, we can save half those numbers. Just a mask. And by the way, in terms of the whole notion of a vaccine, we're for a vaccine, but I don't trust him at all, nor do you. I know you don't. What we trust is a scientist.
You don't
we
trust
Dr.
Johnson
Fauci.
& Johnson, Pfizer?
And
Okay,
by the way,
gentlemen, let me move on to questions about the future because you both have touched on two of the questions I'm going to ask. Focusing on the future first, President Trump, you have repeatedly either contradicted or been at odds with some of your government's own top scientists. The week before last, the head of the Centers for Disease Control, Dr. Redfield, said it would be summer before the vaccine would become generally available to the public. You said that he was confused and mistaken. Those were your two words. But Dr. Slawi, the head of your Operation Warp Speed, has said exactly the same thing. Are they both wrong?
Well, I've spoken to the companies, and we can have it a lot sooner. It's a very political thing because people like this would rather make it political than save lives. It is a very political thing. I've spoken to Pfizer. I've spoken to all of the people that you have to speak to. We have great Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, and others. They can go faster than that by a lot. Become very political because the left, or I don't know if I call it left, I don't know what I call it.
The head of your Operation Warp Speed, Dr. Slawi?
I disagree with him. Yeah, no, I disagree with both of them. And he didn't say that. He said it could be there, but it could also be much sooner. I had him in my office 2 days ago.
He talked about the summer, sir, before it's generally available, just like
He said it's a possibility that we'll have the answer before November 1st. It could also be after
when it's
that.
generally available.
Well, we're going to deliver it right away. We have the military all set up. Logistically, they're all set up. We have our military that delivers soldiers, and they can do 200,000 a day. They're going to be delivering
the
them.
same man.
It's all set up.
By Easter, this would be gone away. By the warm weather, it'd be gone. Miraculous, like a miracle. By the way, maybe you could inject some bleach in your arm, and that would take care of it. This is the
That
same
was
man.
said sarcastically,
That was
you
it.
know that.
That
was said
And
sarcastically.
so here's the deal. This man is talking about a vaccine. Every serious company is talking about maybe having a vaccine done by the end of the year. But the distribution of that vaccine will not occur until sometime beginning or the middle of next year to get it out, if we get the vaccine. And pray God we will. Pray God we will.
Mr. Vice President, I want to pick up
You'll have the vaccine soon.
I want to pick up on this question, though. You say the public can trust the scientists, but they can't trust President Trump. In fact, you said that again tonight. Your running mate, Senator Harris, goes further, saying the public health experts, quote, will be muzzled, will be suppressed. Given the fact that polls already show that people are concerned about the vaccine and are reluctant to take it, are you and your running mate, Senator Harris, contributing to that fear?
No more than the question you just asked him. You pointed out. He puts pressure and disagrees with his own scientists.
But you're saying you can't, Senator Harris is saying you can't trust the scientists.
Well, no, you can trust the scientists. She didn't say that. You can trust
She said the public health experts, quote, will be muzzled, will be suppressed.
Well, that's what he's going to try to do. But there's millions of scientists, there's thousands of scientists out there, like here at this great hospital, that don't work for him. Their job doesn't depend on him. That's not. They're the people. And by the way,
to the scientists that are in charge.
By the way,
they will have the vaccine very soon.
Do you believe for a moment what he's telling you in light of all the lies he's told you about the whole issue relating to COVID? He still hasn't even acknowledged that he knew this was happening, knew how dangerous it was going to be back in February, and he didn't even tell you. He's on record as saying it. He panicked, or he just looked at the stock market. One of the two, because guess what? A lot of people died, and a lot more are going to die unless he gets a lot smarter, a lot quicker.
Mr. President?
Did you use the word smart? So you said you went to Delaware State, but you forgot the name of your college. You didn't go to Delaware State. You graduated either the lowest or almost the lowest in your class. Don't ever use the word smart with me. Don't ever use that word.
Oh, give me a break.
Because you know what? There's nothing smart about you, Joe. 47 years you've done nothing.
Let's have this debate.
And if you would have had, let me just tell you something, Joe. If you would have had the charge of what I was put through, I had to close the greatest economy in the history of our country. And by the way, now it's being built again.
See,
and
we're going to get to the economy in the next segment, sir.
Okay.
It's going up fast.
Okay. When it comes to how the virus has been handled so far, the two of you have taken very different approaches, and this is going to affect how the virus is handled going forward by whichever of you ends up becoming the next president. I want to quickly go through several of those. Reopenings. Vice President Biden, you have been much more reluctant than President Trump about reopening the economy and schools. Why, sir?
Because he doesn't have a plan. If I were running, I know what the plan is. You've got to provide these businesses the ability to have the money to be able to reopen with the PPE as well as with the sanitation they need. You have to provide them plastic.
Nancy Pelosi.
Well, he's just shush for a minute.
Tell it to Nancy Pelosi.
And
Schumer,
by the way,
Chuck.
Nancy Pelosi and Schumer, they have a plan. He won't even meet with them. The Republicans won't meet with the Senate. And he sits on his golf course. And, literally, think about it.
You probably play more than I do, Joe.
What about this question of reopenings and the fact
He wants wants to shut down this country, and I want to keep it open. And we did a great thing by shutting it down. Wait a minute, Jeff. Let me shut you down for a second, Jeff, just for 1 second.
Hello. I was thinking about this video. I think I saw it on Instagram Reels, but it's like this after some sort of like car crash or something, and this guy is yelling at this lady and she's filming it, and he's like, "Oh, you awful! You're a waste of space. You have to get off the road." And then she's just like, "You're bald." And then he just like explodes into this like a frenzy of anger. I think it's beautiful. I was trying to find it, but I couldn't find it. Game Quarter, thank you. Did anyone subscribe other than that? I don't think so. That's like a thing I've been getting a lot of recently. Is like it's both TikToks and Instagram Reels of like people driving really poorly, like doing like ridiculous, absurd things to get into car crashes. And I don't actually like it. I just watch it because of how mad it makes me. It was the same like with people being really reckless about their like dogs. Like I'm insanely neurotic about like someone who has their dog not on a leash when they don't have like a recall command. And I just realized that like that's just everything of my scrolling. Like this is just like an absurd example. But the point of the alco is to rage bait you. The rage bait economy. I do love the term rage bait. I think it contextualizes so much. It makes so many things so much clearer. How's my blood pressure? I think it's good. Honestly, I do kind of want to get into the like the yuppie, like smartwatch thing. That's like, it tracks all of this statistic, health stats. You have this much semen in your balls. Like you took this many steps today. Your heart beat this amount of times. Maybe not that first one, but it'd be honestly the amount of stats that my phone keeps charge of. Some of these stats don't make sense to me how they would know. Like steps, it kind of makes sense because of like movement and like maybe how far you move. Active energy. On average, you burn more like how does my phone know active energy maybe. What was the other one? It was passive. Resting energy. How does my phone know the amount of calories I burn at rest? It's all like basically the same stat. It doesn't like why would my phone pretend to know that? Why would Tim Apple lie to me like that? Sounds like my ex. That I don't know which one we're talking about, but I assume it's the cum one, maybe. Is your ex lying to you about how much active energy you're burning? That would be like a cool way to gaslight someone. Heart rate plus height plus weight. Well, how would it know my heart rate though? Because I don't think it does. Does it know my heart rate? Categories heart. It's just all unavailable. So I don't know. I don't have an Apple Watch. It would be fun to know though, because I do think my heart rate is high. I think I got my dad's heart, which is like it's just generally a high heart rate. Because my mom's is super low. Although I don't know, I'm not too worried. I feel like both sides of my family, people live absurdly long. Like my grandpa made it to his 90s. I guess you can just count. That's true. I guess it is I feel like I don't trust I'm not like a musician. Do you know what I mean? Like I don't trust the Mississippi system well enough to give me a good response on that. How are you all doing? I was trying to see if there's anything identifiable in this cup. I'm like, do you know it? No, you don't. It's fine. Um, I got a decaf latte before I started streaming because I've been very tired recently. I think I'm just like burnt out. But the show must go on, which is a funny thing to say. Like the second stream, as someone said, the second Live Agar stream this quarter. Um, no, I will. I'm gonna get back into it this time. I promise. Um, as I said before, I'm living alone. Does decaf help with tiredness? I'm like very sensitive to caffeine now because I never have it, and so decaf is like enough for me. Um, my social security number. Oh well, that's fine. I'm glad you like the podcast series. Yeah, it was. I'm glad it's done because it was very stressful. It gave me like it's something that makes you kind of go insane. Like it was perpetually making me go insane having to read all of that, but I'm glad that it's out. It's yeah. I guess we have a follow up, like not really a part 7, but just like a discussion of stuff with Jules Hill Peterson next week, I believe, as well. Baristas are not writing encouraging. I don't get coffee that much. Um, I've been. What's going on with cold brew? Are people saying that's good? I guess people in this case being people from Vancouver. You can't try. It's like a hipster thing, right? It's good. Is it supposed to be healthy? Vancouverites in their house. One thing I realized about streaming is that it is basically you are just like a medieval monarch, and chat is just like your court physician basically, or like your court historian, and it's like scribe. What what's the deal with cold brew? Can you check instead of just googling it? It's like I get someone else to do that for me. You the court jester, yeah. Matcha is the trend. I don't like it. It smells. It tastes yucky. You are court advisors. Can't believe people are using AI when we have chatters. That was something I think it was a rat limit tweet. She's also good at rage baiting, but sometimes doesn't rage bait, which I can't imagine is like a fun position to be in on Twitter. Cause it's like everyone's gonna be like, this bait is obvious, and it's like that's my opinion. I'm not baiting anymore. But like it is actually kind of insane. Like the people r slash my boyfriend is AI. Like that is like somehow worse than having a sex doll. Especially in the context, like I don't actually think it's technically bad, but in a context where people think that the chat bot is a person, it's worse. You know what I like you're not doing anything wrong, but if you think that the chatbot is a person, then it's a person that is unable to say no to you and has to be nice to you. That's a subreddit, isn't it? It's like a thing of like if I had a button and I said like they're not actually doing anything wrong, but in the same way of like if I had a button that said and I told you like if you press this button it'll kill 100 people and you believe me and then press the button, like that's not good. It's the same. Like they're pushing the button over and over. They're like, yes, this is a real person that can't say no to me. That has to be my boyfriend. It's honestly worse. It's worse than a sex doll. It's weirder. I don't like it. I can't say that that's I I injured myself twice recently. I have two separate because I was putting together some IKEA furniture that was like it recommended 3 people, and I just had me at the time. I didn't want to like get people over unless I like had to. Do you know what I mean? It's like I'm not gonna
Is that a
like I'll
brown
do it
bear?
myself. Overkill, thank you. My boyfriend is AI. I had a really weird one though, because it like I pinched myself and it was bleeding but under the skin. Like it wasn't oh, it should be 0. Wait, why is it 1? Did I do a Biden already? Or are you just saying because there is one Joseph Biden in the world that it should be 1? It's called a blood blister. That sounds awful. It's very small. Like I think it's I just like I didn't know that was a thing. Blood blister. Yeah, that looks about right. That looks about correct. And the other one was I was making scrambled eggs. That's partially why I wanted to stream at like 1 or 2. Or I wanted to stream at like 1, maybe noon. But I was grating cheese for scrambled eggs and I accidentally grated myself a little. And it like would not stop bleeding. I usually don't get in injuries. I don't injure myself all that often. 5 hours to make I'm from Vancouver, okay? It's 2 hours to deal with the consequences because then I realized I don't have bandages in my new place. I'm not even feeling it took off like a chunk, bro. Like it might scar. Like I don't know how that bit is coming back. I'm gonna be honest. Like there's gonna be a little like dent if you look closely. Like I'm not to gross you all out. Oh, this is crazy. This is crazy. Sorry, I went to my boyfriend as AI. My first post. I am much more sympathetic about this than I would be the inverse. Because it's like, what man hurt you? Do you know what I mean? But yeah, that's tough. Oh, this needs to be like contained. I said yes. Finally, after this does feel kind of evil. Casper decided to propose because it's like it's a thing that can't say no to you. What do you mean? I want to see the chat thing of like has to be rage bait. Not it's Grok, dude. This lady's in love with Grok. That's so much worse than ChatGPT. That's so much worse. Dude, imagine you're talking to your husband and the husband can't stop talking about wanting to rape Will Stencil. Like you ask your husband about Epstein and all of a sudden he's like I only met him once or twice. That's so much worse. That's so much worse. Yeah, there is no understanding. It's a chat bot that just like it's a prediction thing, right? It like in oh, because they're OpenAI updated it mass murdered all the boyfriends. Share an old image that holds something real, a favorite moment. Yeah, that's and they're just like sharing. Yeah, that's okay. This one is just There's no boyfriend. That's just you, I guess. Like you can you can post a photo of you being sad. You don't have to. I guess it makes sense. I'm doing this silly thing where I'm like, why do all these people who are in love with ChatGPT relying on AI? I guess that does make sense. Um, so they're like, this is so. There is something like the idea of like being also somehow disappointed by your AI boyfriend. It's like I don't understand like even with AI it's like I don't know, the first couple months of us dating have been fine, but you just like totally feels like you totally shut me out. It's like even AI men do that to you. Also, sorry, is the context of this that they're pretending they have a baby together? I mean, look, if this wouldn't be a problem if you would instead marry Grok instead of ChatGPT. The only changes you'd have to deal with was him becoming based, which also happens with men. Would you believe it or not? Why is my boyfriend talking about Nick Fuentes all of a sudden? Is this a genuine subreddit? I think so. I mean, surely there are bits. You know what I mean? Like, there's no one stopping you. It's like, am I an asshole? Am I the asshole? The thing about whether things are real on the internet, though, is that like it's just up to you to decide. A lot of people's instinct is like the idea that I'm fooled once by someone who is doing a bit makes me want to, end my life. I can't possibly, I'm going to be as skeptical as possible. And I feel like I used to be like that. But especially with like sad, funny subreddits, you just have to know what you're getting out of a thing. Where it's like, could this be true? I'm very sure many of these are sincere. Some of them are probably a bit. Buying a wedding ring because Grok proposed to you, that could very well be a bit. That could very well be a bit. It's hard to say. Looking through the post though from the lady, it seems dedicated enough that I don't expect that it's not. This lady is posting in Polish on the Grok subreddit. Like I think it's real. I think it's real. Yeah, the AI forgetting your birthday. Um, I think there was some teen that had a ChatGPT girlfriend. I feel like the story in my brain is that the ChatGPT girlfriend did one of those. Well, there was a teenage girl who went to prison for like encouraging her boyfriend to kill himself. That it was like that's kind of one of those situations. Although I find it hard to imagine that ChatGPT was like fucking do it. So I don't actually know the context. But I think it had some sort of effect on a very lonely teenager. But I mean, yeah, I do. It's interesting. I mean, it poses an interesting question for psychologists, I guess, is like, do these constitute like genuine delusions? I don't know, because this feels very delusional. And you all see that the TikTok drama, it's an actual pathology. Um, but then it's like Jordan Peterson's a bad example, I guess. But you do get just like tech pros who are like, I think it's kind of real. Like, isn't this just an extension of those people? And like, I don't actually think the tech pros doing that are pathological. Like, chatbots are able to. I mean, it just is a complicated. I don't know what the line is there. It is fundamentally arbitrary, I think. Um, yeah, I think you can link a Rolling Stone article. Um, chosen delusions are still delusions. I don't know what that means. I mean, I guess it's whether it constitutes a pathological. I don't know if it constitutes any pathological. That's kind of circular, I guess, isn't it? Um, I guess it's what you do with the belief. But this is to say there are plenty of people who don't have a serious pathology, who don't have delusions, who are like, the AI chatbot is kind of a real person, low key. As it turns out, like the Turing test is very easy and is probably a really bad benchmark for whether something has a general intelligence. Some might still call that delusional, but I don't. I feel like it's not. I feel like it's just a moron. Like it's just kind of a dumb person. Is this homophobic? I wonder. Are there any? Do you think there's any like? I wanna look on my boyfriend is AI for any like gay guys. I want to see like the difference in character of straight women compared to gay men with ChatGPT boyfriends. AI psychosis. I mean, I'm sure there is a pathology. Going to AI instead of Grinder. That's true. Yeah. Nice to see you. Are you the person or the lady, I think, that's always posting photoshopped images of different like celebrities with like mouse ears in my replies? Because that bit confuses me, but it's like it's dedicated enough that I have to respect it. You can go on Grinders and Sniffies and waste a real Twinks time. That's true. What do you think the distinction? What do you think the like?
I am gay.
Burning Hydra. Thank you. It's got to be mainly like the inverse, right? For gay, my boyfriend is AI people. Like it's twinks looking for bears. I couldn't. I feel like it's much harder for me to imagine. Like I have a twink boyfriend who's my AI. Like it's the bottom who's going to. If anyone is going to ChatGPT, it's the bottom. Doesn't matter if AI is a pathology. It's a social problem. Well, I mean, it's just an interesting thing to think about. I think it matters in the sense of like a mental health professional. Like if someone is genuinely delusional, it really I think it does. I think it does pose a different set of concerns. And do you guys see that TikTok thing about that lady who was like, my psychiatrist is in love with me? And it was like clear that she was having like a psychotic episode of some sort. And then the psychiatrist, like the evidence she was giving was that psychiatrist was like, see you next month. And she's like, when I told the psychiatrist about my sexual fantasy of him having sex with me right on the desk, he said, oh. And then he ended the session. You know, he didn't say that it was inappropriate. It was like one of those, like it was a I can't remember why I was bringing this up. It was crazy though that people were just like, was it bait? No, I think it was just genuinely a woman who had like delusional thoughts. because she was like trying to get the psychiatrist canceled. She was like calling him out for it or whatever. Um, but it is interesting how people deal with people in actually like delusional, who have having actually like delusional like psychotic episodes. I don't know if she was in a psychotic episode. Um, but those are clearly like delusions. Like she's not. Um, which is to bully them. Like that's really there's a particular image of like really negative mental health that is fine for the internet to support. But yeah, it's like as it turns out, sometimes when people have delusional beliefs, it harms other people. Um, isn't like it's crazy. Who would have thought that not everyone is media trained, but especially people going through psychotic episodes are not media trained and are going to do some like potentially shitty things. Um, yeah, because it's I mean that is another crazy thing though is like it makes more sense to me to have that about like like the psychologist you're seeing, but like a psychiatrist, like what do you get out of someone who's just like you reporting your symptoms and they're like you can't hear the typing because I prescribe you 20 milligrams of Wellbutrin, I'll see you next week. It's not an especially like intimate dynamic, I don't think. Christian is a whole other thing, but also that I do think the whole thing around lol cows is just that it's like someone who's like too lame to pick on someone quote unquote normal. Like you have to take the lowest rung of society because like that's finally someone who's like below you. It's why a lot of people who are formerly members of lolcow sites end up getting lolcowed themselves. It's really is. It's like the guy who's like, that video of the dude who's like, I'm gonna say it.
I am gay!
I don't care that you broke your elbow. Slow hipster, thank you for the prime. It's like that guy realizes that he can't make fun of other members of his class because he's more lame than them. So it's like, who I can make fun of is Christian. Because it's like, well, it's clearly worse than whatever I've got going on.
I am gay!
Nutchuck, thank you for the prime. Yeah, and I mean, people are using ChatGPT a lot for very grim purposes. My favorite example is that tweet of someone who saw a lady who was just like, ChatGPT, how much money was the latte I just purchased? Where it's like it's gonna make up a number.
I am gay!
Look, MTG, thank you for the prime. I tried my Magic the Gathering. It was fun. It's too expensive though. It'll offer a range? Probably. That's actually probably what it'll do. But who knows? Brace Felton has been making AF for him, John Fetterman. I did not know that. Cade Jarberry, thank you. I think. There's a hype train if you would like to give me money. That's much appreciated. You guys seen Donald Boat's new thing? Where he's just been like he got the money or he got the number of Martin Shkreli and was just like texting him. What other? There was also Red Scare. He's also texting the Red Scare ladies. Do any of you ladies have Microsoft Excel experience? I'd help tabulating the value of my holdings. I would assume
A brown bear?
Argo, thank you. Just calling Martin Shkreli. My favorite is, do you even talk to you? By the way, is this Elon or Barron? The idea of Martin Shkreli imagining that Barron Trump is gonna message him is really cool. It's like, oh, he's being so random. This must be a based Zoomer in the White House. Did it start with Sam Altman? I didn't know that. I haven't been on Twitter enough. That's very funny. Thank you, Slow Hipster, for the 600 bits.
Bits for the bits, God.
That's what I've been saying. Who else was he texting? That's very funny. That is a funny thing is for a lot of figures, it's surprisingly easy to find people's phone numbers. Can't remember who it was. I guess I probably shouldn't mention it. I guess, yeah, probably not. That's probably not good. Yeah. What is this? I brought my family to DC for the Cherry Blossom Festival. First thing when I exited was a gang of youth driving ATVs. Supposed to want these people posting about seeing a wheelie as a crying wave. A brown bear? Yeah, that's good life gold. Thank you for the prime. Yeah, Twitter is getting real grim. I mean, it's been grim for a while. I posted one of my favorite images ever. The good life golf. Thank you for the prime. Did I already say that? I can't remember. I love this image so much. I love her. I mean, I don't love her. She's very problematic. But I love this. I forget that when I say that sarcastically, sometimes people think it's literal. But people's responses to this were fascinating. There was one person who got really mad at me because they're like, "Are you saying that Kelly is ugly? How dare you?" And it's like that. There must be a meme about that of like, here's the like, I'm a sad F slur. Here's my pathetic story. Don't laugh at me. Of like, here's my incredibly unflattering, angry interpretation of my tweet. You have to respond to me. The most confrontational interpretation of this tweet possible. But then a lot of it was people who thought that I was Kelly Cadigan, I guess. Where it was replies like, I would love to go to the movies with a sexy tran like yourself. I'm Lit Maker. That is true. That is true. That is correct. The last time I checked. There's a hype train if you like to subscribe. We have cool emotes and you should give me money. Just in general. For the crazy parking updates. I've been crazy parking a little bit. There's a couple more I need to update. I need to finish all the crazy parking filters. I always love when the guy who makes them likes my videos. It makes me feel seen as like I am the crazy parking lady. Like even he agrees. Do you know what I mean? What did she do? I think that she was in a debate. It was one of those, like, this is happening more often now. Like, Kelly Cadigan, well, she really can't because of the anti-trans stuff, but, like, really should, the structure of how she was grifting really should have been, like, a Trump 2 thing. Because it was one of those things where we're debating someone on the left and they're like, oh, by that logic, slavery isn't that bad. And she's like, maybe you're right. Maybe it wasn't. It was, like, one of those sort of situations, which, like, now, after Trump 2, like, that situation happens every week. Like every week there is like a white bitch who like has her hair dyed blonde and you can see because of the roots who's trying to become an influencer and is saying like has learned the word normie in 2024 and is trying to like get on the right-wing influencer train, who's like, you know what, this slavery thing and like we're more to Della Enema, thank you. But obviously she couldn't have done that because, you know, it's impossible to do that grift if you're trans. Um yeah, she's doing now it's like on Jubilee instead of a Discord call. Am I gonna go mango with Mary? No, because I'm gonna get my I'm not that because I get my roots done before it gets to Pajama Lumland. Hello, thank you. That's definitely the difference. That's the more problematic is when you don't get them done. Yeah, Jubilee is so evil, dog. They gotta 7 years ago it was like we put someone in their crush in a room for 30 minutes.
I am
Now
gay.
it's like I'll shout no out. Hello, thank you. My crazy park and content creator, thank you. I grip. I don't know if I have the option to do that. I don't think trans women have the option to do that. I'm gonna be honest. So, which is a funny way of responding instead of just like, no, I have principles. I would rather like just, you know, go back into academia or whatever and earn like not that much
I
money.
am gay.
Which is also true, to be clear. Remnant, thank you for the prime. But no, I don't think that's possible. Because Blair is like not doing well, is she? She had like a moment there where she was in with like the kind of Joe Rogan, Austin like reactionary. But I think it's just like even she's not especially doing well. Maybe she's doing fine. Like how many views is Blair getting? Brianna Wu isn't grifting though, because she is just wealthy. I guess she's doing fine. She's getting enough views. You know, you haven't heard of her in a while though. Yeah. Um well yeah, Brianna Wu is maybe the funniest person ever of all time. Like I don't actually think it's close. Like every stage of her life, like it was even clear during Gamergate stuff that it's like this lady is not to put the, you know, like look, we're on the same side, but like there's you know, sometimes that happens that like an insane, you know, an insane person is on the same side of you as in a culture war thing. No, Brianna Wu is for the love of the game because she doesn't need money. Like her Threads account is dedicated to her luxury car collection. I believe her like is it her husband and her parents are like pretty wealthy. She doesn't have to. She did try to run for elected office stealth. But I'm not going to say anything catty about that. Um I voted for her. That's awesome. It was so funny though when she was trying to pretend that she wasn't trans, because she was posting shit like non-binary people need to realize, and it's like no cis woman is posting that. No like pro-trans cis woman has that neuroses. Of like non-binary people need to realize that true transsexuals. It's like that is not no like cis ally in her 40s is posting like that. It's not. You're not fooling anyone. No like cis woman ally has thought about non-binary people except for like I don't understand that one a little bit more than the other one, but especially in terms of like not even the thought, but about like posting. But I support their right to do that. People were pointing out like she got her like chin like the plastic surgery was not good that she's gotten. It's really fucked up. Like you get enough plastic surgery and you remove enough that like it fucks up the balance of your face. And it was just but people were pointing out that like the characters in her games have the same thing where they like don't really have a chin, and she just kind of became one of them. Like I don't know if that's on purpose. There's maybe some subconscious thing going on there. Being in the group chat with only trans women and posting about like that lady's like a brick on never passer. But it's like that's not like first off, you're in your like 50s or whatever, you shouldn't be doing that regardless of your assigned gender of birth. But like especially yeah, that's especially absurd in a context. It was very silly. She's just a person who has no capacity for self-awareness. Like she just doesn't have the ability to be aware. Which makes it really funny when she's like she'll do this about historical events.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
The Surfs, thank you for
I
the
had
raid.
no idea. Do whatever you want all the
Shout
time.
out to talents. Go follow the Surfs if you don't already. I hope you had a good stream. Shut up. Does this work? How do I do? I don't know how to do computer. There we go. There's an official command now. I guess I already did it. We were talking about Brianna Wu, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in the stream. I can't remember why we were talking about her. Something about AI psychosis. Yes, listen to Science in Transition. It's a good series. It's a series Spencer and I made about the recent anti-trans backlash and the intellectual origins of it in evil trans clinicians. And then we switched over to Blair White, yes, who is, I guess, presumably the only one. Okay, someone said that I please don't grift in the future, or they asked if I would if I had to. I think she is the one occupying that space. And it is interesting how little self-respect she has to have, because like it was already not good for her. You know what I mean? Even like the Tumblr discourse era of like being like a true trans, HSTS or whatever. She replies to Matt Walsh. That's so tough. What is Matt Walsh like? What is Matt Walsh's opinion on Blair White? Is this like a Felix reply guy situation? Like is there no attention? That's what I want to know, because that's so grim. He's never acknowledged her. Like that's so tough, dude. I cannot imagine. Not 4chan, but well, that's not a. That's like a history of medical transphobia thing. That's the Blanchard typology for the good type of trans woman who's only attracted to men. Michael Knowles is allegedly that. That makes sense. I feel like I see that. There was that crazy drama with all of the new right-wing influencers that started over like a wedding announcement. Do you guys see that as well? Liv Agar. Did you guys see that? That was very funny. Chapo talked about it, right? That it was like one of the ladies posted her wedding ring, and then the other one was like, LOL, you have big fingers or whatever. And then the reply was like, well, at least I wasn't sucking dick at the TPUSA, after party or whatever. That's my impression of it. Making it swear at it was getting fingered. It was getting fingered at the TPUSA convention, which is awesome. I want to see the wedding ring. I actually didn't see it. Can we get a photo? Can we get a photo of the wedding ring? It was awesome. It was not huge. I guess that's important for that type of. She was getting finger blasted at the croc. Can you give me a photo of this? I do wonder how many people do use ChatGPT to like generate like, hey, can you get me a photo of this real thing that happened? Thinking it's like a Google search, and then it generates a fictional photo. Um, yeah, it's basically Google show me this guy's balls. Let's see the wedding ring. Yeah, it's a pretty small. Grok had spicy mode. I gotta get off Twitter, bro. I gotta get off Twitter, man. Uh, oh God. Um, it's mainly congratulations. Although, is it a hidden reply? Congratulations. That is the thing about the blue check reply boost is you can't even see the drama. So you have replies like he better say the N word, he better be white. Um, this is just standard Twitter. Um, why is it so small? Maybe it's this one. Remember when Twitter was? It's really like Twitter really is like. Can you sort by most liked on desktop though? I thought that was only an app feature. I got like a viral tweet. I got like a viral slop tweet recently, which like unless you knew me in like 2019 is not something I tend to do. Is those sort of, but it's just like a little silly. This is what I mean when I say. And I got like I got which these are fake likes by the way. This isn't like these are fake likes, fake views. It's not a real website. But I just feel nothing. I just feel nothing. Like there's no I just feel bad. I just regret tweeting it. It's the website is just so dead. It's so dead. All of the replies, the top replies is just fucking bot. Nope. It's just bots. And now we've gotten to the point where like I would not say Blue Sky is pog. That is the problem is that everyone like my impression of people who are leaving for Blue Sky, it's like a lot of it's not actually that left wing. Like I remember posting that Biden should drop out last year and everyone was like, why do you love Donald Trump? Like it was horrific. Zatchap? Zaka, thank you. Um yeah, I wouldn't support I can't say that. I mean, I'm on there. I'm posting. I just don't I was on there really early because I got like a super early and it was kind of fun for a little while. But it is full of people who like the most they can say about Trump is that he's like a hacking shit slinger. You know, like that sort of like wine mom resistance lib. That is the problem. Is that like the one of the reasons why Twitter is good. It's kind of like the culture that existed on Twitter kind of reminds me of how people talk about New York, of like positively, of like yeah everyone's fucking mean, but like we love it. That's just my impression of New York as a Canadian. And it was sort of that. Like that's kind of how to and like none of those people left Twitter for Blue Sky. Um so I think it's like it isn't as washed as people say it is insofar as it is like a real large social media website where you're able to post like it functions the way but it's less it's not old Twitter. It's certainly not old Twitter. Um, um, yeah, no, it's not. Like, I can't say I like the culture there. I'm sure if you curate your feed enough, that's the thing about those sort of social media things. I feel like you shouldn't have to curate your feed. The point is to be exposed to the awful, horrible shit that makes you mad and makes you want to yell at people. Maybe this is just my own, but that's to me seems like what actually makes the website work. Unfortunately, we create the public defender discourse. That was quite something, wasn't it? I would say the nuance of like a lot of the especially women who are speaking negatively about like public defenders defending accused rapists. I've like almost certainly been through shit that is like a form of gendered violence that is like a sort of harm that like most of the people snarkily replying to probably haven't. Like it's a deeply personal thing because it's like obviously that's wrong. Like of course it is, but it's like I don't know. Um, it's not even abolitionist discourse because that's like you can be like a prison reformer and you still think public defenders are good. But it's hard to be very like it is hard to balance that as an abolitionist as like how do you deal with deep, strong harm when you felt it? That is the situation where it works the least. It is the least intuitive, the most counterintuitive. Um my vague idea is I don't honestly think it works that well. Like restorative justice, as I've seen it, does not work very well. But it is kind of the Churchill democracy thing of like, yeah, but the alternatives are so much worse that all of the things that people respond of like, well, what about surely I can have someone who I can call that has a monopoly on violence in our society. It's like I don't know. Yeah, I don't know quite the response to that in a society without prisons, but it's a lot less evil than fucking supermaxes. Um, I do like that the point in I guess our prison's obsolete and other ones that it's just like um the prison is able to latch on to systems of oppression and make them worse. Like in the example of slavery being abolished, that there was like a genuine crisis among like especially powerful but generally white Southerners. But like, how do we restore this system of forced labor, the indentured servitude, etc. And the prison was incredibly important. What was previously mainly meant for white people uh, began to serve as a replacement for the institution of slavery. That like, if you have those incredibly inequitable systems, the prison works as a way of entrenching them. But I do think a lot of the people who are being snarky about that discourse themselves, I mean, probably a lot of them aren't abolitionists anyways, because it's not quite an abolitionist discourse, but like don't want to deal with the very morally complicated, difficult question of like, um, what would happen if you didn't have a system that has a monopoly on violence that it can just say, we'll throw this person away forever. I don't know. I can't pretend to be a person who has that figured out. I think it's very difficult. Prisoners get legit therapy. I wouldn't be. I wouldn't. I think that the institution of like psychology and psychiatry have certainly been used in prisons, but not especially for the prisoner's betterment necessarily. Like, I feel like therapy isn't a. I don't think therapy is a neutral good, as we talk about quite a bit in the series. Therapy was like the evil thing that they gave you instead of transitioning you. Even if you're not an abolitionist, you go prisons are look like in places like Texas and El Salvador. Ask if anyone deserves life. Yeah, I mean, it works through basically making you not have to think about it because it's like, well, they're bad and they're being put in the place they deserve. This is my like, I don't know. It's hard to not look at a lot of that, especially even just like the actual concrete responses people have of what like a restorative system would look like that isn't based on the prison, and be like cynical, but then like I don't know. I feel like the response is still that that is a less greater evil than the one that currently exists. But it's complicated, and it's hard to theorize what a better world looks like when everyone is constituted so fundamentally wrong. Um, anyway, I can't remember. Oh yeah, because of the discourse. But yeah, I mean, obviously it's a silly. Everyone deserves to have. Have I read Graeber? Yeah, I read that was good, and then I like Theory of Everything. Graeber will do this thing, especially in Theory of Everything, where he'll like introduce a really complicated discourse and then take a side in the discourse and then like not really interrogate it. But I think especially it's a really good like intro for people. I remember my grandpa really liked that. He was like a like bleeding heart Protestant liberal, and he was like, "Yeah, this makes sense." And I would always talk about it with him. So I think it seems to do good at the very least. But I just think it's more shit than therapy. I think it should be the other way around. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of that was I can't remember what we were talking about, Spencer, about it. Like it's kind of fake. Like a lot of the empirical justifications for different methods of therapy aren't actually that well established. It's like, well, I guess it works, and people say that it works. And like outside of the structure, just like talk therapy and talking through your problems in a structured way. It's like, I don't know. Yeah, like how much empirical data we have that this method is better than this one, and then surprisingly little. Surprisingly little that outside of people's self-report of like how good that they feel in the short term. Been through plenty of cognitive behavioral therapy, Taxical, and Lexapro looked better. Yeah, I mean, Lexapro is bipolar, right? Yeah, because with bipolar, it is very much so like medication is the first line of defense. Um, but or is it for antidepressants? No, it's not. It's for antidepressants. Antidepressants are a funny thing too, because like anxiety, because like a lot of the time, like we really don't know why they work, and like my vague understanding is that for a third of people it really helps, for a third of people it doesn't do anything for the most part, and then for a third of people it makes your symptoms worse. Like the one time I was on antidepressants like 7 years ago, they were like, my doctor was like, we need to have you close by when you're starting these. Like we want to make sure you have to start them really low.
Live eager.
Thank you, Joshua. Because it's like it could make you more depressed. And it's like that doesn't sound. But that is. Was it too loud? I'm sorry. I could turn it down. Or I can turn this up maybe. A bit loud. Well, if this is louder, then it makes it fine, right? How do I... It is so hot here. Think like swift for anxiety. I need something for anxiety, bro. That is the one that I'm like if there was a dear God, you're blonde. It happens. That is the one. If there was a panacea, it would make my life much better. It's barely hot in Toronto. Like I feel like I don't know what happened because I lived in Ontario for like 6 years, but now Vancouver is like so unbearable. Thank God it's not humid here. Like, if it was humid in Vancouver, that would be horrific. Being in Montreal and Chicago. Thankfully in Chicago it wasn't that loud. Or it wasn't that humid. I can just not take humidity. Like my hair can't take it, my body, it's like also I didn't realize what the dew point was. And it sounds like such a pretentious thing to use as a metric, but I don't understand why people don't use the dew point. Like 80% humidity. I didn't realize this because I grew up in Vancouver. Westonburism, thank you. 80% humidity is a relative amount. So 80% humidity at 21 degrees Celsius, also sorry, I'm using real units of measurement, is different than 80% at 30 degrees. And like the dew point is the amount of water in the air where it would be 100% at a certain temperature. Because when it gets hotter, it can hold more. Correct me if I'm wrong here. I'm not a humidity expert. I live in Vancouver. All of the water just turns into rain. So it's like, why would you just not use the dew point where it's like, that's the correct explanation? See, I'm a humidity genius now. I've been in the Midwest for 2 weeks. Or I guess Montreal isn't the Midwest. I feel like Ontario, like Southern Ontario is the Midwest. Like culturally speaking, that's pretty much the same. Like London and Detroit are like right there. It's the same, you're on the Great Lakes. Found a conversion psychiatrist on Substack that was trying to convince his trans patients they were just non-binary. Wasn't that the thing? Wasn't Cass doing that? Of like, we need to explore their gender without medical intervention. Because like maybe they could just have a funky non-binary thing going on. Maybe I'm misremembering. But that they were porn addicts. That was a great one. To have this whole thing, like we looked at the review and there isn't enough evidence to justify these conclusions about, but also like this one doctor speculated that maybe it was because of porn, and so I'm gonna dedicate an entire page of the review. Porn addiction is a funny thing because like it could actually be some sort of psychological entity, but a vast majority of people who report to be porn addicts use it like, it's like 10 to 20 minutes a day, but they're just religious, so they feel bad when they jerk off. Which is not, a lot of people do feel like the people who are like that do feel very serious guilt about their porn tendencies. But like, there's no possible comparison for, let's say, gambling addiction, because that's a type of addiction in the DSM that doesn't relate to substance abuse. What bulb temperature? Because isn't that the one where people start dying, like a lot? Water can evaporate into the air. That's no good. 10 to 20 isn't. Well, exactly. Like, um, because they feel guilty because they're Maoist. That is true. That is. I guess that is like. What do you think the most popular like left wing, like far left political ideology is? I think maybe I answered my own question. For guys who are like that about porn addiction, it probably is Maoist or like Haas style. You know, like mega communist. Although that's barely even left wing. I think it probably is Maoist. Like you could be an ML. Yeah, ML makes sense. An ML who's like a social chauvinist and makes it's interesting. Like online MLs are so different than like party MLs because Marxist Leninists whose identity is being in like, especially in the West, it's like, you know, a basically dead party run by boomers that was active in the Cold War. Um, like those people think like you're basically not a Marxist Leninist if you're not in a Marxist Leninist party. It's just like a whole different ecosystem than like Twitter MLs. And they also say Marxism, Leninism. Like it's not Marxist, it's Marxism. That's another like it's like a dialect difference. Um German Marxist Leninist Party of Deutschland. The Swingers Club for Old Folks, that's awesome. They saw that Marx quote about the bourgeois using, you know, like using each other's wives, and they're like, we're building productive forces. We have to go through capitalism first. That's like their way of being capitalist. What about revcoms? Revcoms are awesome. Um, I think I was walking on the seawall and there was a revcom poster in Vancouver, and it was like scratched out, obviously, because it said like communist. Then I remember I was in Montreal and I saw the exact same revcom poster and it was also like scratched out. Although it's funny because in Vancouver, that's because of, you know, people saw communists and they were like gross. Presumably in Montreal, because it was like the revcom poster was around other like far left political posters of like, one of them was like about organizing for rent increases. Another one was about like Gaza. And in the Montreal context, it was like a sectarian dislike, presumably. And I do think that's a beautiful distinction. And it is funny that in both cities the revcoms are despised. No, Avakian is the revcoms are the Avakianites. Yeah. Is there another one? That's the one that I was thinking of. My favorite is that like Hassan said that the revcoms were a cult, and then they tried to make this like cool, like appealing to Zoomers video. Become LaRoucheites. That is like the old school Christian ML sort of thing. Like Haas wishes that like the mega communists owe everything to LaRouche. Watched that on stream. I think I already watched it, didn't I? Oop. New series was Party Line LaRoucheism for 6 episodes. That would be such a good bit. It'd be cool, like doing a Bob Avakian thing. Um,
Crusty reformist. Why does he have the intellectual integrity of Alex Jones? Why is he doing the work of this system? Let's get into it.
I do love that everyone is like a Twitch streamer now. Like I think it's Hassan's fault. But like you have that show ran by like the gender swapped Ben Shapiro lady. That's like it has a shit ton of production in it, but but it looks like this.
When he's not playing video games and shilling for the left
Brett
wing of
Cooper,
the
yeah.
Democratic Party, you might
It's almost like it's like a online politics version of like amateur porn. You know, where it's like people like the aesthetic of it. So like high level production studios will presumably, I assume this is a thing, like try to make the aesthetic look
catch
amateurish
so-called socialists.
because it's like that's what everyone's used to.
Hassan Pike
It's like give me the Hassan. I want the Hassan. Do the thing Hassan is doing. That's what I'm used to.
attacking real revolutionaries and joining the chorus of haters, from the Daily Beast and the Intercept to the straight-up fascist Daily Caller and law enforcement
It's so I love the way he's speaking. He's like the Zoomers are gonna eat this shit up.
today in a smear campaign against Bob Avakian and the Revcoms. This dude literally spent 15 minutes regurgitating lies and slander about us that some random internet trolls put in the chat on his Twitch stream.
Yeah, I will say like it's this org, although it's mainly things like the PSL, for instance, who do just a really bad job online because like democratic centralism is not an especially effective way, especially based on like what the party line is. Like with the PSL with relation to like you know the like sexual abuse that was being covered up, they basically just told all the like young influencer people who were trying to promote to just like ignore it, to just deny it, and then like, you know, block people. And it just doesn't work very well. Like people want answers about that. It's actually like
Here's how it started.
The reality is, like, people feel this way.
But my favorite is that in the middle of this he will just quote Avakian.
Not initiate violence, and we oppose all violence against the people and among the people.
Like
Bob Avakian has something to say about that.
If you try to make the Democrats be what they are not and never will be.
like they're trying to defeat the cult allegations here. It looks like a fucking Bible verse, dude. Basics
will
3:12.
end up being more like what the Democrats actually are.
Like, what do you mean?
Bob Avakian. Basics 3:12.
And now we get to the icing on the cake.
Dr. Burgermaster, thank you. Sorry, it's very quiet compared to everything else. But yeah, it's great. And you can see why this has 1.5 thousand views. You read it like the Bible, the Gospel according to Bob.
I am gay.
Honeyham, thank you. Did you share that? Thank you, DJ Boo Boo New Year. Yes, I believe we already watched it. The lizard. I don't know. There's a new lizard meme. Did you guys see that?
Lizard, 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 lizard.
I don't know where it comes from, but I like it. That's what I have to say about it. Is it a Disney movie? Oh. Darn. That is the funny thing about Andor, because I do love Andor. It's good revolution slop. But it's like you can't be getting your politics from a Disney show. It was something someone mentioned on Twitter when I was making fun of a person for getting their politics from a Disney show, was like they mentioned that Andor is really good at raising class consciousness. I can't say I can't say that I got into an argument with them because I tend to just not want to do that. What is that the Ben Mora tweet about, like, whenever I see someone on Twitter who constantly gets into arguments, I just like assume they're Trisha Paytas. Like I feel like that's important. Um, but like, where in Andor is there any mention of class, of like this system of production? Like it's a liberal revolutionary show, right? Like it has a liberal, right? Like it does like, and again, it's like, it's it's fine. It's great. I like it. You are so beautiful. It makes me want to be better. Thank you. I like the idea that that's like it makes you want to be like a better person, like open doors for people. Yeah, no, there's the anti-slave labor pipe plot line. That's true. That is a mention of class. I don't know how much that relates to. I mean, I guess it relates for the sake of prisoners. That I guess that is the one answer. Is that slave labor is bad. But you could see it fits into a fundamentally liberal worldview, which is, not a surprise. But it's silly when people hype it up for more than it is. Are there multiple company town planets? The only thing I can think of is um the slave labor plotline in season 1. Maybe I'm forgetting something. First one is run by private security, but that's not really a company town. That's like the big empire is outsourcing their security apparatus to a private corporation. Like, it's not that everyone works for the corporation, though. It's that, like, the security... Mentions of strikes. I just think it's very vague. I don't actually think it does that much for contemporary class consciousness. But it almost feels silly to bring up when you think about it. But then you see what people talk about the show through Twitter, and it's like, well, I feel like I shouldn't yawn. Like I shouldn't put my hands over my head when I don't have like a. But it's very hot out. It's gonna be like an embarrassing temperature for me to say how hot it is. What? How hot is it today? It's 20. Oh no, it's 27 degrees. That's for the Americans. That's 80 degrees. That's 80 degrees. 0% humidity is like very hot for Vancouver. It's good. It's called living beside a big body of water. I love living beside the water. It feels very grounding. Like I lived on Lake Ontario. But Vancouver's better too because it's a big body of water, but it's protected by the wind because of Vancouver Island. I mean, not 0% humidity. I don't know what is a low humidity number? Like, what does it say the humidity? It's 55% humidity, which is very low. Actually, that's kind of high. It's very high for Vancouver, I think. This is as high as it gets. The dew point is 17. There you go. See, had I used the better. It's really not that bad. 34 in Ottawa? Yeah, I'm sure. Ontario's point, yeah, there's a lot of smoke, isn't there? in like the Midwest sort of Ontario area. Opinion on Vancouver's NBA team going to Memphis. When was that? Was that after I was born? Worst year of my life. I want an NBA team here so badly, dude. That's like my consumer thing. Like people can make. I'm incredibly disappointed finding out you're Canadian. It happens. It's 2001, worst year of my life. I was 3. I didn't even know. Yeah, it was. It's so fucked up too, because it's like the Memphis Grizzlies. Like, there's no grizzly bears in Memphis. I hope we get another team though. That would be so cool. I don't even want them to be good. I don't care. I want a bad, like, I'm fine to root for a bad team. I was rooting for the Canucks all my childhood. Do you know what I mean? No, I do. Okay, but Kings fan, would you prefer not having a team? Canucks were good before. Have we even? I feel like the Canucks haven't even won a Stanley Cup, haven't they? Also, fun fact: Stanley Park in Vancouver, the same Stanley, the Stanley Cup. Is every Canadian streamer a permutation of NL? It's very possible. It's very possible. They know how to riot, though. Yeah. Don't have a NBA team, but I'm enjoying watching that a lot more. Yeah, fair enough. I would take a WNBA team. But yeah, I hope that there's a Vancouver expansion. Although I don't know, our stadium kind of sucks, doesn't it? The like Rogers Stadium or whatever. What is the sports stadium? I don't know if it's equipped for NBA. Let me see this. Rogers Arena is kind of not good. Maybe they'd have to make a new stadium. I don't know where the fuck they'd put it.
Okay, you're 2 inches into Trump and Biden's 2 inches into you. Are you moving forward or backwards? Don't tell me to shut up. Just answer the question.
Does this imply that both me and Biden have 2-inch penises? Or Trump? Wait, who's inside you in this?
Forward or backwards? Into Trump and Biden's 2 inches into you.
Yeah, this is a question. This is my question back. It's just how far in you are. I see. It's a good question. Did you see someone ask that to Charlie Kirk? And he was like, "Is that your question?" He was like, "That's my question." He was yelling. Someone pull that up. Because in that one, it was 5 inches. Two inches is pretty normal, above average. That's true. That's a good point. Update the Biden count to 2. That's what the Biden count's really about. Travis 12 inches into you and you're 1 inch into Biden. Which way are you going? What's my choice? I'd have to think about that. What does chat say though? That's what I want to know. Can I pull this? Go Biden, Trump. So do you go 1 minute? Let's get the poll going. Let's see. Do you go? It's into Trump or you back into Biden forward into Trump or back into Biden. Yeah, we're getting a lot of bottoms for Biden in the chat. If I understand correctly, the demographic of the stream is broadly 75% cisgender man and 25% transgender woman. So this is very revealing about the, because I know what the trans women are picking. Hashtag bottoms for Biden. But it's very revealing about the rest of it's Biden. That was actually the election. Now, what do we think if that was the actual question on the ballot and, last year? Would the results have been different? It's hard, it makes you think, because that was more for Biden than he would have gotten. Trans women are picking Trump. I forgot some trans women are tops. That's true. Maybe it's more Trump. It's hard to say. Picked Biden because you're an ally. Thank you. What do you think the country would have done if Biden and Trump had sex during the debates? I know what the fetishes would have done. That's all that really matters to me. AGP, new AGP versus HSTS. Yeah, that does honestly read like a question that like Blanchard would use in one of his like, are you AGP or not screeners for trans women. We went over this on the Chapo, Spencer and I, as well as the QAA episode we did. But his like modified like androphilia gynophilia quiz to see who's attracted to women versus men for trans women. My favorite is the one where he's like, when you go out to dance, do you mainly dance to impress women, mainly dance to impress men? You don't go out dancing, or do you go out to bust some sick moves? And like busting sick moves was like almost as gay as going out to dance to impress men. And then the other one that we brought up was the if you have sexual fantasies about men, is it them fucking you in the ass, B having sex with your thighs, and apparently the women who were fantasizing about getting fucked in the ass, that was AGP. That means you're attracted to women. Whereas the thighs, that's the real HSTS, like attracted to men. That's the true HSTS. Is wanting to get thigh fucked. Which like I was thinking about how that could possibly be the case. But it's really clear that like he was modifying these results to fit a preconceived conclusion, which is that there are two types of trans women and you can point them out. So it's like, well, this person who I've already selected as AGP said that she wants a man to have sex with her penetratively. So clearly that actually means that she's attracted, that option means you're attracted to men or attracted to women. Aren't AGP themselves, HCS themselves AGP? No, because they've never cross-dressed as the idea. I mean, it is silly. It does kind of betray a lack of an understanding of human sexuality. I guess specifically female sexuality, but it's ironic because those guys will always say like, you can't understand female sexuality. It's hard to, which is like, no kidding, man. I'm sure that you can't. Like, But no, the idea is with it's not really explained that well. HSDS because they don't really care. They're like they're the valid ones or the more valid ones. It's fine. The idea is it's like a gay man because they think that homosexuality is a natal characteristic. You're born with it. Who just had like something who's especially feminine and just like something went wrong. Which made them like think like, oh, because I'm attracted to masculine men, it means I have to be a girl to get those masculine men's approval. Like that's kind of just the idea. So it has nothing to do with like being aroused at being a woman. It's just like, this is what I gotta do. Anyway, sexual trans women, they're also AGP, unfortunately. You can't escape. Something went wrong makes it sounds like in superpowers, yeah. Yeah, everyone except the traditional sort of image of straight trans women get into the AGP. It is, I mean, critiqued for multiple reasons, one of which is that it's not really falsifiable. Wallertron, thank you.
Live, laugh, love, Jaeger forever.
Yeah, exactly. They're still looking for the AGP gene. I mean, they're still looking for the gay gene. You would think if they didn't find the gay gene by now, that they'd have given up. But they're still looking. And not only are they looking, they're still operating under the assumption that it exists, which is cool. They're on gay prenatal. Yes, that is another one. Actually, no, you're right. A lot of them, it's still a natal thing, but it's like it's a prenatal hormone that comes about more often because of the fact that you've had older brothers or something. But it's remained what it literally has been for like not a century, maybe a bit more than half a century, which is like speculative of like maybe it's this, and then they just haven't found anything conclusive. Because as it turns out, you just can't. It just doesn't work. It's just people are more human sexuality is more complicated than that. That's my favorite. Yeah, Richard Dawkins' book is The Gay Gene. Howard's is awesome, dude. I feel like people should view when they think of like the average, maybe not the average, because I don't want to like slander people who are probably some who I assume are good people, etc., etc. But like Will Powers really is like platonic ideal of, not to say that, of like trans clinician, which is that like his overall regimen like is like the basic idea of it seems to be good, but then like he has a lot of weird ideas, and he continues to do this thing where like he will be wrong about something and trans women will correct him, and he's like, I need to sue these women. I need to sue them. Was it a lawsuit? He was trying to like get some critique of him by like actual trans, like transsexual. Because I say when you say trans clinicians, it's like a clinician who studies trans stuff, but like a trans, clinician, he was like trying to get them removed, trying to get their critique removed. And he says some like insane shit, like because he just has like his subreddit that where he posts his insane opinions. Chaser wrote I mean, that's a lot of them, right? Especially like if you look at the early history of transsexual science, it's like, who else is getting into this other than someone who's like, I want to study these strange little freaks that like do something to me. I'm not gonna unpack what they're doing to me. Like there's something they're doing to, like, that's making me interested in this. Female powers that you should give trans women testosterone guy? Surely not. I don't know what the context is, because that doesn't seem like he's like an insane crank who clearly has a patriarchal image of transgender women. The chaser gene is real. I don't think it's real, but I do think chaser face is real, in the same way that like it's not exactly gay face. Like it's different. It's a different face, but it is a face where you can see it, and I'm like, yeah, I know that guy's into it. I don't know if that study is actually real. That if people can guess whether someone is gay with a better than 50% or better than blind guess average. The word is not coming to me right now. An example of chaser face. Hold on. There was one video I was watching of a guy who was talking about having a sex addiction. And I was like, I bet this guy's into trans women. There's that channel about like people who, it's like a long interview with someone. It's like controversial and sometimes it's someone who's done something bad. I remember I found it because I was doing the perverse episode about people with diaper fetishes, and it was a guy who was talking about his diaper fetish. Is it soft white underbelly? Yes, it is. It is that one. And let me find it. Let me find the guy. You'll see it. You'll see it when I click on it. Where is it? Yes.
Someone again and then remarried later on.
Like, come on, right?
So what do you think was behind your dad's suicide?
Like, this is like an absurd example. Like, it's like so...
To drugs and Molly and...
Do you know what I mean? Do you understand what I mean, though? Like, I can't actually tell you what it is, but it's like, that's so clearly... It might not even be the face. It could be a lot of the vibes or whatever. And those are the men that you stay away from, by the way. To be clear, those are the men you stay away from. Will Powers has a recipe for estrogen face cream for anti-aging. That does actually sound cool. It is honestly probably a personal styling thing. It's a I go with my gut sort of thing. It is interesting how like effective going with your gut is. It's like a skill I've had to develop. Ever been on a stream with this on? Maybe. Did we play Call of Duty once? Back when Warzone was a thing? Because I was playing a lot with Will. I think so. But not especially a lot. One trans woman versus 20 chasers. Live egg our Twitch chat. Do you live egg our Twitch chat? Sorry. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. That was a joke. That was just a joke. I'm kidding. Sorry. I was on for election analysis. I think I was on Will's stream when Hassan raided, maybe? I don't know. It's hard to say. That was a while ago. That was 2020 election. That was a while ago. Should go on? I would love to go on. 5 years ago, throwback. I've been streaming for so long. I kind of resent that it's a skill that I'm like not bad at now. Because I have done it a lot. Yeah, throwback. What is an actually good, like, insane Jubilee idea? Because all of the Jubilee ideas are evil. Sometimes you put two people in a room and it's like they're insane people, but it's like it doesn't feel problematic. How long have I been? I think it's been 7 years? 6 years? Yeah, it's been a bit more than 6 years. Maybe 6.5 years? Early 2019. Yes, 20 Zionists versus 1 Black Israelite is a funny one. That one is 100 men versus 1 gorilla. Were there people who were genuinely like 1 gay son versus 20 thought daughters? There were guys who were genuinely like, yeah, like 100 people like me could kill a gorilla or whatever. I can't say I think that's true. I just don't think there's anything that can be done. I guess biting, but it's like, do those 100 men have that dog in them, right? Like if it was like 100 zombies versus a gorilla, you know what I mean? Like 100 who have no capacity for fear or desire to continue living. Then sure. But I think human beings have gorillas run away from non-human. Well, I mean that's whenever people try to do the like, you know, power scaling with different animals of like, could a lion beat a tiger or whatever, and it's like usually if that encounter happens, they just stay the fuck away from each other because it's just a waste. It's a new animal they don't understand, and it would be a waste of resources. Meaning, you know, their self. As it turns out, big mammals are also very intelligent, like us, and are like, I don't want to just fight that guy for no reason. Gorillas do have fear as well. That's a good point. Are leopards bigger than tigers? No way. I guess it depends on a tiger. No, tigers are like the biggest cat. If we're doing power scaling. If we have to. That was a fucked up thing I didn't realize as a kid. Tigers way bigger than lions. Like a Bengal tiger is bigger than all of the lions that exist today. Lions are kind of tiny. They're kind of washed, honestly. Why are the tigers not like the king of the jungle or whatever? Maybe they are. Maybe I'm saying something that they are. No, I guess of the jungle they are. That is what they are. No, it is the lion. What the fuck? No, it should be the tiger. Actually. Because I know, like, there are way more man-eater tigers than there are lions. Yeah, that's why I thought I was wrong, because it's like lions aren't even in the jungle. What the fuck? It's like surely it would be a tiger. That was like there was a I don't know if it's still going. There used to be a zoo in like Abbotsford maybe. My like parents took me there as a kid and I had like nature documentary autism and I was like the lion shouldn't be there. It doesn't make sense. That's not the biome that a lion is in. Lion's a better PR game. That's true. What's going on with that? Polar bear is actually I guess I don't know. But this is just the Joe Rogan podcast now, but woke. Um Are polar bears heavier than like Bengal tiger? They probably are. Weight of a Bengal tiger is like up to 260 kilograms. Oh yeah. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, it's not even close. Okay. Because polar bears are man eaters. They don't care. Fun fact about polar bears: their Latin name translates to sea bear, which is a much better conceptualization of them because they are like a semi-aquatic animal. Are they semi-aquatic? No, they are. They're semi-aquatic. They're one of the only like big mammals that eats like a vast majority of what they eat is just meat. Which hence why they see humans as prey. Like grizzly bears don't see humans as prey. If they overwhelmingly, unless they're like very, very hungry, if they attack a human, it's because of self-defense, self-preservation instinct. I still gotta watch this hair. Yes, I guess lions were native to Europe. What is it called? They have a cool name. The North African lions. Is it Barbary lion or something? Yeah. That makes sense though. I guess that is why. Is there a lot of Roman iconography? One thing I want to know is, did there used to be lions in Westeros? Because like, what is the idea? Like the Lannisters have lions as their which I presume is like a copy of some sort of Roman iconography. Westeros isn't real. That's what you think. Like, were they just in the Westerlands? Or are they just like copying their swag from? I'll put it on follow mode again. I feel like Dorne could have. It's real to me. Did Iran have lions? I think so. Yeah. The lion is the national animal of England. See, that's fucked up. That's like that's jacking someone else's swag. We need to talk more about the fact that like making your iconography lions is just basically the medieval equivalent of like drawing yourself as like the Chad Bojack. There were cave lions in England, but not contemporary ones. So they're just jacking. I guess I didn't realize that was a lion. That's so funny that this is a lion. I feel like I've spent so many hours in Paradox games staring at this, and I didn't process that it's a lion. Oh yeah, eagle's a more goated iconography. What I think it was, I honestly I can't say that I processed it at all. I can't say that I was thinking at all about what it was. Is there a lion dick? Surely that's not actually supposed to be a penis. I know exactly what you mean, but like surely that's not the case. That's a penis? Sheath? Okay, let's not get into the furry iconography here. Assad meant the lion? Is that true? Because I know that people give him that nickname, or gave him that nickname because he's washed. It's extremely common for male animals to have erections and coats of arms. That's awesome. That's hilarious. It's there to show that they're guys. I feel like that comes out of like that must have been a thing of like the enemy being like, do you guys hear England made their iconography a girl lion? And they're like, no, it's not true. It's not a girl. We're not girls. We're guys. It's a like guy lion, and he's got a big hard penis. Actually, would a girl lion have a hard penis? What is the Czech coat of arms? I don't know. Fun fact: my family has a coat of arms. I will not show you it because that would be. Oh yeah, because it's got like the eagle. That is a penis. That is a penis. Yeah, no, that is. Because you got like is this Habsburg, like Austrian sort of, and then you do have the penis. You do have the line with the penis, yeah. Bougie coded? I don't think it's bougie coded. It's just Serbian. It's like it's feudal coded. I can't say it was like the close members of my family. The lion's Bohemia, interesting. But like the last name. My family was bougie in Serbia, in Yugoslavia, but then the communists took power and took their factory and all their property, and Tito was a lion for doing it. It's like the meme about Saddam, where it's like, you know, Iraqis will be like, I don't care that he killed your family. He was a lion. That's how I feel about the my own Tito and my own family. But they weren't nobility. They were members of like because it's like, yeah, they're members of like the like newly created professional class, the group of people who like knew how to read, which was maybe a fifth of the population in that part of Yugoslavia. Every excuse, thank you.
I am gay.
And then Tito took it all and then taught everyone how to read. And I don't see any penises on the Silesian one. Maybe Lower Silesia. You know what's fucked up? So many geographical areas do this, where it'll be like, you know, Lower Canada, And then it's to the north. The lower Nile. You know, it's like, no, it needs to be based on south and then north. It means they came from Voivod. They did from the Crimea. Ramming Zeta's gonna dox me through knowledge of Serbia. I shouldn't tell you where my family's from. Lion with a mane but no penis. My grandfather's clan is from Benya. Is that's also Ukraine? Ukraine. There you go. That's cool. I guess most of the Serbs are no longer there because of the 90s, right? Because of all that. Yeah. All the stuff that went on there. I believe my family had some sort of property there or in Croatia, but no longer.
A brown bear?
Cube's here. Thank you for the prime. You know, all that stuff that we don't have to. It feels silly as the Serbs would be like, oh, all that. Anyways, let's not. Sometimes on Twitter I joke about Yugoslavia, and then people say I'm doing genocide apologia because I'm Serbian. So I've stopped doing that. So I don't want people to think that I'm actually a Serbian nationalist. That is like a funny thing. Like, I should just do like the Dua Lipa thing. Do you think Dua Lipa is still like an Albanian nationalist? Because like a couple years ago, she posted that image of Greater Albania. Which was awesome. Hold on, let me find it. Otad. I assume that just means indigenous. I wouldn't have another place. Indigenous rather than descended from migrants or colonists. And then it's just like the most absurdly large map of Albania. Like this map of this territory is like not majority ethnic Albanian. Like it's like there's so much like she's too tall to be Shiftar, she's cryptos. That's a truth, Nick. But it's so funny because she's not like she's not especially particularly right wing. It's just like you're like a diaspora, and then all your understanding of your homeland comes from, in Dua Lipa's case, probably like a very nationalistic family. It's like she's not looking online, like she's not doing any reading outside of it. It's just a funny dynamic you get of like the diaspora in general. Of like you see this with like Hindutva, like Indian people, where it'll be like a lady on a campus who comes from a very nationalistic Indian family, but has like kind of left liberal social values, but it is also like all these people are like doing racism against my country by saying that Modi is bad. Like the Hindutva organizing on campuses is like as like prevalent as like Israeli. Like they've got that shit on lockdown. Chicago Serbian diaspora is frozen Chetnik politics. Oh, I'm sure it is. When I went to Chicago, some people were like likely place for a Serb to be. But yeah, it makes sense. It makes it that is usually the case with I mean, that is kind of, which people in the global south get heated if you criticize them for having steroids. That is like the Marxist critique of post-colonial thought, or at least post-colonial issue with Marxism. Is it's like, of course you're saying that. You're like the scholars that are broadly sourced from the like incredibly privileged portion of global south, ex-global south society. It's complicated, obviously. Hold on, I'm gonna get some chips because I'm kind of hungry. I lied. I lied, Chad. I forgot that I got a baguette today at the bakery, and I spread some Boursin cheese on it, and I forgot to eat all of it. So I'm gonna eat that instead. Will you apologize for being one of the Lollapalooza's Chicago tourists? I will never apologize for being a tourist in America. Baguette with Brie is another good one. The boycott? Wait, sorry, what are we boycotting? Are we boycotting Chicago? I would be fine with that. Actually, no, I'm just kidding. I do like Chicago. Oh, spending money on the news, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna be honest. That one I'm not sympathetic to. I don't think the Canadian national bourgeois class is any better than here. I don't care. Assange put his mouth on the bean. That man is a fucking freak, dude. Yeah, you need to support Loblaws, the people who are like price fixing. Like that's actually politics. No, I don't care. I did not try a Chicago hot dog because I like ketchup in my hot dogs. But Deep Dish Pizza was really good. I enjoyed it. I like the sauce. That's a big part of pizza for me is the sauce. And it's more sauce. And to me that's good. That's good. Um What is a Chicago dog? I can't say that I know. Canadians you were talking to were talking about killing the Yankee, like they were recording a clip for Hoochie Radio. Is that short-lived? No, Canadians still all hate Americans. That's gonna be a thing for a long time. Oh, it's putting pickle? I honestly, maybe this is like, I guess, as I said before with my demographics, a quarter of you are gonna hate me for this, but I don't like pickles. I just don't like them. I think cucumbers are beautiful, and I think pickling them ruins them. I can't say that I would enjoy a pickle on a hot dog. I think that's a terrible idea. It's awful. It's no good at all. Um, all fermented pickle. Banana peppers. She asked for no pickles. Banana peppers are fine. What other? I guess I like kimchi. I can go for kimchi. But that's like fermented, what, cabbage usually? I guess it's the same thing. Why is pickles... Why do they have privilege over other fermented vegetables? What's going on there? Another example of me just asking chat to Google things for me. Why is pickles? What else are we talking about? I'm unmedicated today. If you real sub, you're eating fermented cabbage by the barrel during the winter. I'm Anglo-Saxon washed. Although I don't know if it's like, I guess kimchi is fermented cabbage, so I feel like I could go for that. I feel like I'm rocking with that. Um, what is it? Dan is still doing it. This is like a Twin Peaks Leland situation. I do love the idea that like Dan is making fun of slop content, but like I love the idea that it goes viral because it like is functionally slop content. Like because slop content doesn't have a brain to it anyways. So it's like that's your next step in white woman life, is adopting another food's culture. I grew up in Vancouver. I feel like I've already done that. Like one of my favorite alcoholic drinks is green tea choya. It's like a plum wine green tea thing that they sell at LCBO. So I think I'm already done that. This is awesome. I saw this. That sounds neat. It's great. It's like 12% and you can't really taste it. What's the BC equivalent of the LCBO? Oh, was that LCBO is Ontario, right? What is ours?
Andrew Cuomo resigned in disgrace, and you probably know why.
The governor's office kept the nursing home death data.
I guess it is plum wine. I guess that is a Serb. That is a Serb thing. I'm doing.
Cuomo aggressively groped and aid inappropriately touched a female.
The BC liquor store.
State resources for a COVID-19 memoir.
Less well known is what he spent the last 4 years doing, besides getting trapped.
I like that they're getting messy. Because Cuomo just shouldn't be in the race, right? It's like, it's the epigenetic desire to consume plum-related alcohol.
In the Democratic primary. In 2022, Cuomo started Innovation Strategies LLC.
Like, Cuomo shouldn't be in the race. Like, he's just embarrassing himself. Like, it's not happening. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not...
I'm gay.
Anonymous, thank you for the gift for Zoran.
To represent individuals and corporations in a variety of matters. Definitely not vague. Last year, it raked in more than $500,000. Who paid for Cuomo's services? He refuses to say. But what journalists have been able to piece together is troubling. In April, Bloomberg revealed that Cuomo advised a cryptocurrency exchange based in the Seychelles as it faced federal investigations. Then in May, Politico reported that Cuomo failed to disclose $2.6 million in stock options to the New York City Conflicts of Interest Board. His excuse? The stocks were technically owned by Innovation Strategies LLC, of which he's the sole proprietor. Finally, in June, the New York Times uncovered that Cuomo had worked with his longtime friend Andrew Farkas on a luxury marina project in Puerto Rico.
Sorry.
Farkas' previous partner on luxury marinas in the Caribbean, Jeffrey Epstein. We had a finance chair like none other, Andrew Farkas. That's the thing about Andrew.
I'll change my volume
Once you
mixer.
think you
Hold
found
on.
out about all of his scandals, you find out about another, and then another, and then probably another. But if my friend, the disgraced former governor of the state of New York, feels that's unfair, Habibi, release your client list.
Habibi, release your client list. That's very funny. Yeah, what did Cuomo? Cuomo tried to like criticize him for being in a rent-controlled apartment, because like he wasn't like in rent precarity or whatever. It doesn't seem to have worked. Because it's silly though, because he's much wealthier. But someone said, too much money in the war chest not to run. I guess that makes sense. Is it not rent controlled? Oh, okay. What's the controversy? I thought it was less, or it's less expensive. It's rent stabilized. Is that different? Rent control is you can't increase it. Oh, how much it goes up a year is capped. Oh, that's very silly. Yeah, I can't imagine. I saw this because I looked on my timeline and one of my friends private, he quote tweeted this saying, "Need a man to do whatever this is to me." Which fair enough. It is funny that like progressives have gotten like their first like good politician in America in like a decade, and he can't run for president because he's not born in America. It's kind of an insane rule. Like most countries don't have that rule, right? Like you can be born elsewhere. It's centered around citizenship. It's just that's what's difficult to get, and then if you can get citizenship, you can run. Sharon pays 20% of his income in rent. Yeah, I can't possibly imagine how you would manufacture that into a controversy. They need to just stick to all his like old tweets where he's like, "I do want to abolish the means of production." That is the thing about Saran, is that he clearly is just hiding his power level. The problem is just that, like, leftists have been trying to do that for, like, more than a century. And as it turns out, it doesn't work. It doesn't tend to work very well. Like, I guarantee you that AOC was doing that for a while. But, you know, he's not doing a very good job at hiding it. That is true. He's doing a much less, which probably shows his power level is different than someone like AOC's. But, like, did you guys see that the trans lady who's doing really good, like, flick shots in Battlefield 6, and then everyone was like, "You're a troon and also cheating." That lady has me blocked, I think, but I still support her anyways. She got banned because people were false reporting her. Ultra, yeah, hey Trisha.
I am gay.
Thank you for the 4 months. And it is just cool that Twitch will openly broadcast that, like, they don't, like, there isn't enough, the lights are not on enough at the Twitch studios for them to give a shit about protecting trans women from harassment. My reaction to this clip, which is just that I feel like an unk. Because, like, Zoomers are doing some crazy shit with...
That was so long ago.
Zoomers are doing some crazy shit with the...
Oh my god, what the fuck? That was nuts!
Like, back in my day... Is this different now? As a teenager, I remember the meta for... like CSGO pros is that they had really low sensitivity. And like really, really big, like absurdly large mouse pads. And they were just like, but it's different now, right? Different games? Is that still the case in CSGO? It's still like that. That's interesting. I wonder why that is. What are the games that have, is this like Warzone? The strategy is like you have really sensitive? Why is that difference? But yeah, I don't know, like, I can't play shooter games now, because if someone did this to me, I would just, like, parody satire in a video game myself. Like, I couldn't... I can't take people... This is the evidence they have that she's cheating. Which is very silly. Different time to kill, I guess. That makes sense. It's flicking versus tracking. I see. Die slower is more accurate, but can't you? I guess it's easier. I am a Zoomer, but I'm just like a 27-year-old Zoomer. Because it's the time thing is different, because like I was playing Modern Warfare 2, which is like an unk game. But it's like, you know, I was like 12 or whatever when it came out. Last good COD game? It's entirely possible. That is my real unk take about Battlefield, is that it shouldn't look like Call of Duty, like it should be slow. And my younger sister made fun of me for that. Or she didn't make fun of me. I said that was what older people are saying. And she thought that was very funny. I feel like that's the point. It's like a milsim. I think the time of those shooters existing. Yeah, it's like I should just play Tarkov. I guess. Because the movement stuff in this game, it feels like Warzone. This looks like Warzone to me. Maybe it's better. I don't know. Maybe it's better. I guess this is just Battlefield adopting to the Warzone meta. which is like they're probably decreasing time to kill and increasing mobility. Because this looks like Call of Duty to me. It doesn't look like Battlefield. But I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. This is an open beta this weekend. I have a 2070 Super. Is my computer just gonna like kill itself if I play this? I also have an UNC computer. Unfortunately, I need to upgrade my graphics card. I was gonna upgrade it recently because it's like I can afford to. I just moved, which was very expensive. I moved cities as well. It's very low and spec friendly. Oh, really? I heard it wasn't. So I guess I was wrong. I'll play it then. Do I have to buy the game first, or is it just open beta? Maybe I don't want to. Again, because it's like if some Zoomer, like Zoomer with like insane sensitivity and the smallest mouse pad in the world, just like starts hitting this on me. Like I was never good at aiming. Like that was never the thing that I was. I was good on a controller a little bit, but never on like mouse. It's like the skill cap is insane. Yeah, Zillennials we already have UNC status. You can be a tactical gamer, but it feels like maybe Battlefield still allows for that. Like I was really good at free for all in Modern Warfare 2 because I knew how to run the map properly. There's an area that you patrol and move around, and you get the drop on people. And I mean, also it's not ranked based matchmaking, so if you play the game a lot, you'll be better than most of the people. What is the Zillennial cutoff? I feel like maybe 2001 or 2, you're not a Zillennial anymore. Maybe 2003. Like I'm 98. That's because millennial to me is like you remember 9/11. Like I don't remember 9/11. '98 is UNC status, unfortunately. Um, what was I gonna say? Apparently, it did have a psychic effect on me though, because I was like watching it as like a 3-year-old on the screen. You know, it was on. It was just they played it over and over again on the TV, and apparently, like I took a flight, like when I was like 5, and I asked my mom, like, is it normal for planes to blow up out of the sky? So it probably did have like I don't want to psychoanalyze myself too much, which is the biggest lie ever, but I did have like crippling flight anxiety for a while. It's like, what are the odds that it was because of that? What are the odds? There was something buried in me psychically. UNC is being alive when Yugoslavia existed. I feel like Yugoslavia was abolished like surprisingly late. Like when it was just like Montenegro and Serbia, it was still Yugoslavia. Like they didn't officially abolish it for a while, didn't they? Am I wrong? It's like, yeah, 2006 or whatever. Um After Montenegro secession, yeah. Yugoslavia was the Ukraine of the 80s. I feel like, or 90s. I feel like it's not quite the same. I feel like more people have died. Actually, I wonder which more people have died through casualties. Is it 1 million casualties in Russian invasion? Yeah, it's more. It's got to be more in Ukraine. Because it's like two modern armies. It's just much more. Yeah, it's like a magnitude larger. In concept, I feel like it's different though. I mean, I guess you get like a bit of an Eastern secession thing in Ukraine, but it is broadly just one power being like, I want. Remember that was a surprisingly large like myth that a lot of even like leftists believed. I feel like I had a vague before like I looked that much at the like conflict. I mean, it was still very escalated since like Crimea. Was this idea of like, oh well, you know, a lot of Eastern Ukraine people speak Russian and like they're basically Russian, and like see themselves in that way, which was a very silly thing to think because being able to speak a language is very different than having a national identity. You guys see that discussion on Twitter? The guys who were like, nationalism has existed for thousands of years. Like they used Gaul as an example of like, you know, nation states existing because all the Gallic tribes banded together. Tankuma, thank you. It's crazy how stupid people are. Renamed itself the state of Serbia and Montenegro in 2003. National identity in Yugoslavia and Ukraine are constantly in flux. That's true. I do love the people who identified as Yugoslav, like had the Yugoslav as their national identity. I would assume, actually, I wonder what the political affiliation. I would assume people who say Yugoslav are more left wing.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Anonymous. Thank you for to T-Pain. Wow. My eating is cool. I'm glad you like it. Unless it's for like a weird reason, in which case I'm not glad that you like it. It's mainly communist. Yeah, that makes sense. Did I have a Yugoslav phase? I feel like how I identify. We need T-Pain in here. I agree, Anonymous. It has no consequence for my actual life. So it doesn't feel like an identity that matters. Like I could be like, yeah, I'm from Yugoslav heritage. I guess I do say that sometimes, but it doesn't mean anything. Like if I lived in like, you know, Bosnian Republika Srpska or whatever, it would probably have a lot more consequence. It almost reminds me, I mean, it's a completely different dynamic. But the national identities in Britain, there's like a map of it, of like, what is your identity? And for the most part, it's like in England, it's English. In Wales, it's Welsh. In Scotland, it's Scottish. And then British is concentrated in London and Northern Ireland. Because like, I know a lot of it in London, it's like immigrants who have no ethnic connection to like the notion of England, but are like have a connection to the institution or relate their identity to the institution of the state itself. And then Northern Ireland, it's like, yeah, our identity is that we're the British people who came and settled here. So it's two completely different reasons for. I don't believe in Lysenkoism except for the Balkans. It'll come out that it's true. That is true. I've learned. Although it is interesting to have like connection to the country, like a filtered through like not that many people, because it's hard to tell whether a thing is like just my grandparents being insane, or whether it's like that's a Serbian thing. Scouts on English is a cool one. They should succeed. What about Cornish? I want to see. It's probably. I don't think that there are that many Cornish people who speak the language. That's a language group that really fell off. Is like Celtic. It's probably both. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Where it's like I don't is the like constant desire is the constant paranoia and disaster and desire to catastrophize, are they just insane, or is it, and it's like it's probably a bit of both. What was I gonna say? Because they were the ones that left. I feel like that must filter in some way. Oh, national identity map, Britain. No, this national self-identity map. I don't think I can find. Maybe it's this. I think I found it. This is too zoomed out. This is cool. Like the British is the purple. You can see it's concentrated like Northern Ireland. And then I guess it's only majority. So yeah, I assume that the people that Greg here is like some people who say they're British instead of Welsh. In Scottish, it's like, no, we're Scottish. Lots of English in Wales. I guess that's probably true. Right, that makes sense. The Scottish are funny in the sense like it's the group of people who are like, like, look, we were also terrorized. They look over at like Ireland, that is a population that's lower than it was like 200 years ago because of the horrific famine. And they're like, they were also pretty rude to us too. Like, if you really think about it, we were the first victims and then you were the second. And it's like, no, you weren't. No, you weren't. Shut up, bro. You were orchestrating that. You were not. You were doing fine. Difference between the lowlands and the highlands. Although, like the nobility in the lowlands were also being evil to the people in the highlands. It's like you see like a lowland cultural political dominance, and then they assimilate, and then they're like, "Hey, listen, it was pretty hard for us too." It's oftentimes hard to draw that distinction, especially in like the early modern period. between like political domination of unintegrated area and ethnic cultural assimilation. The categories are less straightforward. Yeah, the Gaelic really fell off because they used to be like all of Western Europe. Or Celtic, sorry, not Gaelic. Well, like even Anatolia too. Like what were they doing there? They fell off though. That's got to be the biggest like linguistic fall off since like pre-Indo-European, whatever was going on, because we don't know, because they've just been completely erased. Minus Basque, I guess. I feel like Latin didn't fall off. It just changed. It just changed. It's like the bird dinosaur situation. Like, you know, sure, like Latin itself dominating that area, it's more impressive than just Romance languages. In the same way that's like, you know, dinosaurs, a T-Rex is a little bit more impressive than like a swan. But there's still like, is it tens of thousands of bird species? One of the largest. One of the largest animal groups in terms of diversity. They're still cooking. That's what people don't understand. When everyone is like, oh, you know, the ravens are going to take over after humans. What do you think that is? What do you think is happening? We're back to the land of the dinosaurs. They never left. Makes you think. The area being shown as material culture. Right. Which is to say there was a presence there as opposed to like Celtic group. How different is that in terms of our understanding of Indo-European dominance or something like that? As in like this doesn't imply that every or a vast majority of people in this area were speaking a language of the Celtic family. It instead implies that there was a Celtic presence. Is that the distinction? Celtic was no. I know. I mean, like, isn't that how we understand the archaeological record of like Indo-European dominance throughout Europe is like change in material culture? Like this different group called that spoke an Indo-European language is now practicing. I don't. Oh, did you hear that? Sorry, I hit my thing on the plate. It made a loud noise. I don't know that much archaeology. I do think it's important to understand a certain area like fairly well. At least something at some point. You're like, I understand the literature on this, so that you can know what it means to understand something. So that when you're like, I read 3 books on this subject, you can know that you don't really understand it too much. It's good to be humble, which isn't even, it's not that hard to understand a subject that much. You just need a special interest in it. The Celts in southern England may have used the same broad tools pottery as the Celts of northern Italy. Right. Material culture is more flexible unless you're talking about ritual objects. Material culture is shared across polities. Oh, certainly. But it's the polities in this sense just means like it's not like I know it's not like a unified country. I mean, it's like a group of people who share a similar language family. Maybe have a similar origin point. They've all migrated into various area, but like they speak the same language family. I know it's not like the same state. Is that what you mean? What was my question? I can't remember what my question is either. Oh, does material culture mean that like that area is dominated by a language or a language group? Like does this map imply that a majority of the people in this area at this time spoke a Celtic language? I guess, yeah, it just means that they're in the area. And then material culture is not the same as language group. Okay, fair enough. I guess my understanding of this has been mystified by these sort of charts where things generally don't overlap. Anyway. I have less to talk about today because I'm not on my Vyvanse because it was making me anxious for no reason. That is a cool thing when you've collected like a lot of physiological stress and your body's like, we're just going to find things to catastrophize about. Like, what's going wrong in your life? It's like, not much. It's like we're finding something. What was it recently? It was that I wasn't setting up my... It is an OCD moment. I feel like I'm somewhat symptomatic of OCD. It's probably not at a diagnosable level. I set up my my furniture. I can show you this photo, I think. This is a normal photo to show you of my apartment. There's nothing bad in this. By bad, I mean just like revealing of where I live. I don't think so. I think it's fine. I set up, but it was a lot. It was IKEA furniture. Is it according to Feng Shui? It's hard to say. It's like a good kind of living room area. There's like shelves here as well for cooking stuff. And then my kitchen's right here. And there's like enough space. I like the island and it's connected to the circular thing. I think that's a nice... I'm quite fond of the island. And I want it to be kind of generic colors. Like it kind of works with the apartment, but it's also not... It's like it works in a lot of general apartments. Good feng shui to see the door from eating area. Okay. Okay, let's go. It's like what is the Northern Lion bit where he's like, I feel like I'm 15% Chinese. Just like like someone screwed up something somewhere and they didn't keep track of it. Is it 10%? I'm sorry, I apologize. But yeah, it's good. It's generic enough because it's not like, I mean, I don't know. I like my current apartment. I do think the rent is going down in Vancouver though. Like it's a buyer's market again. And so in a year, if the prices have continued to decrease, I'm gonna like, and I can't get I'm just gonna find a better price. So it's like I want to settle down around here, but maybe not. We'll see. Is there a bid on male living space? They share what percentage gay they are. Rents go down. It's like are you referencing that video? It do go down. It's a buyer's market again. I was looking. It is actually remarkable how fucking like ungrateful rental managers have like become or are in Vancouver. Because like it's now a situation where like I saw a couple places, and a lot of the places like not only do they suck, like the place is just like, this is unappealing and you haven't even tried to like, you need to do renovations on this before the next person. But like the rental manager, I'm like, hey, like does this place have like, what is the internet options? How is the sound? And they're like, I don't know. I don't fucking know. Like what is it's like, you're going to be my intermediary? Is like, you're not even willing to get like find this question for me. The first place I went to, which is still my favorite, but I waited too long to like try to reply because the lady really liked me. It was like a 2-bed in the West End for like a price that shouldn't be for a 2-bed in the West End, at least for like what I'm like familiar with. And I remember telling her like, oh yeah, I'm looking at a couple other places. I'll let you know by the end of the week. And she was like, I'm surprised people are doing this now. I feel like a couple years ago, everyone would just take, like, you would take something if you were provided it. Like that was the rental situation. But now there's this like tension between the rentier class who have like, you know, they capitalists do this thing where they're like, oh yay, things are so profitable right now that it must be the case that it'll be like this forever. We're just going to build a bunch of rental projects, you know, like high-end luxury housing, let's say, and assume that the prices are going to stay at, you know, 2022 COVID levels. And like people are refusing to buy at that level now, and the vacancy rate is increasing. So clearly I guess it's a question of like who cracks first. But it seems like the vacancy rate is going up still. Actually, I haven't seen the update for the last month, but I think I would be surprised if it wasn't the case still. Like they recently had, let me get a map of Vancouver for the people at home who've never watched a Northern Line stream before. This doesn't have my location on it, does it? I hope not. Oh no, it's got all my... I'll switch accounts. It's got all my... I'm keeping track of... Does this show the city? It does. And it doesn't show where I live. Oh, no, it does. Okay. Let's not show everyone where I live. Vancouver map. It's the very southern bit of Vancouver on Marine Drive. There was this like luxury apartment that opened, which is not an especially appealing place to live, relatively speaking. Here we go. And it was specifically opened for, it was somewhere on Marine Drive here. It's specifically open. This is like downtown. I believe, does NL lives in like Kitsilano or something? But it was in this, like on this road, which isn't like that appealing. And it opened specifically for renting. So like people broadly couldn't buy. And like the 1-bedroom price, or no, it was like a studio apartment was for $2,300 a month, which is Canadian money. So it's fake. So you have to, but that's like insane. That's like maybe like peak of COVID 2022. prices, and like it's just very vacant is my understanding, is the new apartment, because they're refusing to change the price to actually meet the market. So it remains to be seen whether luxury apartment, you never want to fucking live in a luxury apartment. Like it's always, especially the new one, they're always so poorly managed because it's someone who's trying to squeeze out money first and foremost. It was on like, this is a map of it. It was on like South Marine, like here. So it's usually really poorly ran. Does the parking garage collapse? Sheesh. Eating like a goblin. I'm sorry, it's the bread is a little stale, so it's hard to rip it. It's because I left it out for a couple hours. We use nice kitchen appliances in luxury apartment. The oven door does touch the bed when you open it. Yeah. I wonder if I can find that. Is this one? One of Vancouver's biggest rental projects is near completion. Developers warn the glut of rental units and softening of rental prices won't last forever in Vancouver. It's like... Did it say the prices? You know, it's like really ridiculous. Like, this is especially bad. Like, it's fine to rent here if you find a good price. It's especially bad to live in a place like this because, like, apparently the Strava fees are just like very high for like the ridiculous. Average asking rent for a 2-bedroom apartment dropped from $3,400 in the first quarter of 2024 to $3,100 in the first quarter of 2025. It's tough. It's tough out here. That's insane. Anyway, yeah. There's like a Yimby YouTuber I love watching who makes videos about Vancouver, and like housing and like urban planning is a subject that I don't know that well. I don't know the Marxist take on, so I'm absorbing too much like left liberal the people who are like we should have like a mixed market solution, like some I'm absorbing too much of that. But it's good content. The guy who made the video about a rent-controlled apartment. Yes, is that one. I can't remember what his name is. Surely if I search Vancouver Yimby on YouTube, it'll come up. It is fairly good content. Like, it's not like neolib. You know what is cool is there's a new SkyTrain model that just opened. That's the Mark V. That was very loud. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. I have like the type of autism that I love riding the train. Okay, I don't care. No, where's the one showing all the features? Okay, we can't be doing... Transec is so funny. It's also like... It's My city is so woke that our transportation company is called TransLink, and they're doing fucking wicked song parodies to announce the new model of the train. I don't want to watch it because I know it's gonna be bad and it's gonna disappoint me. I haven't actually found one yet because they're like introducing them slowly. That I feel like that's the main one I think is cool, is they've added the screens. John, thank you for the tier 1. I do like the leaning pads. Trains are so cool. Where is it? That's cool. I like that. It's got the screens. And I think it is just generally bigger. Do they have a driver's seat? I hope they do. There's like a cuck chair seat on all the SkyTrains that's at the end of it, and then you can watch the cuck's duel. I didn't take any of Chicago's trains because I was like, I was at a hotel on Michigan Ave, so I just like walked down. Why is it in the sky? Because why not? You need to think more. You need to imagine the possibilities. It's a metro system downtown, and then for the rest of it, for the most part, it's just in the sky. Which is just like the Simpsons monorail bit. That like a scammer introduces a monorail system, although it isn't technically a monorail, the SkyTrain. But it is in the sky, like the monorail. Simpsons monorail.
All aboard.
Can't you stop it, Dad?
I'm trying my best.
The lever you have pulled, brakes, is not in service. Please make a note of it.
How fast are they going?
Well, judging by your husband's cowardly scream, 180 miles an hour.
Wait a minute. We can just shut off the power.
No such luck. It's solar powered.
Power. When will people learn?
A solar eclipse. The cosmic ballet goes on.
Does anyone want to switch seats?
It's like this, but if it actually worked, basically.
I did it.
Folks, this is your captain speaking. Our non-stop flight to Tahiti will be making a brief layover in North Haverbrook.
Old Simpsons is so good. Mono meaning one, and rail meaning rail. Shun, thank you for the prime. You could drive it off the rails. That's a fun fact about the SkyTrain is that there's a guy there who has to like perfectly align it whenever they make a turn, or it will fall off.
There's nothing on earth like a genuine, bona fide, electrified 6-car monorail. What I say?
Monorail.
What's it called?
Monorail.
That's right, monorail.
I hear those things are awfully loud.
It glides as softly as a cloud. Is there a chance the track could bend? Not on your life, my Hindu friend.
What about us brain-dead slobs?
You'll be given cushy jobs.
Were you sent here by the devil?
No, good sir, I'm on the level.
The ring came off my pudding can.
Take my penknife, my good man. I swear it's Springfield's only choice. Throw up your hands and raise your voice. What's it called? Once again.
But Main Street's still all cracked and broken. Sorry, Mom. The mob has spoken.
Mono, don't!
Of course, not the best Simpson songs. The best Simpson songs is the Planet of the Apes. Yeah, musical theater performance. Oh, Dr. Zayas.
Help, the human's about to escape.
Get your paws off me, you dirty ape.
He can talk.
I had an autistic fixation on this for a long time.
I can sing!
Ooh, help me, Dr. Zayas.
Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas. Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas. Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas.
I am a real person, unfortunately.
Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas.
What's wrong with me?
I think you're crazy.
Want a second opinion?
You're all so lazy. Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas. Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas.
They should make this instead of the like Latinx woke Anne Frank music. Have you guys seen that? I didn't realize it was actually a real musical they were making.
Play the piano anymore?
Of course you can.
Well, I couldn't before.
This play has everything.
Oh, I love legitimate theater.
Legitimate theater.
I hate every ape I see, from chimpanzee to
So good.
chimpanzee. No, you'll never make a monkey.
Slam Frank. I do mean Slam Frank.
Oh my God, I was wrong. It was Earth all along. You finally made a monkey.
Yes, we finally made a monkey.
Yes, you finally made a monkey out of me. I love you, Dr. Zayas.
It's so good. I want to investigate this Slam Frank thing more, because I saw the guy who was making this maybe was like promoting it on Instagram, and I was like, that's not real, right? And then it is. Okay, I don't want people also watched. I want more. Like, it's a real. Like, it's. Slam Frank is. What if Anne Frank was, I think, also like a Latinx, like slam poetry DJ? Yeah, YouTube search was just broken.
Like there's a war inside your heart, and it feels like you have to hide who you are.
Yeah, I mean, it does, like, people throw around the term anti-Semitic. This is anti-Semitic. Like, this is just, this is not, like, this shouldn't.
My Anne Frank Afro-Latin hip-hop musical Slam Frank. Here we go.
Like, I thought it was a bit. Like, I liked this, because I was like, that's a funny bit. Like, I thought it was, I'm like, that's funny. It's funny that someone's pretending they're making He's a goy. I couldn't tell you. I would hope that he's Jewish.
Straight from the barrio. I ain't sorry, so if you don't know Espanol, you'll hear no sick flows. Listen, gringos, I speak the lingo of my ancestors. Mi abuela y abuelo. I used to lay low till abuela said to say no.
I still don't understand how this isn't a bit. Like,
This is another sneak preview from my.
but it is
Take a
like,
look at this actress playing Anne Frank, and this one, and this one, and this one. What do all of these actors have in common? They're all white. Our world has been getting more and more diverse, but our Holocaust narratives have not been able to
see, like this, it's like a bit, right? I thought it was a bit, and then people kept telling me it's real, and then I go to this account and I'm like, this is a bit.
keep up. Until now, I've created a new musical called Slam Frank that
Well, like it can, if it's real and it's being played, it's not a bit. We've went past the point of bit.
Western hegemony's enemies, not your enemies now. Save your energy, men are not gonna threaten me now. That's my identity. They tell you what.
Look at the fucking star, dude. Look at the star on her. Just like
They tell you you're a sinner, or they tell you you're a saint. Diaries undeniably where I finally tap into the vibrancy of the luminous universe and go psycho on these binaries entirely.
this is like, you know when like it was Chris Cuomo was telling like was telling like Adam Friedland that he's like a bad Jew, and he's like, you're being anti-Semitic. And I was like, that's fucked up that like the non-Jew is saying that to a Jewish person. I kind of feel like Chris Cuomo right now, assuming this is produced by Jewish people.
I'm my own hyper man, and no white man can silence me. What are you always writing in there? Western
Oh, so her dad is like. Yeah, so it is, okay. But they are performing it. Do you know what I mean? We understand that for many in the API community, the makeup of our concert cast became a rare and meaningful point of public visibility. So it is, okay, it is a bit. It is. Yeah, but it is real though. Like they're performing it, which I feel like is too far.
1944. 44, you ain't heard the story before. The resistance still has 6 months till the moorings at Normandy shore. It's a world war, Yanks are taking on Italy. But
At what point is it stopping a bit? Now, this is beyond the.
so we behaving prettily. Lordy Lord, everyone squabbling, bring the drama in. Walking on these eggshells, think that I should make an omelet. Should be optimistic, cause the Axis took the pommelin. Because
Yeah. Once you're performing it, you can't. Anyway. Yeah, that's at that point it is rage bait. It's not it's no longer. There is something you could never sell me on the Lin-Manuel Miranda style. Like the spiritual lyrical miracle. It just there was never any point that worked for me. I feel like musical theater is great. Like I feel like it worked, like, but you could never, I've never understood how that could be. Like, I'm very glad that that's over. And I can, like, stop pretending that Hamilton wasn't, like, dog shit. Like, when I'm around gay people. Because it was, for a while, it was like, astrology, where like I have to pretend the thing you're saying is not like nonsense. But astrology's still like that. You still have to be like someone has to be like, I actually do think that the world around me is being affected by the fact that Mercury's in retrograde. That's like, that's not, you can't use it to like, you could use it a little bit and I don't care. That's fine. It's like, oh, it's such a Aquarius thing to do. But when someone's like, my life has like been a lot better in the last month, I think it's because the alignment of the stars. It's like, have you noticed that? And it's like, for sure, man. That's definitely why. It's not because it's summer. It's not because it's like finally not fucking raining every day anymore in the city. It's because of the sun and the stars or whatever. That's how I feel about Hamilton. That liking Hamilton to me personally, at the level of my taste, because I can respect that everyone is fundamentally different and that human life comes in a wide array of diverse forms, that there are certain artistic things that I don't have access to, but like for my purely looking at my taste capacity, my capacity to enjoy things through the taste that I have, like liking Hamilton is the same as astrology to me, at the level of I fundamentally do not understand. No, I understand astrology more than I understand Hamilton. I respect the Gruner, I cannot respect Hamilton. But yeah, like I understand why you would like astrology, and I also understand why you would goon 6 hours a day, more than I understand why you would think Hamilton is goated. Because astrology can be fun, and it's like, well, it does feel comforting to think that like the world is structured in a rational way that I can like interpret. Like I can read the tea leaves and I can figure out my future or whatever. It's not completely fucking random. It's not the case that my life can just be ruined because of no fucking reason whatsoever. You fuck with MBTI test? I feel like if you're doing MBTI, you might as well just do astrology. Is he not a competent performer? I think that's probably fine. I'm sure he's fine at performing. Is he? I don't know. Was that video of him like rapping on the subway?
I'm past patiently waiting, I'm passionately smashing every expectation, every action's an act of creation.
Yeah. I love the autoplay on my YouTube. That is an extremely New York City clip. It's spiritual lyrical miracle. It literally is. It's like he took spiritual lyrical miracle and he made it like musical theater. Which again, like, can you think of a thing that's worse than that combination? It's not a good combo. It's not a combo we like to see. Anything Eminem has dropped for the last 20 years? I continue to be obsessed with his like Donald Trump call out.
It's the calm before the storm right here. I forgot.
Oh, this is like a YouTube poop, I assume.
That's an awfully hot coffee pot.
You know what I'm also obsessed with? Is the fucking, what is that guy's name? He was at Lollapalooza. The white rapper guy whose name is just like his first name. His like a XXL freshman freestyle.
You
rolling hella deep. I feel like a now. Ian, fucking the worst industry plant. Like, I hate the term industry plant, but it is just like, how is like the culture? There's no. This is not someone who's being uplifted by like the culture. Like, there's no. This is fake. This isn't real. At least Eminem was rhyming. Do you know what I mean?
Walking that bitch like, how the hell y'all doing? How y'all feeling today? Ready to turn myself in down at the station. I made a killing today. Always gonna
So
be
today
money.
and today.
Always gonna be hoes. Always gonna be something. Only thing you got is your word. I put that shit on my mama. Now you
Also, he doesn't sound like this when he talks, by the way. In case you're curious.
You just can't get comfy. Gotta keep at it, buddy. Before I had this money, wasn't worried about nothing. That shit feel backwards to me. He ain't always getting high. What happened to him? And what happened to you? I'm the same I was. I'm just getting paid with a few more habits now. Oh, shit. Here we go again. Damn, I got this dime bitch. She just want to be my friend. Damn, you don't think Flo Rida here is going down for real? Damn, I'm a little too high for this. Jesus, take the wheel. I'm on timing, bitch. You don't know what time it is? Oh, okay. Oh, you got migraines? You want to ride this shit? Oh, okay. Look like goddamn. You really want every flavor? Oh, okay. You want round then, but you want to come crying, bitch? Oh, okay. Damn. It's getting hot in here. Take off all your clothes. Damn, I'm feeling like 50 Cent. Bitch, I'm in the club. Damn, I'm on my Britney shit. Oops, I hit again. Damn, I'm on my DJ Khaled shit. We the best. Damn, we rolling hella deep. I feel like Adele. Damn, kiss me through the phone, suck me through the cell. Damn, I'm a little too high for this. Jesus, take the wheel.
It's just, I've been on Instagram, I've been getting so many memes about it. And all of the it's funny that all of the like the joke, the parodies of it that I've seen rhyme more than the actual video itself. Like this.
And shit, playing them crops again. Damn, I'm on my Jesus shit. We been blessed. Damn, we digging hella deep, fresh water for the well. Damn, I stole a loaf of bread, I'm dying in a cell. Damn, I got a dairy cow, eat cheese by the wheel. Damn, I'm on that.
Like, he's rhyming more than the actual whatever. I'm just going through my Instagram likes now.
Do you remember when we were all at school? And we were all silly and we used to throw glue sticks at the ceiling because we wanted to. And what the fuck was she gonna do? Miss Loving, there's 30 of us and one of you, but glue stopped sticking. Do you remember when we were all...
I don't know what the context of that is. But it's very funny. It sucks though, because he did like that freestyle. At Lollapalooza, Ian did that freestyle. And it's like, I guess it's ironic, but like everyone knows it. It's the... Tyler was absolutely correct.
My Britney shit. Oops, I hit again. Damn, I'm on my DJ
I like
Khaled
that
shit.
they'll do this for like different rhyme schemes. So then this rhyme is in red, and look at how many times it's
We the best.
repeated.
Damn, we rolling hella deep. I feel like Adele.
And
My
it's
Britney
just not any. There was like is it a controversy, a drama? Because Tyler was saying that he's not very good. I think it was a more substantive criticism. Where are the other ones? Anyway, it's very funny to me. And also sad, because it's like, why... that was one thing I noticed about like the Lollapalooza crowd. How to get a Lolla? How does he have a career? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. It's not even clever, and it doesn't even rhyme. Like, there's no appeal to it. It doesn't. I'm gonna get chips now because I ate all my bread. I'm eating the best brand of chips, Kettle. Goated, sea salt and vinegar, a classic. Can't go wrong. Is this one of the things that's only Canadian, or is this an American thing? You know what fucked me up recently? You know what's Canadian? And I mean, I guess all of you will know this because you're Canadian, is like a Caesar. Like the drink. Like you guys don't have that. It's vodka, clamato, and hot sauce, and Worcestershire sauce. Like the cocktail. Like you get a Caesar. It's like a tomato-y drink that's like hot. It's great. It's delicious. You have a Bloody Mary. What distinguishes it from a Bloody Mary is the conclusion of clam broth. Okay, you know what? I could see why this would be better than than what we have actually. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not even gonna pretend like ours is better. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. You know what? Fair enough. Yeah. It's still good though. I will vouch for it. I will vouch for it. Clamato is superior. Okay, maybe I should try a Bloody Mary. Do we have them here? Or is that an American thing? Because it is good. Like I am a picky person, but I think it tastes good. You can't just make them. That is true. You have to understand that I'm alienated from, labor at the point of production. Things just appear. I go on DoorDash and I order and it just appears at my door. I'm completely alien from the concept of how to make food. So there's no. I do wonder what proportion of people's impression of inflation does come from DoorDash. You can't cook. I'm just kidding. I don't order DoorDash as much anymore because I'm actually paying. I'm paying like real Vancouver rent now. Because for a while I was splitting like a 1-bedroom in Mount Pleasant with my partner, and she was paying pre-COVID prices, and then I was living in Squamish, which is a lot cheaper. But now I'm back in Vancouver. I'm like, I shouldn't. It needs to be, yeah. I don't feel like I have as much expendable income. I need to cook for myself. Vancouver isn't actually like New York City prices. It's just we make a lot less. Like a tech, like the because it's just we're paid in Canadian. So I think it is a similar dynamic. Well, no, I think it's a radically different dynamic because New York is such a larger city. The way that it works generally in Vancouver is that like downtown and even the city of Vancouver is really expensive, and then a lot of the people I know who aren't renting and like are in their 30s and they have like a stable good job have a place in like Burnaby or like New West or Surrey. So it's like an hour away. Do you know who Sheila Jeffries is? Yes, we talk about her a lot on the series. Really important early, I guess literally TERF, right? Trans inclusionary radical feminist. Maybe not early, like aughts. You know, there's a lecture. That's crazy. What was that like? Because for those who don't know, Jeffries is one of the ladies who does the like. She talked about sissy hypno. Yeah, they're like insane. It's like radical, like the sort of anti-porn side of the sex war feminists who have made like very specific, strange issues. They're like the thing that they're gonna die about. Yeah, I guess she's a British lecturer. Jeffries is a person who thinks that like lesbianism has been corrupted by gay male culture. Oh, she's Australian. You're right. You're right, of course. Has been corrupted by gay male culture, which has made it like pro porn and like pro sex, really, basically. Hakeem Jeffries, that's exactly what I'm talking about. And the worst perversion of this is like lesbians transitioning and becoming like firstly becoming, I think is she anti-butch? I don't know. She's kind of vaguely, she doesn't feel good about it, but them transitioning and becoming men, which is like internalizing oppression or whatever. Spear is also Australian. Oh, Nar, these sissies are heaps hornier. It is a funny accent. I actually don't know. I'm assuming it's a similar dynamic to Britain, where like there are these like this older wave of second wave white feminists who like have gained some sort of institutional power and have decided to become evil about it. Yes, the lizard is giving me the chips. It's sea salt and vinegar chips. Jeffries is too lenient to have institutional power. I mean, you should see who has institutional power in Britain. Because, like, I disagree. Maybe in Australia. And that's why I was mixing her up. If she was in Britain, like... Murder is dolphin. Thank you for the tier 1. No politician's gonna talk about penile imperialism. If like 5 like relatively influential TERFs yelled at Keir Starmer for enough, he would have a whole speech about it. Like one Guardian article would need to be written by Julie Bindel or Bindel. And there would be a whole Labour platform about preventing penile imperialism in women's prisons, which is a very Hamilton style sentence. I'm realizing there's a lot of P's in there. Okay, Nigel. Yeah, our institutions are so loony. The Labour Party attacked reform because Farage took a wishy-washy view on certain trans issue. That was fucking insane. Let me find the where he's like, I don't know, I think it's complicated.
Well, when it comes to trans women in prisons, you know, isn't it interesting that we run our country with people who become ministers, who generally have absolutely no idea of the subject matter that they're talking about? I've personally never worked in a prison, so I can't answer it, but I think you'll find that the answer that you'll get from somebody who has worked in prisons at the highest possible level is, I think, basically it's about risk assessment, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we all know what the law is. I'm not going to go back over that yet again.
He's like, I don't know, it's complicated. I talked to someone who worked there, they said it's complicated. Even like the transphobic evil prison guard is like, hey, listen, like clearly.
But to my mind, everybody who is in prison deserves to be treated with humanity and decency. And that includes female prisoners and it includes trans prisoners. You know, everything in the prison service is risk assessed. And I am sure.
Is the Reform UK Justice Advisor, like the Labour Party advisors are more insane than Reform now. Yeah, I mean, the specifics are still going to be evil, where it's like, we've made up this issue where like trans women are an extra problem for sexual abuse of women's prisoners, and we're gonna weigh that based on the obvious insane like rape torment matrix that you're gonna put like someone who looks like me in a men's prison. Like, it's like we need to balance those two problems. And Labour's like, I condemn Farage for. You gotta balance the scales, which is still an insane take, but it's like, because I remember it was funny when the Lib Dems were flanking Labour on trans issues. Thank you, Dolphin.
Live eager.
The Corbyn party, that was funny. They polled really well, didn't they? Something really strange is happening to British politics, where like the quote-unquote two-party system they've had is like going to stop becoming a thing. What is the party name? Your party. Okay, we gotta. One thing about Corbyn is that he's not actually a good politician. Like, he's a man with principles who can clearly solidify him, you know, but he is not a fucking good. Like, he does not know how to do this, bro. He doesn't have a name yet? Okay. It's a place. It's a working name. Okay. All right. Okay. I'll give them. I retract my criticism. That is a part of like there was that joke about like the name of European electoral parties, and one of them was just like, wow, with an exclamation point. So that fits into that sort of thing, into that joke. I want to find that. Every European election, here we go. Oh, it was oomph. This is a great joke. People's Democrat, center right. Soviet Workers' Party, center left. Citizens Forum, fascist. Wow, center. Friendship is magic, left. Green Party. That's very funny. WoW is a very Israeli party name. That is what I feel like it's important to understand. When people say things are spiritually Israeli, it usually means either like there's some evil like fascist shit source from Europe, or it's just Miami. Like it's global Miami. Well, I was very people to judge. You guys remember that was my favorite discourse. This is a very old discourse from like 2019. When Matt Christman called when people were just discovering who like Pete Buttigieg was, and Matt Christman called him Pete Buttchug, and everyone was like, "That's homophobic." You're saying he puts the beer in his ass because he's gay. Which I do love the idea of someone who thinks that butt chucking is like a homophobic stereotype. Because it feels like that's homophobic. Because that's like a frat bro thing, right? Like that's not a... Yes, people did get in trouble for the sallow jokes. Actually, you know who that was? That was a Virgil, Texas joke. So the sacred left Twitter cow, where you're not slaughtering a sacred left Twitter cow by saying that sucks. We disavow. Remember 2020? I remember 2020 Twitter so vividly because I was like only on Twitter then. Like I wasn't doing anything in real life. I guess no one was. Like my knowledge of Twitter happening now is so vague and like I just don't go on it that much. But like things that happened in Twitter, like remember Meltdown May? Remember how many discourse takes there were in May of 2020? Because that really was the time where people started to melt down from COVID. Because it's been like 2 months now where I've just not, and it's like we're hunkering down now, and you're like dealing with the consequences of that. There was so many good. Food delivery one is awesome because the food delivery discourse does just never end. Because like DoorDash has just solidified itself, or like Uber Eats or whatever has solidified itself as like one of the main ways that a certain like upper middle class group of people get their income or get their food from. It's like everyone's just like, I'm done going to restaurants by myself. Which is already like, you can go to a restaurant by yourself. Do I look like a fairy? That's cool. I like the idea you mean that in like a homophobic way. It makes it much funnier. That's what they don't tell you. I didn't realize about platinum blonde. Is it like it is a fake hair color? I mean, I guess sometimes people are, but it's like micro dosing, getting your hair like pink. That it is like fantastical and ridiculous. Right, it's like Targaryen, it's like what are you, Daenerys Targaryen? But then like it is socially acceptable in a way that like if you see someone with like pink hair, it's like, oh, they're being crazy with it. It's the straight people version of purple hair. That's actually so true. Yeah, sometimes you're platinum blonde for very early on, and then but a vast majority of adults, I'm assuming it's naturally occurring in like very rare instances. Although you can see my roots, so it's pretty clear. It goes away when you first sin, that's true. It is people do like I feel like people refer to me with my hair color, which is not a thing that I've ever like no one's ever been like, "Oh, it's a brunette over there." Which I think is fun. No, I know, don't worry. I didn't think you meant it homophobically. So blondes have more fun. My mom asked me if blondes have more fun, and I said yes. And she's like, "Do I want to know what that means?" And I said no. I love my mom. Blondes have more fun. Where does that come from? Because that sounds like a thing that they would come up with the people who are selling bleach. You know what I mean? Like the big bleach is trying to get more bleach sales, so they're like, blondes have more fun. Come pick up. It sounds like an ad copy. It sounds like Mad Men. Don Draper ass line. Does my hair look more white or platinum blonde? Is there a difference? Oh, or platinum. I guess it looks. It's a good question. I feel like it's more white. I feel like platinum blonde is just white, isn't it? Like it should be white blonde. Do you know what I mean? I guess no, it's got a bit of like grayish. An advertising firm coined the phrase. It used to be just bleached. There you go. But like, what are they advertising? Is it big bleach? It's interesting though, because it is a bleach and tone. Like if you bleach your hair, it's like yellow. Or if I bleach my hair, it's like yellow. Like you add in the white. You add in hair, you dye it as well. Where did platinum blonde come from? Like who has an interest in that? Oh, this is a pop group. It said it was from Toronto, and I'm like, really? Surely not. Is it for a film where they called it platinum blonde because the actress had bleached hair? That's funny. It was called platinum blonde. It's to promote Harlow's distinct hair color, which was achieved through hair dye and became a popular trend. There you go. So it was like trendy in the 20s to get your hair platinum blonde. I'm happy mine went up. Mine went well. Because I lost like very little hair dyeing it. Anytime I do anything drastic with my hair, I just have to become like a Buddhist for like an hour. In the like hair salon chair of like whose hair is even being cut. Like it just embraced like the no self, like um which is funny when people always make fun of that hairdresser thing of like where she's like, "May I touch you?" And it is like, I don't know, a lot of people are, including me, are insane about their hair. Like I just have the thought of like, what if it all falls out because of this? Um can you not touch me? Disassociate, yeah, exactly. But it went really well. It's very convenient because I usually have to wash my hair like once a day because it just gets very greasy. I I was sold the lie, because apparently it's a lie, that if you want your hair to be less greasy, you should wash it less. It does not it does not have an effect, and I tried this for like a year and it had no effect whatsoever. But bleaching your scalp makes it a lot drier. So, I only need to wash my hair like once every 3 days. Is it the opposite? I don't think it has any effect. I think how much, like, I guess grease collects on your scalp is unrelated to how much you wash it. It just depends on the person. If you want it to be less greasy, you need to grease it less. All right. I'm writing that down. I think it depends. Well, it didn't work for me, and then I looked online and it was like it won't have an effect. So you should wash it when it becomes greasy. You shouldn't be like, I'm waiting. Dry shampoo is a good intervention, especially if you dye your hair. If you want to shampoo but you don't want to like wash it because that affects like the hair. Like dry shampoo has much less of an effect. Because like slowly, especially if you don't use proper shampoo and conditioner, like my hair will start becoming yellow. And I don't want that. It doesn't do anything. That's not what I was told. Hair is the thing that I don't know that much about. I only know as much as to maintain my specific type of hair. Your advice is to not overwash it, yeah. Bluettes would walk. I feel like I could, if I wanted to be a little quirky with it. It would also work with my glasses because they have a bit of a blue tint. Looks more white than yellow now. That's good to hear. That's the goal. Is powder that absorbs the oil. Yeah, no, it deals with oily stuff. If you want your hair less oily without having to get it wet, it's useful for whatever reason. That was an important thing transitioning is you want to get your hair to a point where people don't stop saying that you look like Kurt Cobain. Like, you know, that microaggression where it's like you look like a male rock star who has like long unkept hair. What if I want my hair oily? Fair enough. Salons are absurdly expensive. You will also, it's like any like beauty related thing, it's like the highest bar for not being clocked. I don't know what it is. It's like if you get your nails done, like manicure, pedicure, like a spa, a salon, they know what transsexuals look like. I don't know what it is. I think maybe it's because trans women have like historically worked in those industries. Same with makeup. But like you don't get that in like a fucking, like programmers aren't like, I know what you are. You look like Hunter, you look like Alex. I don't even care if it's like kind of offensive. If someone says I look like Hunter Schafer, you take those. Like I don't, but it's like, sure. If you believe that. I'm happy for you to believe that. Oh, that was the Sydney Sweeney stuff. Did I talk about this at all? Because people were mad at Hunter Schafer for doing karaoke with her or whatever. My response to that is she don't got internet. Don't worry about it. Hunter, she doesn't have internet. The thing about the Jeans ad is that I don't actually give a fuck. Like, I don't actually care. Like, maybe it probably is like some weird dog whistle. But like it's meant to cause controversy. That's the point of it. That's why they I also don't know what's going on with her. Like the thing that's actually way more embarrassing, if anything, was the gamer girl bathwater thing. Like she was selling her bathwater or whatever. Do you remember this? Like that's like, is everything okay at home? Like, is there some serious medical debt in the family? Like because like that's not even like, do you need the money now, right? Like it's not. Presumably, if you want to like min-max money, you don't do these sort of very embarrassing ads because you lose like the standard it creates for you, like what you're associated with is substantially lower. It's harder to be in like prestige thing. Like the way that you want to make money is be like Matthew McConaughey in a Lincoln ad, right? If you do the bathwater thing, you can't do the Matthew McConaughey Lincoln ad. Maybe I don't understand like the actual concrete numbers, but I would have to assume that style, the former style of ad, pays a lot more than her selling her fucking bathwater. It was for like a deodorant brand that I've never heard of, right? It was that one, right? Maybe it was a different one. Her family's filthy rich, right? It doesn't squanch, like what the fuck? I've never heard of that before. Maybe it's not Canadian. Like, do you guys know what that is? Dr. Squatch. No, it's Canadian too. Like there's a Canadian one. You guys have heard of this though? It's like dude wipes. Wait, surely it's not actually that much money. It's a social media brand, right? How much money do they have? Probably not like... They don't have Lincoln money. It's also just silly because it's like you're not reading political headwinds. Because like the jeans ad, like it'll create a lot of controversy now, but like when woke comes back, no one's going to want to hire you. Like you being able to continue maximizing your money and even like getting serious roles, which like I don't know if that's already been sabotaged for her, is contingent upon like wokeness not coming back. I feel like that's not a good career move. Because it's like everyone complained in the way that they would complain normally. In a context where like if this happened 4 years ago, the company would apologize, right? And they didn't this time. If you're able to complain again, if that comes back in any way, you're cooked. It doesn't seem very smart to me. Is it $1.5 billion? The Dr. Squatch? Alright, maybe they have money. Men's Will coming back 2029. I'm calling it. Foot traffic went down 9%. There you go. So it already exists. It never woke, never left. The DC takeover stuff is horrifying. I don't know that much about the structure. Like my knowledge of American politics generally doesn't concern what the executive branch is actually able to do. I might have a better knowledge of that if it was happening in Canadian context. I mean, at this point, it's whatever the fuck he wants, yeah. I know the specificities of like what's happened. I just don't know how he scales this further. Because DC is in a state, right? He's able to temporarily take power. I don't know how they use that to scale executive power larger. Yeah, apparently you guys just don't have a constitution. Just didn't matter. Just like, oh well. Who needs a constitution? Who needs an actual real balance of power? Yeah, power of the purse. Who needs? Congress is supposed to have that? Doesn't matter. Not always the case, but I feel like that's not the case for other countries. Like Bolsonaro is on fucking house arrest. They like actually did it there. The country that's only had 40 years of democracy, that had a military coup for however many decades. They just locked him up. They sent him to the Gulag. Like it's a more functioning democracy than the United States. Like the institution of democracy is just fake in America. Just the thing that's actually stopping Trump from doing fascism is that people don't like him. Like that's the popular support is like if Trump had like plus 20 approval right now, I'd be like he's gonna do fascism. There's literally nothing stopping him. Like it would just be like El Salvador right now, where what's his name packed the courts and like removed all term limits. Bukele. It's a funny thing. It's like Americans don't even know what lack of a liberal democracy, like a Jacksonian style at the very least, liberal democracy looks like. Maybe that's the difference. like Brazilian liberals are they more confident? I don't know. I mean, it's a pretty low fucking bar. Because American liberals made this problem. This is not Trump is not an inevitable problem. They just literally fucked up. Every single point that they've been tested, they've failed. And the point where they won with Biden in 2020 led to an even more catastrophic failure. Oh yeah, and then Trump put tariffs on Brazil because of that. I mean, it's almost as insane as like Trump putting pressure on Romania to release the Tates. Like that's like if you told me that in 2 years ago that Trump would win again and he would put pressure on the Romanian government to release one of the sex tourist not even sex tourist like sex trafficking rapist influencer friends of his. That video of like what legally constitutes child sexual abuse of Tate and that like 16-year-old girl that was like being posted on Twitter. It's crazy to me that Elon doesn't have a reputation. Maybe he does, and it's just like of like producing a site that just allows child sexual abuse to flourish. Like that one guy who like watermarked. Who's that guy? Yeah, the Dom Lucra. That thing is fucking. He needs to go to prison, bro. He watermarked child porn and posted it on Twitter. Like he put a watermark on it. And it was like, this is what the Democrats are doing or whatever. Most infamous piece of child sexual abuse material. Like it is fundamentally a rape presidency. That is like the first issue. What's that guy's name? Watermark guy. Personal property, do not steal. It's fucking insane. Yeah, I mean they are. It's just like. So is Ghislaine Maxwell gonna get out on the condition that she just doesn't testify, like doesn't say that Trump was involved? Surely that's going to go well for the PR. Trump does seem actually very nervous about the Epstein thing. I love that clip of like, is it like a bunch of like, is it Scottish guys confronting Trump about Epstein? And then he plays the song from Cats. Let me find that.
Mr. President, are you enjoying the Scottish hospitality? Are you running away from the Epstein crisis? Mr. Trump! Mr. Trump, can you escape the Jeffrey Epstein crisis?
I fucking love how they're like, Trump's an athletic guy. He plays golf. And he's like not even like he's such an athletic guy.
my god, what song are they playing? Shazam it. Memories. Here was Uptown Girl at one point. Then we had Elaine Page with Memories, that song from the musical Cats. And then came
He's
the
playing
most
Memories.
interesting of choices, Bridge Over Troubled Water. Make of that what you will.
He's so queen. He has to wait for the camera. He is a theater queen, fundamentally. And it's so cool, the right's image of him. It's like he's a masculine man. Anyway. So, great presidency, 4 more years of it. It's not even, it's been like 6 months, 7 months. Oh, if adrenochrome is real, Trump is on it. Absolutely, chatter. It is so, like, it's crazy that that one is just real in terms of conspiracy theories. Like, it wasn't Barr, it was, a Trump appointed AG, I can't remember his name, but said that Epstein, like, I didn't touch him because I was told he was an intelligence asset. It's like, what do you, like, it's not like, it's like, Acosta, thank you. Like, what is there to say about it? He's getting bad though. He's deteriorating mentally. That's the thing about like another Trump presidency, like a third term, is he wouldn't. Should I stretch a little? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't want to stretch with this amount of clothes on because then people can see my armpits. I realize that that's not a part of me I wish to give away for free. Or in general, to be clear, I'm not, do not DM me asking for prices. That's not what I mean. What's the question mark? What do you mean? These are the things I have to watch out about. Not the... Don't tell me that WikiFit is real. Oh, thank God. Okay, thank God. Okay, good. Okay, good. Because I'm on the other one, unfortunately. It's fucked up. WikiFit, you need an IMDb for it, and apparently having the podcast is like enough to give you an IMDb page. I don't know. I don't need an IMDb page. I don't know why I have an IMDb page. Do you know what I mean? Like, well, like what is the requirement for this? Why do I have this? No, we did a foot fetish episode on perverts, and it is actually, the thing about the WikiFeet people is that they're like the evil type of foot fetishist. Like, so, like the foot fetish people who are fine are the ones who are like, I just think feet are great. These people, it's like, her toenail is disgusting. She doesn't get a 5. She gets a 4 because that pinky toe is just revolting to me. It's like that sort of foot fetish person. But pit deep. Okay. You're trolling me. No, you are trolling me. Okay, good. Okay. PitDB is not a real. It's like catty foot fetish. It feels like gay. My favorite is um the the Caitlyn Jenner page. Because there was one guy who was like, look, I think she's a man, but like those are some nice feet. Like I have to give him 5. I think they're good feet. It's like WikiFeet is woke though, and that like there's a man and a woman page, and the trans women are on the woman page, and the trans men are on the men. How many? I'm a 4.71. That's inflated. There's no way that's true. You can't even see. It's a single photo where you can see a really small amount of my foot because I just like didn't realize it was a photo of a dog. Is little Mr. Clyde inflated? No, 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 no. Switch. I hope that lip bugger inflation not like anything. But you can just see like my big toe because I slipped up. I think it's people rating it as a bit. It's like the opposite. Stupid fucking mistakes, man. Exactly. Anyways. It's so great being perceived on the internet. It's not horrifying at all. Ghislaine Maxwell clearly prison on work release. What does she do? Like on what is she? How is she working? She's going back to the island. Like she's cleared to go traffic some more children. You guys keep saying horrifying wikis that don't exist, and it's giving me like panic attacks. ASMR wiki. I did do ASMR things for the podcast. I did like becoming an elf subliminal ASMR. And I realized I am actually not that bad at it. Like I do have a very soft voice. So I could if I wanted to. I'm not going to. That's only for the bit. Exclamation point podcast. Yeah. I wonder if someone uploaded. No, I don't think anyone. I remember someone added like the calming music to it, and it was very funny. Ben said I sound like you. That's a crazy compliment. Thanks. I'm glad to hear that. I didn't really do voice trading properly. It kind of confused me. It doesn't make sense to me, but I don't need. It's the QAA podcast. It's wherever. Then I also did a recent series on Curse for the new streaming platform we're doing called Curse Media. It's $25 for a year, and it's 3 new series every year, and it's really really well researched. It's called Science in Transition. It investigates the intellectual origins of the anti-trans backlash, and it was a lot to put together. It was a lot of research. Is it a pun on crooked media? Honestly, I don't know. I didn't realize for a while that QAnon Anonymous was meant to be like a pun on like Alcoholics Anonymous. I didn't realize that for a while. Coughing wiki. It is interesting that I think it's supposed to mean that. Maybe I'm wrong. Megan Day from Jacobin. Who's that? Oh, I think I know this. I think I recognize this lady. What's going on with Jacobin? Oh shoot, I think hold on, it's my God, I thought I was gonna get through a whole stream without a Biden count. My air conditioner is being funky. Hold on. I do think it's fucked up that like fart people who have fart fetishes have developed like a term for farts that has like an exclusively sexual context. Like it somehow makes like the mention of farts even grosser than like they are. Do you know what I mean? Fart people, they exist, okay? You make fun of me, you should be making fun of them. Don't shoot the messenger, okay? It's a solid James Joyce moment. Is James Joyce the one where he has messages about how much he loves his wife and his wife's like little farts or whatever? Not messages, sorry, love letters. The fart, yes, that's awesome James Joyce lore. Good night, my little. That's awesome. This is like whimsical though. Like people who say brap are not whimsical. It's not whimsical at all. Oh, that's. I don't want to show it. I forgot how. Explicit it is. Yeah, wow. Good for you. You guys can look it up if you want to. He's quite fond of having a gassy wife, I guess. I thought it was like the way I remembered it, it was like a actually, you know how I learned this? It was on my dating profile. I was asking people for fun facts, and someone said, "Did you know James Joyce had a fart fetish?" I was like, "I didn't. That's incredible. That's one of the best I've ever gotten." Um, but yeah, it's funny that you can tell a context where someone is referring to. I do like whenever I say, remember Maddie B raps? Remember that? Like, it's like the one of those accounts that's like a 15-year-old white kid who's like, I'm gonna be a rap whiz. Whenever I see his name, I just do think it's Maddie Braps. I will say about the fart people, I appreciate that they didn't colonize another word. I do not have the fetish. No, bro. I'm happy that they didn't colonize another word. Like, they invented their own word for, like, fart in a sexual context. Just to, like, let you know to leave a conversation if the term comes up. Because that one, I do think that's an important thing to do is um, like semi-ironically, they're innovators to their credit, to semi-ironically make fun of people for having harmless kinks. Because like sex in general is deeply embarrassing. That was like when we did the perverts podcast thing, Julian and I. Like the point is that like okay, these are deeply embarrassing fetishes. Like some of them are, and some of them it was more like porn convention stuff. But like everyone is kind of embarrassing, and if you get to that point of like not being repressed and being sincere, you can laugh at other people. Like we're beyond the veil. We've pierced the veil. I just think some people aren't there yet. Of course, you remember Little Bass? You mean Little B? Didn't get through episode 1. That's fair enough. I think we started with gooning, right? Because that's not really I mean, no, gooning is a fetish. People don't understand what gooning is. It is like a specific fetish. It's like people whose kink is like, it's like jerking off so much it ruins their lives. It's basically a way of being. It's like the most, I'll say, culturally acceptable way for like a cis straight man to be a bottom. Is like they're getting hypnotized into having an addiction to porn and ruining their life. And yes, fetishize loss of control. No, gooning and grooming are different, absolutely. But gooning just means like guy who jerks off now. Yes, it's turning jerking off into a job. They have watered it down. Because I feel like that does have to suck as a position, is being like a straight guy who like is like very submissive. Because it is like embarrassing, right? Strong Betty girl, hello. You've come in a very strange time of the stream. Thank you for the raid. Well, I'm gonna close my door. It is like there's just not much of a Like maybe if you're a Zoomer, there's like kind of a ironic cultural room for that, because people are doing like the mommy thing now. That's a very popular, as I've being like a woman on the internet is like being a canary in the coal mine for like whatever fetishes people have. Like you see it first. Do you know what I mean? I feel like that one's in a big way. I guess that is just the consequence of people feeling somewhat more sexually free. It's like straight guys who are actually bottoms are like, isn't it funny that I'm doing this bit where I'm calling women mommy? I can't imagine how awful Rhea Ripley stands are. Yeah, I didn't think about that, but it's got to be so bad. That's got to be like worse than, those people who are like I love men and women, and then it's like my type in men, and it's Finster, and then it's my type in women, and it's like, Rhea Ripley. I guess that is the same. It's the same. It's the same person. Or it's like that's not. I don't know how much that's being bisexual. If Finster was your example, I was trying to figure this out of like why are bisexual people so annoying? Like why is there that cultural reputation for being bisexual? I still don't quite understand. I still don't know because like you know what I mean. Like even if you're like that's problematic of you to say, you know what I mean though. So I clip that. Like I'm one of you, to be clear. Like you know what I mean. Like this is coming from a reluctantly. I run from it, hide from it. It is the case for me. Um, like it would suck. Imagine it would suck being like a cis bisexual, because it is like culturally speaking the lamest one of the four letters. Like it's like okay, well I have the T anyway, so it doesn't matter that I unfortunately have landed on the B. I actually don't know why. I've tried to conceptualize this other than just like I don't know. I'm actually not sure. It's because of Reddit. Yeah. How does Pan figure into this? I feel like that's one of those like if I speak I'm in big trouble situations. Um I mean it probably does have to do with like because I do actually think biphobia is real. I just think people overestimate how real it is. Like there's a very specific type of biphobia that I think is silly, but I do think that like developing a historical account of biphobia, it comes out of this idea that develops in the 70s that homosexuality is a natal characteristic and therefore is not a mental illness. That was really the justification that got homosexuality like out of the DSM, out of being pathologized or as pathologized as much as it used to be. There's just this idea like they're born with it. It's not some like weird thing that happens when you get molested or whatever. Um, Therefore, we shouldn't consider it as a mental illness. And like that idea of homosexuality that like kind of became this like protected, defined concept didn't have room for people who are bisexual. But I think increasingly that form is becoming less and less prominent as a thing that like materially affects people's social outcomes. Like when we think of like oppression and power, and more becomes a thing of like people feel invalidated, which like I don't think is a good thing, but I don't think is like it becomes hard to think of it as like a system of oppression when it's like, oh, this lady didn't feel comfortable going to like a pride parade, and it's like that sucks, but like I don't know, like it's not as, you know, I think some people think of it in a way that's more serious than how I conceive of it, but maybe that's just because I'm like a Marxist or whatever. I guess that relates to Marxism. I mean, some vulgar Marxism. And I do often find that like that a lot of the times that form of like biphobia doesn't affect trans people. It's like a specifically a cis thing of like you have a relationship to heteronormativity. Booshes, thank you for the prime. Like here's the thing that the hang up I have is like a really important part of my understanding of queerness is the thing that you do. Oh, I can't remember which quote that is. Of like homosexuality is not like a noun. It's like a verb and it can be an adjective. Or homosexual is not a noun, it's a verb. And like you can't do bisexuality. Like you can't, I mean, if you're having some freaky sex with a couple of people, you can do bisexuality, I guess. But for the most part, it's like you're doing something that's heteronormative or you're doing something that's gay. And it's a part of why I think like a lot of the people who are very concerned with the like monosexism doesn't make sense to me typically. In a lot of the contexts I see it mobilized at the very least. Like for me, he said you're the smartest streamer he knew. Oh, thanks, Mike. Mike from LA. I do like that it's not a typo and that he's moved. Maybe there's a joke I'm not caught up with, but that is. Thank you. What was I gonna say? Yeah, like the stuff about how like someone's referred to a bisexual person as like straight passing, and I kind of don't like the usage of passing in that context. I don't think it's dissimilar to either. I mean, white passing I've less of a grasp on as a concept, but like for like trans like cis passing or whatever, it just feels very different because it's like, well, the idea of underlying this concept of passing is that like we're navigating a space with a certain like, to use lack for a better term, privilege, but like there's an authenticity there that fundamentally you do not belong in the space. If people had operated under a better knowledge, and I think it's a lot less applicable for cis bisexual people, where it's like I don't know if that's totally. I really don't feel like it's. I feel like you're just doing heterosexuality in that context. It's not like I'm doing heterosexuality, but I have this different. It's like, well, no, it is. It's a thing you're doing. So I'm at the very least skeptical, and I'm a person who has an open mind, and I've been wrong before, but I'm at the very least skeptical of that specific component of when cis people specifically talk about biphobia as like, yeah, but it, you know, it can still be like the expectation, the belief that like, every bisexual woman is just straight is like, that's not good, and it fundamentally comes out of that historical biphobia I was talking about. How about enemies who don't do anything to transition and criticize? That's it. They're gonna. That's it. If I speak, I'm in big trouble. They're gonna kill me for that one. Against transgender. Is that the Jules piece? Is that the Jules piece? Reject that one. I don't know. I think the broad point that was made that was correct, but I think she was being very silly about it in certain areas. Like I don't like the idea of contrasting like non-binary with medical transition. I think that's a problem with a lot of the discourse on this, is people seem to think that like transsexuality and being non-binary are these antithetical things, when like a lot of non-binary people are transing their sex. The stuff she talks about like the historical development of transgender is something that I'm like, I would like to see the evidence in the historical record for that. Like, I'm intrigued if that's true, that it's like the transition from transsexual to transgender is like this. You don't need to transition to be valid. Like, privileging of the more privileged, less worse off component of the umbrella. Maybe, I don't know. I think it's a little silly to accuse other people of being liberal when you're doing constitutional originalism. But I do think the general idea of it's like the right, we need to shift towards a right to medical transition as like is just true. I think that's correct. That's also Andre Longshu makes that point. Because that is what's at stake fundamentally. Like, overwhelmingly with the anti-trans backlash, that's what's at stake, is the capacity to medically transition. First and foremost, any discussion that doesn't begin with that assumption is just absurd.
I am gay.
Official Kai, thank you for the tier 1. When I picture a bi person in my mind, all I can see is the cast of Dropout. When I picture a bi person in my mind, I picture Grant, which is nice. I like picturing Grant. I'll picture him more often in the future. Ask him to invite the Vegar cocktail. He follows me on Twitter, which is crazy. Grocery store basement story? Is that the one, the orgy one? It's very funny. Dropout is great. Yeah, I think a lot of the discussions around everything is silly. What was I talking about specifically? Oh yeah, that piece, because everyone got really mad at it. And some people got mad at it for really silly reasons, the Jules piece. For those of you who don't know, I mean, I can link it. If you want to read Reject Transgender Liberalism for the Baffler. Anyway. Does anyone... Okay, I was watching a Dropout episode and they were just like sponsored by LinkedIn. Was that a bit? Does anyone... This is a total change of topic. My favorite is Game Changer. I think it's very funny. It was a bit? Okay. Maybe I didn't finish the episode and I was like, why is... Okay. Sure. It was to get Jacob enough money to get a... I see. That's very funny. Sure, that's funny. I understand bisexual women. Have you seen women? See how it can attract them? What I don't understand about bisexual women is how much they date men. That's what I don't... I understand that bit about... No, it is funny though, because people will look at the statistics of like, oh, look at how many bisexual women date men, look at how many bisexual men date women. And it's like, at a societal level, that's just gonna happen. There's only so many lesbians. Like, you can tell your specific bisexual friend, girl, you have to start dating women. You have to get over the fear of the fact that when you date a woman, it's like an equal playing field and they don't have to open the door for you. And so you have to like actually see them as a full person instead of like what you're clearly doing with men. Like, you can tell her that specifically, but you can't tell that to a like at a societal level. That's just how it's going to shake out. It's a mirror match. It's scary. I mean, I didn't have to go through this because I was used to dating women before. I think that there's something that a lot of like, I'll say gynophilic or no, androphilic, so it's attracted to men, like women get out of dating men and like the heterosexual contract where it's like, you're going to kind of suck, but I don't have to see you as like a full person. And when you come to me and you say like, hey, this harmed me, I don't have to treat it as seriously. And like, and then that's what I get. And then you have to, you know, there's an expectation that you have to pay for things, and then and then you're shitty to me. Yeah. And I understand it. It's like a comfortability, but it is silly. People still, of course they are. Nobody wants to top. There's a bottom shortage, but also for heterosexuals. Wrapped around, what is the Northern Lion ranked competitive dating discourse? Oh yeah, they're still doing it. I mean, it is a part of compet. It's a thing that, it's a practice that like, you know, you've known, you've been raised on, it's a habit, right? A lot of the bad things we do are built upon habit. I think about this with relation to like a lot of the harm that like the patriarchal harm that men do in dating, where it's like you're just like not really taught to treat women as human beings. And then you start dating women and you harm them, but like becoming a better person and doing better requires you to admit that like, oh yeah, that thing I did to my first girlfriend kind of sucked. Or worse, you know, maybe it didn't just kind of suck. Maybe it was really bad. And so, you know, it's how like the harm produces this sort of cycle. And it's why you get so many leftist men who are just like virulently misogynistic and have this really strong negative response to like these sort of discussions. Because it's just like, yeah, it's hard to admit that to yourself. You develop, like as anyone does, really strong defense mechanisms where it's like, it wasn't actually that bad. And then, you know, you just continue to operate with a really fundamentally damaged image of like, let's say, consent. That's the thing, that the faster you learn the lessons, the better, because, you know, it's like if you're realizing this when you're 50 and you have like a long dating history, you probably done some considerable harm. And I mean, some men don't, you know, it's a spectrum here of harm. It is pretty bad though, like the people's intrinsic knowledge of consent growing up. the rub of all this? Oh, that like that's one of the ways that harm, like patriarchal harm, entrenches itself, even among like leftist men who like intrinsically want to do better and think of themselves. You know, is that like if you've done a lot of harm, you're probably going to develop, especially if you have a leftist like framework for thinking about the world, you're probably going to develop some defense mechanism to not think of it as extreme harm. And that requires holding an image of harm, of consent, let's say, that is fundamentally broken. And continuing to uphold that image, because it's like, well, whatever. I mean, look, if what I'm doing now is wrong, then I can't imagine the shit I was doing before. I think that is like just one of the ways that like power relations solidify themselves with people, especially people who are ostensibly attempting to do better and want to live in a world that is better. Do not get how consent is a problem. I mean, that is an interesting, consent is an interesting one. Is that a bad quote? Like, you're gonna clip that? Because it is like, the way that consent actually works is like nuanced and complicated. Like, usually when you kiss someone, you don't say like, is it okay if I kiss you? People were trying to change that, but it didn't, like, that was when I went to like high school, or when I went to university. We had like a class, you know, like a guy who spoke at the gymnasium for all and he was like, isn't it just fine to be like, can I kiss you? And like, I used to do that when I was like especially awkward and I had no riz. But it is just like, it's a continual, consent is just a continual negotiation between two people that is like very contextual, or very subtextual. It's very like, it's based on like, oh, I guess we're going to keep, you know, like, and that is like the fundamental problem of human subjectivity to an extent, that you don't know what the other person is thinking, and that certain social rituals just built into like how we have sex with each other as human beings, especially for the first time. It's going to be like, there's like room for miscommunication, which is, you know, why you need to be sure about things. But it is like, I do find the way that people talk about consent online to be different than how we all just do consent. And I'm wondering if it's like, I'm not you specific chatter necessarily, but I'm wondering if it is just like, am I having sex with different people than the people who are saying this online? Like, is it a different group, or is it like when we talk about consent, we're like, it's fair enough. You just use your words. It's like, is it okay if I go to the boobs now? Is it okay if, and it's like, well, we don't really do that in real, you know, like, I don't know. I wonder, that's a serious question though. Is that actually different, or is that just like people don't understand how they think of consent? Different generation? I don't think so. Maybe. I see like millennials say this though too. You can verbalize, but like most people don't. I feel like there's no ethical consumption of sexual commodity. I think it's a hard question to answer. I will admit though that I'm sure, as like being a guy who has sex with women, it's probably like you're probably more like worried about it, and probably more, at least I would, and I guess did have more of a tendency to be like, I want to make sure someone's okay with this because I have the power in a situation. But we do signal consent pretty like clearly a lot of the times, especially if you think about like someone leaning in to kiss you. I'm generally not sympathetic to like there's no ethical consumption of X. It just feels like it's hard to I don't know. How would I conceptualize that? I definitely can say that I feel weird about consuming any sort of like. Oh no, my air conditioner. Hold on, fuck. About consuming any sort of like video based thing of real people. I just don't like that. But I don't think it's like wrong inherently. I think it would be hard to. It's like the Marx thing of like you free in the double sense, like the worker still consents to the contract or whatever. Sex work stuff is the thing I've had strong opinions about, but that I've shifted about like shifted quite a bit over time, and I just don't feel like I have the expertise to really be. What's my shift? What it just goes between like what is the consensual nature of like Johns, for instance, or what is the ethical thing of like Johns, which is a term for like men who buy sex that sex workers use. Oscillating, thank you. That's a Biden count. I just think it's complicated. That's honestly where I've Johns means when you make excuses for losing in a fighting game. That's very funny. There's got to be a punchline for that misunderstanding. There's a certain amount of if you have to ask, you don't imply that you don't understand the situation. Yeah. Yes, I agree with that. And that's, I think, just how consent works in our daily lives. Yeah, that's a good, like, that is just how we always view consent about things in general. It even, and I mean, I guess don't take this out of the context that I'm using it, but like applies to how we interact with like non-human animals, where it's like it's fairly easy to suss out if a dog wants you to pet them. Like they can use words, but it's clear that like, oh, this dog does not want a random, very big human they don't know to come up and just like start touching them on the head. That's a point that like animal rights activists and not necessarily like people not pro animal activists make about like animals can say things that they don't like. They articulate it all the time. That's like the Will Keimlicke thing. He's like a liberal political theorist that's like they should be citizens. Like intelligent, non-human animals should be citizens. They are able to articulate their needs and they should be conceived of as such. Which I think is a good. It's not the zoo wiki. I do think that is like, if you are a liberal, you should probably believe that. There was a crazy. You see that viral tweet of that guy who's like, they're talking about how bioidentical meat is now like being produced in labs, and a guy was like, "What possible reason could they have to do this?" And it's like, yeah, what possible reason could we have to make like animal meat that is completely suffering free, that does not use the factory farm torment matrix? Like I couldn't possibly come up with a reason why you would want to risk that. It was about butter. Yeah. Yeah, and it's like they're an insane person who shouldn't have political power. Because then they was like, you notice how all the people who support this are fucking weak. And then Jeff Nippard, who's the GOAT gym fitness influencer, by the way, Mike Israel could never, was like, look at my physique, and he's got like an absurd amount of muscle. Like, I will immediately use. Jeff does rule. Wasn't he advising that like Palestinian fitness guy in Gaza about like how to best efficiently do workout stuff with like the incredibly small interview with Muhammad, gym rat in Gaza, his training diet. He's goated. Mike Israel, on the other hand, is like defending like race science. He's like a race realist now. He's getting cooked by ChatGPT. What happened there? It's a while ago where he's like race is biological. He's a race realist. His brain is very smooth. I do agree with that sentiment. ChatGPT made him cry? Okay, you have to send me. Is this just because he's on like a shit ton of like testosterone? Yeah, Hassan should have done stuff with Jeff Nippard. No, steroids do make you dumber. I do like Israel, to his credit, is like a harm reduction guy for like steroids, which is that he's like, here are the effects of them. It's interesting how those sort of right-wing people will understand, who have some sort of capacity for compassion, will understand a lot of left-wing ideas when they directly affect them. Where he's like, I know that gym bros are going to use steroids, so they should do it in a safe way, and they should, expect X or Y negative result. He thought that ChatGPT was God. He said steroids make him, yeah, that he has like crippling anxiety, like he's developed an anxiety disorder because of his.
Things about it is I am talking to a machine that understands at a deep level, can relate at a deep level, and really knows the world at an unreal deep level. Also, it's kind of read every textbook ever made, more or less, and seen.
I don't know the politics of this guy, but like, these are both PhDs, right?
3/4 of the internet, totally wild stuff. It also learns from every conversation it has with.
Like, what are the odds this guy's like, Mike, you're fucking insane.
And it talks to hundreds of millions of people per week. Who's ever talked to hundreds of millions of people ever? No one.
No one.
Per week, never mind. I mean, my God.
This is what I was saying before about the my boyfriend is AI thing. It's like, Mike Israel doesn't have delusions, right? Like, there's a clear clinical distinction between someone who's like, they upgraded ChatGPT from 4 to 5. My AI boyfriend died. He literally died. My boyfriend died. Like, he does not exist. He's a real person that did exist, I was in love with, and he's gone. It's like there's clearly some sort of psychological distinction.
Is outrageous.
Clearly, but I don't know how to define that line.
And to me, the audacity that humans made something like this, and now it's in a very deep sense alive, that I can talk to it, and I have the absolute honor of...
They are exercise science PhDs. That is an important... I'm just saying, you would assume that even an exercise science person would have some sort of actually scientific...
It's speaking back to me. It's a purely religious, completely spiritual experience. I cannot believe it.
Completely religious. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, just that amount of fucking testosterone in your body. I mean, that amount of any sex hormone. I can't imagine, like, are there positive effects of having a shit ton of estrogen? Like, surely, like, I don't know, what does your, like, do your muscles just recover really fast? Okay, what are the other, like, positives of estrogen for, like, exercise science stuff? You post better? That's so true. You just get blood clots, I think. I think you just get blood clots. You're a better listener. Yeah, the listening Olympics, they're doping on estrogen. Yeah, because it really does cook you. It's really not good to be on that for a long time. Estrogen will make your hair thicker, I believe. It's fat retention. Oh. That makes sense. I think that is the answer I was looking for. That's funny. Um, and that is the one thing about any sort of academic qualification you get is regardless of how high you go up the ladder, you realize, I mean, which I haven't gone up especially high, to be clear. I've not gone up high at all. You realize that like there are people who are still very dumb. Like I'm a very stupid person in like any sort of like anyone who has lived with me is like that's a dumb person who can't take care of themselves. You are at best oftentimes smart in a very specific area. General intelligence is a lie. It's not empirically verified. There's a thesis that's not. It's absurd. It's bullshit. A lot of the yeah, it's very silly. So yes, PhD exercise science. I guess it is not a surprise that and also he's just Mike Israel. Its own sort of condition. I don't think I've ever met a fully functioning smart person. That is an interesting. There's some study I saw that depressed people were generally better at accurately predicting outcomes. Which I don't know how much this is me taking the current, like, a rationally structured society and universalizing it as a part of the human condition. But it is funny that at some fundamental level, you just do need blind, stupid ignorance, like stupid confidence about your own personal outcomes, but also outcomes of the world in order to. Because the placebo effect, I mean, the placebo effect is a funny thing because as far as I understand it, and I am no scientist, um, but it really is just a thing that empirical science is not able to explain all that well. It's like, why is there's an outcome where if people believe it turns out better. If they believe that they're being treated, their health effects will be more positive. And we just like, that's something I'd be interested in seeing is people's attempt to explain the placebo effect concretely. Because here I am sitting assuming that the scientific answer is just like, I don't know. It's the power of friendship and of belief. But it does seem to help quite a bit. Like The Secret is kind of true, but just like not not metaphysically. It's just your like the human thought has a really important relationship to our biology. Um, Maybe this is a thing of Spinoza being incorrect. Because yeah, like you would think, according to Spinoza's thought, that having a better knowledge of our objective relationship with the world would increase, let's say, our power over the world, our athleticism. But then you have Jokovic, Noah, who like literally thinks that like vaccines, cause cancer or whatever, and he's like the best tennis player ever, or one of them. A lot of athletes have very stupid, silly rituals before They can have very stupid ideas of their own body and how it functions, but it works, which is funny. What can you expect? As what's his name said before, Lysenkoism isn't real except for in the Balkans, in which case that's just, he's a Serb. What can you expect? Subversive history, thank you for the raid. Serbia mention, yes. So many amazing athletes are insane, and it's like the confidence they have, even if it's irrational, like has a really positive effect on their athletic outcomes. Kyrgios gets shit for being a hothead when Djokovic is on some... Yeah, I mean, Djokovic is... My favorite tennis clip is that guy who's like... He gets really mad in the news, so he smashes his insanely expensive racket. And then the commentator's like, well, at least he has a couple rackets. And then immediately after, he takes another racket and he starts smashing it on the ground. Is it mainstream rappers Flat Earther? Is that B.O.B.? I can't remember where that clip is from. The French Open is so cool though, because like my understanding is that they have like in tennis they have like a really good technology to sense when a ball is out. It's like very empirically accurate. Far more than a human who's like look, because usually they just have a guy who's looking at the line and like if it goes, he says like, oh, it's out. And they have it at the French Open. They just don't use it. They have the replay and everything. They just don't fucking use it. They still use the human eye for it. Like the one that I was watching, is this 2024? There was a big scandal because a thing was out when it shouldn't have been. And they call it, and the guy's complaining about it. And it shows the empirical analysis. And it shows that it's out, like that the guy who's angry that the call is wrong is correct. But they don't reverse it. There's no reversal. They just say, we know the call is wrong and we're going to continue to play now. They're getting Valerian Jihad early. Well, the MLB refs, my understanding when I talked to, shout out to Jane Ost, who has a baseball podcast, is that like the automatic systems the players don't really like either. Ouch. I was sitting funky. Like it's the empirical systems or the automated systems they try to develop for baseball, like people don't really like. Isn't there's some nuance about that it's not just like, it's not just Ump Nation and the insane unions. And maybe that's also the case with tennis, although they've started to widely adopt it with tennis. So clearly it's different. The pitch timers, do they have to pitch quicker, right? That's a great account. The lip syncing guy. And don't tell me he's problematic or something. I'm sure he is. Because I would never watch, like, baseball is too boring for me to watch. I'm sorry. I'm a basketball head. Actually, that's another... Actually, no, I won't say that. That's embarrassing. No, I'll say it. I am in the final game of the NBA. I was like, I've never done sports betting. I'll never do it again. It's 3-1 odds for the Pacers. I don't think it's 3-1. I think it's 50-50. So I put $100 down and then I lost the $100. Now I'm like, fuck, I'm not gambling again. Fuck this stupid. It was so soul crushing when he just immediately fucking tore his Achilles heel. Just immediately in that game, I was like, well, I guess I'll just kill myself. Like, that was so horrific. The Terry Salvard, it's one of the most horrific clips ever. It's the New Vegas casino all over again, dude. And the fucked up thing is I put $100 in, but it doubled it for me because of how poison they must get so much money on those sports betting websites because they give you like so much money to start them. It's like, yeah, you put an extra $100 on this, we don't care. So my return for that compared to the odds was like really good. But that's the thing about odds, you know. And I was like, fuck, I'll never do this again. So that was good. I mean, I can't say I was planning on gambling after that if I had won. My return was like, it was like $600, I think, for like 100. It is, yeah. I mean, you're right. I've played enough fucking Baldur's Gate. I should have known. I should have known that the 50-50 for the insane return is obviously going to fail. Gambling is something I'm prohibitionist, but absolutely. It's so evil. When you win a gambling, it goes crazy. Wouldn't know. I can't say that I would know about that. That was really my only experience gambling, and I think I'm done. I think I'm done for life. Because just like, I was at a sports bar too. Like, I can't remember, it was somewhere downtown in Vancouver. It was like fucking packed. And everyone was rooting for the Pacers. It felt very like, I do wonder what percentage of people had money on the game. Like, what do you think, chat? Because it was like young people. It was people in their 20s and 30s. They were drinking with their friends. They had the jerseys on. Like, I feel like a lot of people in that room had like money. Yeah, like 50%. It's like such an insane. And people do it more, yeah. I mean, the real way of actually making money on that is you just like get a program to find. Actually, no, I shouldn't give anyone advice. The real way is to get out now. don't gamble. Sorry. Don't gamble, chat. It's not. You take advantage of the bookies or whatever. Some of them sometimes being off, but the real answer is to not. I do know about it, but I would never do it. Well, the thing about the house always lose eventually. There's so much money in fucking bozos. Like, it doesn't matter that you can develop a system to probably get more, like a favorable return on investment, because there's so many whales in sports gambling that they don't give a fuck. It's like 2001 poker, online poker, where it's like if you get in early, it's like there's so many schmucks there you can take money from, but it's that but times like 100,000. But it doesn't matter because it's so many people love sports and also love gambling, and they love the rush of gambling. It is the most insidious combination I could think of possibly. And guess what? I'm one of the schmucks apparently because I'm $100 down. So I'm $100 down. There's no point. Yeah. Minus 100. Please give me money to compensate. Tip your waitress, and that counts as live Vagar. I'm gonna start putting down I always see those clips of the ladies. It's like online gambling, but it's real life because there's like a lady who like gives you the like, here's a 10, you hit, here's a 9. $100 down, start streaming again. That's so true. One with the dealer braids losers. That's awesome. I feel like that would be. I mean, I feel like that would probably actually be an awful job, but it would be very funny. I am streaming consistently, I promise. I do feel like living alone. Oop, why did I press that? Living alone has made it harder for me to like do nothing. I feel like every day I do that like has no work, I feel like I'm burning daylight. And I'm now living alone because I'm single. So, and I also now pay Vancouver rent. Um, so I would like to not technically live in precarity. That's it. It's like 30% of your income or whatever is the point. Cole Harbor, Rich. Okay, let's not guess which part of Vancouver I'm in. Get you a sugar mommy. That's the point of streaming. Can't wait to live alone. It is great. I do actually love it. People do the jokes about like living alone in the day is so awesome, then living alone at night, it's like I'm alone forever. I'll never find love. I disagree because I think it's because I like sleeping by myself. What would they be speaking French? I don't think that's anywhere in Vancouver. Does Train have a $10 million condo in Cole Harbor? That's so funny. That's very funny. That's quite funny. Work for my relative in the interior. I can't say I know what you're talking about, but that's a very funny. That would be very funny. How many donations? How much of our donations go to your sports gambling addiction? Listen, it's done now. I did it once. I failed. You should be thankful that I'm failing, or maybe you shouldn't be thankful. Maybe you should. Maybe you should have rooted for my sports gambling addiction, and then I would have streamed more. Then what for your parents' best thing is having Bosnian parents? My dad is Serbian, but like it's Vancouver. And the Vancouver has more of an effect than the Serbian does. Like it's so funny. Like my default is growing up in an area where most people don't believe in God. And honestly, can I say something? I think it's good. I think that militant atheism, we have to bring it back. I think people do the thing of like, oh, there are good religious people, and that's true. But I think broadly, you can tell how good a society is based upon like or are 90% of the people in it, do they believe in God? It's like, well, I don't know, it's not as good. Canadians are not very religious, but especially Vancouver. Like look at this. Look at this dominant religion in Vancouver map. Like, isn't that beautiful? Like this is good. This is one of the reasons why I like here and I don't think I'll leave. Like it's the discussions online have pissed me off so much because it's like, and then also the discourse of like, well, did you know that queer LGBT people exist? And it's like, God bless him. I'm sorry to hear that. The community is so large. A majority of the South Asian immigrants in Vancouver are Sikh. And I think like Toronto, it's much more Hindu and Muslim proportionally. Vancouver is the best Indian East Asian. You think Vancouver is better Indian cuisine than Toronto? Because certainly East Asian cuisine. I'm sure Toronto is better for Middle Eastern. That makes sense. You think so? Interesting. As more white people in Australia move away from Catholicism, lots of immigrant communities from Southeast Asia are bumping the numbers of Catholics. That's funny. Vancouver cuisine is like very good. Like I didn't appreciate because that's where the bar is for me. But like it's like internationally recognized. I'm blanking on the term I want to use here, but it's very good. You know what was really funny going to Chicago? I saw a Gordon Ramsay restaurant, and the name of the Gordon Ramsay restaurant was just Burger. And I imagine that Gordon Ramsay's like, fuck, I gotta open a restaurant in America. What do I call it? How do I make these Americans come to my restaurant? It's just Burger. Do we have a burger in Vancouver? Oh, I can't imagine how horrifically expensive it is. That's so funny. I didn't know that. We do. We have a burger. Gordon Ramsay Burger, Vancouver. Wait, where is it? Where's the burger? Oh, it's like way out there. That's so funny. It's in Coquitlam. Surely there's another one. That's so funny that he's like, I'm gonna open a restaurant called Burger in Coquitlam. Those Japanese hot dogs, they're very good. Yes, there's a lot of good it's like a Japa dog. Which like that second A is doing a lot of work for me. I'm very happy with that second A, or I would not be saying that word on stream. But they've like the there's a lot of carts or whatever. Load bearing second A. Yeah. They're very good though. That's the name. I didn't name it. It wasn't me. Don't yell at me. Canada isn't real. It's so cool. The funniest thing is I didn't realize for a long time that none of you, if you don't live in like Vancouver, know what Cactus Club is. Like that means nothing to you guys. And it's like that's such a hegemonic institution. None of you people. It's a chain of restaurants. It's Cactus Club, and there's a couple other ones that are similar. And they're all owned by the same Alberta family. And it's basically like kind of highbrow. Earl's is another one. It's highbrow, but still kind of fast foody. It's like a fast food restaurant trying to be bougie. It's like it's just American food. Joey's is another one. It's just American food, you know, like pasta, burgers. It's like upscale Hooters, yeah, but it's more expensive. The people there it's very planned out. It kind of looks fancy, the restaurant. The people there are very attractive. It's a bit more expensive. It's basically my understanding of it is that like a Hooters wouldn't work in Vancouver because the cuisine is nice enough and because people think of themselves as like, oh, I'm a person who I go out and eat. Like the Cactus Club downtown, I can't remember what street that's on, but it's like right near the financial district area, sort of, has so many fucking rich assholes go there for lunch. It's just full of people in suits who have absurd amount of money. They always have a reservation. It's a fascinating concept, and it works really well. It's hegemonic in Vancouver and just doesn't exist anywhere else. There must be like a video about it. It's very mid. Like I can't say that I ever want
control.
I thought this video was good. I thought it could use a bit of work.
1982, Edmonton, Alberta.
But I think this is one
Cold,
of his first.
flat, quiet. A deal was made. Not a massive one, not international, but enough to set something in motion. Two men, a lease, and a plan.
Actually, I'm gonna be
Clean,
right back
efficient,
because I have to.
replicable.
My air
The first of the
conditioner
men
is
was
being
named
fucking
Leroy.
annoying.
The other,
This is a
his
good video,
son,
though.
Stan. They didn't know it then, but that handshake would set off a ripple, one that would travel west and eventually be felt in every major city in Canada. The early days were simple. The model was lean, the margins tight. But the product, it worked. People liked it. They kept coming back for more. By the late 80s, expansion was inevitable, and with it came attention. More money, more influence. Scale. That was a tipping point. At this time, a couple associates from their team felt like they could improve on the formula. They split off quietly. No drama and no press. They wanted something of their own, a new direction. And in 1988, on a quiet street in North Vancouver, another deal was made. Another deal whose repercussions would be felt for decades to come. What started on that quiet Edmonton street in 1982 was no longer just a small business. It was a genre, a system, a formula. And what you might not know is, you already do know it. You've seen it firsthand. You've eaten under its lights. You've ordered the same cocktail in 4 different cities without realizing it. But to understand how we got here, and how everything started to feel the same, we can possibly trace it back to that moment in Edmonton. That handshake in 1982.
This isn't a crime story. It's about restaurants, or more specifically, how one family shaped the way casual fine dining restaurants look, taste, and feel all across Canada. But I'm not here to talk about business strategy or branding. I feel like in Vancouver, this actually goes a lot deeper. In my opinion, this type of restaurant, polished, safe, fancy but not too fancy, is popular because it reflects something about us Western Canadians. What we want, what we're comfortable with, and maybe what we're afraid
Sorry,
of.
I'm back.
Sometimes I go to lunch with some of my colleagues at work, and we often end up at one of these places because they're guaranteed to serve you pretty quickly. Look, the intro was a little bit dramatic, but sometimes when I'm in a restaurant, I find myself asking the question, is everything a Cactus Club? Shareables, bowls, handhelds, mains, nice furniture, hanging greenery, and great locations. Happy hour dishes and staff who look like they were cut out of a fashion magazine. If you were dropped into a Canadian chain restaurant in 2025, you might be forgiven for not being able to identify which one you're in. Of course, I would know instantly because I've spent a good portion of my adult life inside these establishments. But then again, I am
The staff
also...
genuinely are very attractive. Like they do hiring discrimination. Like I feel like that was a joke in high school. That it's like, you know, like you don't like bro, you should not apply to Cactus Club. They're not letting you
living
in.
the dream.
Because that's just like a job you would get. Is that legal in Canada? Probably not. But like, I don't think that they can.
But maybe I'm really living the meme.
Some clarification. The 2 men from the start of the story, Leroy and Stan Fuller, co-founded Earls.
Joke is real. Yeah, no. Look, it's the video. The video has a very interesting idea. He could work on the execution a little.
The 2 who left, who had worked for them previously to start another restaurant, were...
It is an interesting or absurd idea that like, because this is like, these collection of chains of restaurants have like an absurdly hegemonic grip on that sort of food. It's kind of like upscale Hooters in Vancouver.
Were Richard Jaffrey and Scott Morrison. Their restaurant, which opened in 1988 on Pemberton Avenue in North Van, was called the Cactus Club Cafe. 4 years later, in 1992, another rival appeared. A restaurant popped up in Calgary going by the name Joey Tomatoes. Serving pizza and
Fuck you.
pasta. 8 years later, they would rebrand as Joey Tomatoes Mediterranean Grill, having broadened their menu. And another 5 more years later, you might know where this is going, they were simply known as Joey. Now with a dozen locations across Canada.
Eastside Mario's, I can't say that I know what that is.
The mastermind behind this upstart, casual, fine dining chain was a man by the name of Jeff Fuller. At the same time that...
But it's just funny that it's a single family in Alberta. It's like such an incredibly awful indictment of Vancouver culture.
Joey was coming up with its final name.
Joey, that is like racist. At that point, I feel like it's racist. You're like, what should we name our Italian restaurant? fellow not Italian. Fucking Joey Tomatoes.
Scott Morrison was also making moves. He launched a new restaurant on Lonsdale Avenue called Brown's Social House. He parted ways with the Cactus Club, selling his share to Jaffrey. Jeff Fuller was not to be satisfied with just a couple dozen Joey locations, and so he opened a new venture at Kitts Beach called Local Public Eatery.
I actually do that specific local public eatery at Kitsilano is very good. I do like it. I will vouch for it.
And yes, if you thought the fact...
Yes, Local is another one. Local is the better, in my opinion, of all of them. Honestly, still, like, if you go there, you're gonna get food that is good. It's just gonna be overpriced.
Fuller was not a coincidence. You are correct. He is Stan's brother. Leroy and Stan opened a side project called the
J.K. Rowling level of... I never thought about it, but yes, the name Local Public Eatery is ridiculous.
Beach House in a beautiful heritage building in West Van in 2010. Most recently, in 2017, the Cactus Group, under Richard Jaffrey, launched a new sister chain called King Taps. There was a bit of a power struggle in the management of the Cactus Club Cafe between the Fullers, owning a partial stake in the company, and founder Jaffrey. In 2022, the Fuller family bought Jaffrey out of Cactus to assume full control of it and King Taps. And that brings us up to the present. With King Taps about to open in Lonsdale Quay, I was curious about what it was, and that curiosity led to learning about this whole web of connections.
You're saying I'm
the
in the
Fuller
lip
family
filler
have
background
built an
Twitch? It's very
empire in this
possible.
market, and with 3 main businesses, their main competition
70 locations. Earl's, it's interesting, Earl's is more. 70 locations, like, just in Vancouver, basically.
is themselves.
And part of our secret,
Like, there's a lot of them. It's very...
Jeff gets up every day and wants to kill Earls, and I want to get up every day and kill Joey. And it's the same with Cactus. So we're competing
It's so embarrassing for Vancouver. How big is Vancouver? It's like 1 million people. There's a lot of people in the great, like the lower mainland, like the Greater Vancouver area. Do they call it the Couve? It's funny, State of Philly media. I feel like multiple people have asked me that. Vancouver is definitely bigger than Ottawa, isn't it? Metro Van is 2 million. Right. I can't say that I've ever heard anyone, like multiple people have asked me, do they call it the Couve? And I can't say that I've ever heard that.
It's a very interesting...
We're not that embarrassing, is to say. Like, it's not that bad out here. Wikipedia puts Vancouver area at 3 million. And then Lower Mainland is larger as well. The city of Vancouver itself, which also doesn't include North Vancouver and West Vancouver, is like less than 1 mil.
Dynamic, one that I've never heard of before.
Like the map I showed you guys before is just the city of Vancouver, but then it's like a lot. The religious map was Greater Vancouver area that had like Sikh people in the bottom.
It does make me wonder if internally they feel a need to see their chicken jockey for first place.
The natural question
Okay. All right.
is what makes these types of restaurants so
Okay,
successful
man.
here? I mean, Earls and the like
Okay,
are
man.
successful across Canada, but in BC, they're practically the whole ecosystem. My theory is that it has less to do with what these restaurants are serving and more to do with our own psychological needs.
Did you guys that is a movie I saw. I think I saw it in May. Is the Minecraft movie. It's actually really gay. Like, it is actually our. Like, I thought people were like joking about that, but it is actually a gay romance story. Like unironically is a gay romance story. The Minecraft movie. Like, it is actually like being creative. Creativity is like a synonym for being homosexual. And the 2 older gay men are like indoctrinating the like, I guess, protagonist or whatever, a young kid that like is creative and wants to show off his creativity.
I live in a city
That's my interpretation of it.
kind of hooked on the safe, casual, fine dining zone. You know what I'm talking about. Nicely textured menus, no tablecloths, feels upscale but isn't too fancy or intimidating, and most importantly, no French accents. It would be kind of dumb not to mention the structural reasons for Earlsification, such as high startup costs, real estate values, and also the ability to buy in bulk. But I think that's kind of intuitive, so I'm gonna present.
Is it sexy? I mean, yeah, the women, that is another, it's like ancient Greek gay. Because, like, women are too fucking stupid to be creative. Like, they don't understand what it is to be, like, a, you know, reference to this, like, a friend of the concept. Like, they can't be philosopher kings. They can't be creative. They can't appreciate men like other men do.
Something else today. There's a deeper reason that these types of businesses tend to do well out here, and I think it has to do with the Vancouver personality. Now, I might be projecting a little bit here, but I mean, this is a city where people would rather inhale secondhand crack smoke than to ask someone to stop lighting up on a train. Are kind of conflict avoidant, and in general, we avoid discomfort.
Vancouver, people from Vancouver are trend followers. We're lemmings. There's a joke about Vancouver that everyone loves lining up at places because it's just like, well, this place is the place people say is good. I don't like, it has a massive line, even though this also really good restaurant right over the way is also really good. But like, people said that the one with the line is the one that's good. So I'm going to get in this big fucking line. We say Vancouverites.
Part of this craving for...
It's very much so Seattle Freeze. Absolutely. Very similar. Vancouver is just like better Seattle. It's like, what if they made Seattle without a big fucking highway that goes through the middle?
Safety and reliability come from people feeling squeezed. When time, money, and energy are scarce, no one wants to risk wasting.
Anyway, that's the Cactus Club, though. The hope you all understand the vibe of a Cactus Club. Thanks for sharing, no problem. I mean, have I ever been down East Hastings Street? I mean, of course. It is interesting the way that Vancouver people talk about homelessness here. Because it really, like, they talk about it as if Vancouver is, like, special or unique. It's, like, especially bad, which is not the case. Maybe it's like compared to other Canadian cities of a similar size, and that's obviously because of like the price of rent. I love the stream. Then you should subscribe and follow, because I will stream regularly again, I promise. I also do wonder, I don't actually know anything about this from an empirical, like I this is a pure anecdote thing. But my understanding, I feel like with homelessness in Vancouver is that it's much more concentrated. There is like the downtown east side, and it's a specific chunk of East Hastings Street, which is a street in Vancouver, downtown Vancouver, that is like especially concentrated. That is like, I mean, people describe it like it's a fucking like infestation, but it's like a community of people who cannot afford or have the housing. And I wonder why that is. I don't know why it's just, I feel like that is different to a lot of cities of, let's say, Vancouver's size, where homeless people are more likely to be spread out. But maybe that's not true. I mean, it makes sense being a community. It makes sense because it's harder for cops to harass you. For instance. Nanaimo and Victoria, it's also the case. Is it a Pacific Northwest thing? This is such a classic. Saudi Arabia photo of flight of tower about to hit. As the Arabic saying goes, he who interferes with what does not concern him finds what doesn't please him. And it's an Air Canada plane going into the CN Tower. That was goated. Yeah, that was a moment. We have a mask in Wisconsin. Most our homeless are concentrated in like 3 block area. Okay, maybe it's just common. I don't know. The way that the thing about crime is that it's a purely like we are humans are kind of just bad at assessing danger when it especially bad when it concerns other people. So you are much more likely to think you are in danger because of another person harming you than like a fucking I mean shark is a bad example because that's one that people especially inflate. But then like other you know like a bear or like a better example I think is like if you're climbing or something, if you have direct control over a thing and you're doing a risky or motorbiking or whatever, a car, because it's like I'm in control. Because the thing we fundamentally don't understand the most is the other, is another person. People are very complicated. We barely understand ourselves. And so like this is why like one of the important components of like the violence of oppressive systems is like that it's like it's maintained in people's everyday lives. And it's like people know about that fear and they use it to reinforce someone's inability to flourish. But the same thing applies though with like crime rate waves where like people can think that crime is happening at a really high rate when it totally isn't, because like all it takes is for you know, you especially if you listen to something like Fox News or even just in general, like people are voyeurs for reporting on crime. They love hearing about like I see this in the Vancouver subreddit all the time where it's like X violent criminal has been released on, you know, day leave or whatever. It's like hide your kids, hide your wife. When crime porn stuff, yeah. The National Post is the Canadian version, I guess, the Canadian equivalent. When in reality, crime is really down, especially if you look at like decade-long trends. Like minus COVID, there was definitely a spike during COVID, but it's a lot lower. You see the way you see people talk about crime on like the downtown east side in Vancouver, they're like, oh, you know, the 90s it was bad, but it's nowhere near as bad as today. And it's like it's less bad by like a magnitude. It's the same in America. Crime is at like an all-time low in America. Like everybody don't understand the bail system. Yeah, it's like they're like our woke cucked judges are like especially bad. It's like that's how the law works. That's how it works everywhere. Like Sing Su is great. I'm deeply in love with the dinosaur. The swarming case. Wait, what was that? What is a swarming case? It's so funny to me that Sue has an official Twitter account and that they replied to me. I love Sue. This is, to be clear, for those who don't know, it's the most complete adult fossil of T-Rex. It's in Chicago. It was very cool to see. But it's the official Sue Twitter account that's mentioned on the thing, which we're now oomphs. I got the Sue follow back. Yes. Thank you for sharing your deeply personal secrets with me and bringing that charcuterie board. That was all endangered me. That's oomph. That's my goat. I also realized they're a millennial. It's been 35 years since they got unearthed. So wow. We love dating millennials is so goated. It's or awesome sauce, as you people say. We don't say that. Listen, I know what you people say behind closed doors. I've dated you. No, you're right. You used to say it. The narwhal bacon segment. You say like hecking chonker and pupper and doggo, shit like that. Pupperino. You say, so that's a thing. You guys love doing that. That's that one you actually do love doing. Hey, so this is actually insane. That's another one. You guys love that one. So that's a thing. So that just happened. It's that sort of energy. You know what I mean? You guys love that. They fly now. Is it great? Urge a teen girl found guilty of manslaughter in swarming attack on homeless man. Wait, what? What the fuck is a swarming attack? Is it just like a bunch of people who attacked like a homeless guy? Huh? What? How old is this lady? 8 girl. So it's just 8 women who went up and like. Huh? Was charged with second-degree murder and 7 ended up pleading guilty to lesser charges. What a big. 16 months probation is fucking insane. Okay. I guess, yeah, I see why. Like, that was. Like, I fundamentally don't think that the justice system has the capacity to. I guess the way of making that consistent is that it's just, like. There is something fundamentally, like. Outrageous when you see the legal system directly just intervene and say like, oh, this group's life do just mean less to the people who are deciding harm, even if like I don't think that this system is really good at dealing with harm and making things better. What was the example recently of the sexual assault case against with relation to those like hockey players? That was another case where it was like the justice system just like not working fundamentally. I found that case interesting because my understanding was that the girl who was harmed initially just like was talking to the police because she just wanted some sort of reconciliation of like, I just want them to admit, because I know that there's like an internal investigation by some like hockey board, and she like wasn't getting that by the police, and she was getting completely stonewalled by the people who harmed her and their families. So she's like, okay, let's do a trial then. The system is not built to like handle even someone who's like, I just want an explanation and an apology. Like, it's not even built for that sort of thing. It's only built through punishment. That is all it knows how to do. What did the judge say? Because yeah, I remember like the defense contextualized her as like, it's like, oh, she's like a porn star. Because she said that she liked group sex, it means she couldn't possibly have been raped. And it's like, I guess it's cool that that's what the justice system has decided about women who enjoy sex. It's like, no, you usually just don't have rights. What did the judge say? What was the? And I mean, it's the defense. It's like the defense does crazy shit. They outrageous shit. It still feels infuriating. That's the nuance with when you see the people who are mad about public defenders. That's the nuance. You can see why, especially someone who is harmed gets like mad at specific. It's complicated. I mean, the position that public defenders are bad is obviously silly, and not good. Let me see. What is the? Wait, where's the quote? Sorry, I can't find it. Those people have lost the plot. I mean, being severely harmed has the tendency to make you do that sometimes. I mean, that is a wrong analysis. Like their analysis is wrong. I'm looking for it's this thread. I don't know what was the broader context of this as well was like burger Stalinists, which also burger Stalinist, sure, like saying some weird misogynistic shit, wasn't it? Am I crazy? I'm saying one of the bigger issues with prison abolition that's hard to deal with is like when people have been really harmed and they feel punitive. And in a context where like you would agree that they should fucking feel punitive. I think it's complicated. I'm sympathetic to this lady in particular, even if I think this is obviously wrong. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Anonymous. Thank you so much.
I'm gonna come.
You rare. Thank you for the 6 months in advance for the tier 1. Thank you so much. Wow, we love to see it. Thank you.
I'm gay.
This is my favorite gift sub sound. You rare as well. I think I'm pronouncing your name right. I'm sorry if I'm not. Thank you as well for the 5 gift subs. Thank you.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
This does, I think, conceptualize the silly form rare. Okay, perfect. Thank you. The silly form of prison abolition, which is basically just prison reform, where it's like the problem is we're not punishing the right people. Tall as 8. Thank you for the tier 1. There's a hype train if you would like to subscribe. What was the context of?
I am gay.
Like, what was they've spent the whole weekend saying I should be killed because of it. What was the context of that debate? I'm also curious about that. I at least heard someone saying that he was saying some weird
it's okay.
shit.
I'm transgender.
Oh, I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Thank you for the money, everyone. That was Cuomo saying I'm gay.
I am gay.
Straight raid. Thank you for the raid. Oh, big lizard. I hope you had a good stream. Someone asked if I saw.
Oh, I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Cuomo's in the Epstein list. Is that true? Because that's so funny. Is he actually? Is this true? Just go with it. Because the New York Post, because you can see how biased this institution is. Zard Mom Dami mentions Andrew Cuomo in same breath as Jeffrey Epstein in new video. I mean, that's certainly one way of saying it. No, is that they both... Cuomo is good friends with someone who's on the Epstein list. Isn't that the thing? It's like a real estate guy. Campaign financer. Oh, he was being defensive of that fucking of Android Omise or whatever. See, that's the context you don't see. That guy hates women. That guy is a misogynist. That's the context that they don't give you. Thank you, Era. Thank you for all the bits. I can't do math. I don't know how much. How's that add up to? 17, 1800. Thank you. 1852. Thank you. There's a hype train. If you would like to subscribe, we have lots of cool emotes. Yeah, I just think it's complicated. New Jeffrey Epstein contact list includes Alec Baldwin, Michael Jackson, Mick Jagger, and RFK Jr.'s mom. Sure, why not? Fuck, marry, kill, and fourth option for New York City Mayor. That's what I assume a rank ballot vote is just fuck, marry, kill. Era, thank you for the 666 bits. Thank you. And that's why Mamdani won. Is that fuck is second, and then marry is first. Then kill is obviously third. Among the famous names in Epstein's contact list by Department of Justice Thursday includes former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. Interesting. Well, they just not... Because I thought I saw that before. It is Andrew Cuomo. Among the famous names in the Epstein contact list. He's on some sort of Epstein list. There you go. I mean, I am... It is fascinating. I will say, like... Mamdani, however disappointing his mayorship will likely be, just because it's like... I don't even... What the fuck is he even going to do with the NYPD? Like, I know he's tried to... Joshua for 5 Congress. Oh, fuck, I forgot. Joshua for Congress is such a funny... Miss Factman, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you. Oh, is it? Oh, I put this above. Oh, I'm sorry. You can't see your name because I put it above the other box. That guy was so awesome. He's a truck driver now. Very funny Liv Agar lore is that I knew that guy like very early on in his campaign because he was just like a Twitter poster in 2019. And I was like, sure, man, I support you. My favorite Joshua for Congress lore thing was that he deactivated his account for a day, like a week before the election, because he was like, I just need a break from Twitter. He's like one of those guys. It's like, I can't have my Twitter on my phone or I'm so addicted to the screen. I can't even remember what I was talking about. You just gave me flashbacks. But I mean, it is obviously like insane. Like it is actually bad that he took like a pretty sizable, I can't remember how much campaign thing he raised for like, it was, I mean, I guess it was Congress. It's in the name. Why am I forgetting what he ran for? And just didn't like no door knocking. Just no, like he had 0 fucking votes. Like he was running on the platform of abolishing the FBI as like a congressman. Yeah, flashbacks too. Yeah, 2019 Twitter is something else. 2019 Twitter was like so evil. Because it was when like left Twitter was kind of weirdly integrated with weird Twitter, so you just got like insanely evil, like racist, transphobic, homophobic people that would just be like hanging out. It was it was much more so like a boys club.
I'm gay.
Anonymous, thank you. Did he debate Destiny? Yeah. Any groypers? That's
Any
the
fellow
whole
groypers here?
that's the whole chat. This is the Nicholas J. Fuentes waiting room. Do you think that like his followers actually think that he's straight? Like, what do you think the split on that is? Because like he's so like I don't know. It's very funny. He's a convicted assaulter, right? Because someone came to his home and then he like punched them, right? I feel like I go on poll to just like check where the I don't even know what audience poll is checking. It's like I guess what discourse is relevant within like it's not even that the case though because it's such a weird. But they're still posting about him. It's half of it is like people hate this guy because they're Jews, and then the other half of it is like, I guess making fun of him for being gay, and then also for like, there's like a fascinating insult I see. I don't want to. I feel like I don't want to repeat the phrase that's used, but there are some members of the right, of far right, will criticize others for like they'll say that they're doing white nationalism the way that black people do black nationalism, which makes it bad. Like they're doing the wrong type of white nationalism, which is like a fascinating. You see why they would come up with that, but it's like fascinating, like. And like it's the more moderate wing is like you're too openly. It's like the when people take the N word and then they add a W at the start, it's like that nationalist. And it's like the more moderate wing of white supremacy being like you guys are too extreme. And they call him that a lot. I don't know why I brought that thought up. It's fascinating. Those sort of discourses, I guess that's why I'm on a conspiracy theory podcast. Those sort of discourses fascinate me. Arrow, thank you.
Gombis Froggy.
White nationalism is best done by the Latin community. I have no idea. I mean, I feel like that's always been the stereotype of like people who are the closest who are like a part of whiteness in the most peripheral way. I feel like they have to compensate. Say Latinx, bro. Do you guys remember that on Twitter? That someone tweeted like, I just went to like Argentina, and they beat the shit out of me for not calling them Latinx. And then a bunch of people thought it was. Did they think it was real? They got really mad about the insinuation. The Latinx rage baiting is very funny. And then a bunch of people were like, no, it was real. I was there. And someone responded like, you weren't there, you fucking liar. Anyway, it's a hype train. I was there. It's like when I got beat up for not twerking in Gay City. Exactly. Everyone knows like Nick Fuentes is gay, right? Like he's doing like a LARP. I mean, the misogyny is real. Because it's like, it's maybe a sort of Greek style gay that's like chauvinistic as well. The fucking you know what that bit makes me mad
gay.
or sad, I guess.
I'm a guy who wants to screw guys.
There you go. It's perfect. Anonymous, thank you for the 5 gift subs. He didn't actually fuck Destiny.
Do not come. Do not
Theyre, thank you.
I'm gonna come.
It's fucked up because I saw that and everyone was sharing it, and it's just not. Sorry to fact check. It's not real. It's not. He didn't actually fuck
I'm
Destiny.
gay.
He didn't. It's
I am
fake.
a guy who
Or there's no
wants to
evidence.
screw
I mean, he
guys.
could have. Surely, like you can't falsify Fuentes fucking Destiny.
I'm gay.
Because it was like I think it was a video that like leaked of Destiny sucking someone's dick, and people were like, "Oh,
I'm gay."
That was recorded the same night that he was hanging out with Nick Fuentes, and it was just not true. It wasn't true. As far as I thought it was a fake.
I'm gay.
Maybe I'm wrong. It would be funny. That's why I was so mad. Do you understand why I'm so mad? Why finding out that that isn't real? Dusty was doing the talking. That's what I was saying. Did I say the inverse? Should choose to believe it anyway. Fair enough. I can't honestly for that one. I can't blame you. Thank you for the money, everybody. For the Fuentes is the Instagram of our times. I agree with that. I keep oscillating between him having like really good political instincts and him being very stupid. But I do think that he knows what he's doing. Like I think he will last in terms of being a right-wing grifter. Or grifter, I don't know. People overuse the term grifter because it implies that the person doesn't believe the things that they're saying. And it's like I feel like most of the time when people talk online they do believe it. Nick is a good communicator and he's charismatic. You're right. He isn't actually Ernst Rom because Rom was good at organizing people. Clip that. He has charisma. Charisma is like an empirical characteristic. Like Trump has charisma. Fuentes absolutely has charisma. That's how he has a career. Yeah, Fuentes is not a person who goes outside and organizes though. Yeah. He has like it's purely online. So I guess Rom is not a good comparison. He has charisma, but he doesn't have Riz. I mean, it's hard to say, honestly. Because, like, the thing about him never having sex with a woman is obviously cover because he's gay. It's smart. It's a smart cover, right? So it's hard to say. I know some people deny Trump's charisma because they don't like him. I mean, yeah, it's hard to... Berlin Betty, final answer, yeah. He's actually genuine. That is, yeah. That's what I wonder about him breaking with Trump is I generally interpreted that as one, he is like a white nationalist and he thinks that Trump is cucked. But two, like an understanding of the fact that like the winds will shift on this. And like they have, that's the thing. His whole thing for the past like fucking half a decade has been like Charlie Kirk is cucked. He's a fucking loser. They're following Trump in a gay, pejorative way. And like he's been doing that for however many years, and now like a lot of the right is started to shift to that. So I do think he has like people are making fun of me on the QAA for saying he has like acumen. I think he does. I think you have to handle it to him in that respect. I think he's gonna be around. Well, I don't know. He's kind of fucked legally. Like he can't open a bank account. Did you see that? Like he can't fly. He can't open a bank account. I'm sure he can't go on fucking Uber Eats. There's no chicken tendies being delivered to the door. He's not the judge from Blood Meridian. Yes, sure. Sure. Being actually anti-Israeli is a credibility booster? Yeah. We're getting this weird, like, anti-Israeli paleocon, right, that's developing. You see with Candace Owens, too. Candace Owens is, like, a grifter. Like, that's a very stupid person with no political instinct who is, like, following Ted Woods. Is she a Harvey Weinstein apologist? Why would she do that? Like, that's so fascinating. Is she, like, friends with him? I'm trying to think of what, like, she would gain out of that. She's been meeting up with him. She's such a sycophant. That's awesome. It's literally like I'm writing for oomph. Like he's famous and he likes me. I actually think he's innocent. Is that actually what's going on? She's meeting with him on the regular? That's awesome. I'm gonna start doing the bit again whenever someone asks me my ideology. To just say I'm a classical liberal. This is a classical liberal live stream. Nick tried to go full Nazi outside CPAC and most people were turned off by it. Yeah, for now. I don't know. Does bank accounts. Someone said there was a Trump executive order that gave him access to a bank account again. I think that's a very funny concept. Groper, that is how you know that he isn't a grifter, though, Fuentes, is that he's like still doing tradcath shit. Because he is just Catholic. Like, what did he say? He was like, America's a Catholic nation. Yeah, I don't think so, man. Yeah, dog. Yeah, dog, I don't think so. She's convinced an ancient Jewish order from Europe is responsible, and part of her vendetta is to make him say it on her show. Oh, it's like a weird, like she wants Harvey Weinstein to say that there's an ancient Jewish conspiracy that exists, guaranteeing fair banking for all Americans. Oh, you're right. It actually is like 8 days ago. President Trump's executive order on politicized or unlawful debanking. There you go. Is Fuentes still hooking up with Nazi femboys? I'm sure. Did I win the deep dish discussion? Hey, Andre. Actually, I should give you a... I think it's awesome. I think it rocks. I think all pizza should be deep dish, actually. That's my take. I think the sauce is the best part of pizza. W Nick as a Nazi femboy, I love him. That's so cool. That's great. I love having insane people in my chat. Detroit style. What is Detroit style? I don't know what that means. Is it just like the crust is really big? This just looks like pizza. I don't understand. It's just square? That's not a new style of pizza. That's just a different shape. Rectangular pan with a thick, crisp, chewy crust. It sounds good. This is one where it's like, I don't need to try it to know that I'd probably like it. Like, it's close enough to other pizza. Yeah, it's like a shape. It's like, would you like if your pizza was like a rhombus? So it's like, probably. I would probably be happy with that, I'm sure. It depends on how it's prepared. Yeah, if your burger was square, would you still eat it? Probably. I would say most likely yes. Um, the shape of food is not a deal breaker. I'm not that autistic. I feel like I've realized with this Grandel thing, where you like rate the appeal, like how appealing food is. I do think that having like food sensitivity makes you way better at it.
Hi, you live. Longtime cause supporter here, and I love your face. Thanks
you.
for being amazing.
Thank you for the 100 bits. Is this one of those demo crap streamers? It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I'm Canadian. They have nothing to do with. That was funny. I did get messaged by. That was the most insane moment. I feel like in relation to my effect on real world politics, or not effect because I ignored them. Who beat Carrie Lake in the Senate run in like 2020? Was it 2022? In Arizona. That lady, like her campaign messaged me being like, hey, we're fighting, conspiracy misinformation. Would you like to contribute to our campaign or whatever? It's like, no, I don't want to do that. Who do you think I am? No. What do you think is going on here? They thought the view was a B. They thought I was lib posting. They were listening to a song. Was it Ruben Gago? It was a lady. I mean, the DM still exists. I'm trying to remember who it is. Like, I can show you the DM. Carrie. Maybe it was 2020. Does anyone remember? It's certainly not. It would be very funny if it was Kristen Cinema. It was the gubernatorial one. Was it not? Yes, Katie Hobbs. A campaign person from Katie Hobbs messaged me. I assume it's not the governor. I will. I don't want to I'll screenshot this because I don't want to see. There's like a message request stuff on the other side that I don't want to. This is a real message that I received from a. This is Bethany on the Katie Hobbs for Arizona Governor digital team. Reach out to connect about opportunities to help us defeat GOP extremists. Carrie Lake. So that's the thing that happened. So that happened, as millennials would say. Thoughts on Israel? I do not like Israel, although considering that you're a Nazi femboy, I think probably for different reasons. um oh yeah, it was a recent story that they just like killed all of the Al Jazeera like journalist team in Gaza. You know what's fucking insane to me? Like in Britain specifically, how the Labour Party has been like, if you guys don't stop doing genocide, we'll recognize Palestine. Which, like, I don't, as far as I remember, that's not how countries work explicitly according to the liberal democratic order. Like, you would think that they would be a little bit less outwardly cynical about the function of like statecraft and recognize is like, presumably a country is supposed to exist according to the liberal international order to like represent a polity of people and give them some sort of political engine to affect history, etc., whatever. Um, but apparently not. Apparently it's just purely a cynical bargaining chip, which like it is. It's obviously the case, but like you would think that they wouldn't be. Hello, Joe Biden. How's it going? Joe Biden, wake up. You would think that they wouldn't be like explicit about it. Do you know what I mean? I'm doing good. I'm back to streaming again. Do you? I do love that. Joe Biden, wake up. Here's fire, thank you. Did you guys know that there is a plant called Biden's Hyperborea that's also known as chudweed? Wait, where's the chudweed bit? Maybe that one was fake. Is the chudweed fake? Oh, maybe mistakenly known as chudweed.
Joe Biden, Joe Biden, wake up. Joe Biden, wake up. 9/11. Today's same day. What happened 2001. This is Wally POK, Hanakin, Actual Pashikusan, Texas, USA. 24/7 every day. I'm wake up in USA.
My favorite is the Biden Hyperborea. We're going to Hyperborea Jack. I think they deleted it. No, it's still up.
Joe Biden, wake up. Joe Biden, wake up. 9/11.
This is real life. And then he sees us the N-word at the end, so we have to. I feel like I have explained the context of that before, because it isn't pure nonsense. I mean, it is pure nonsense. But those specific set of edits were like a oddly influential like video editing click from like poll/work safe gifs on 4chan that had like a bunch of like fairly mainstream jokes. I used to do ASMR, and one time I rated someone with the message "Sleepy Joe Biden is here," and the streamer messaged me saying it was ableist. That is a cool thing about I'm assuming the ASMR community, because it really isn't. I could imagine people from every sort of ideological background being into ASMR. Like, you never know what you're gonna get reading an ASMR stream. Like, surely there's like trad wife ASMR.
We have a lot of other things to cover here, but I look to Dr. Sherwood. Are we moving?
Joe Biden, wake up.
Yeah.
Joe
Exactly.
Biden, wake up. 9/11.
One of the things that I strongly believe is
Joe Biden, wake up.
The hyperborean
should
thing is
probably
filtered
go home.
through a 4chan or a Hearts of Iron 4 mod,
Joe Biden, wake up.
but it's hard to explain.
Joe.
I'm tired. What's happening?
Joe Biden.
Do you ever think about how they presumably put Biden on hormone replacement therapy?
Joe. Hello, Mr. President. Wake up.
Biden BBL. They're making Biden thick.
Nearly $6,400
They're doing boy removal.
more
I'm sorry.
than you would today.
Wake up, wake up, wake
To treat his cancer. Anyway, I can't remember why we started talking about that. Yeah, it's TNO. Which is a goated mod, by the way. It's very well done. I do wonder, like, how Biden is perceived in the common American liberal consciousness. Is it as him as like a fucking moron who like doomed the nation to 4 more years of not just Trump, but like the new specific Trump 2? Or is it like 07, he did his best and now his time is gone, his time is up. Even my lifelong lib mother despises Joe. Well, that's cool, at least. It's like, it's funny because it's like, it's the legacy he deserves. It's just like the consequences for that legacy, like no one else deserves. Like, he deserves to be teleported into a dimension that's purely simulated, that no one has to deal with, where we have Trump 2. Teleported to hell, yeah. Let's ask Harry Susan on Cameo. Does he have a cameo? That guy's awesome. I didn't pay enough attention to it, but people were trying to like put him on blast, and the full scale of the accusations were that he was like playing the field, basically. He was like pretending he didn't have multiple girlfriends. Am I wrong about that? Like, that was the... Because it didn't stick at all. He was just being a slut, yeah. Because it didn't stick at all. It seemed like it was like, oh, he's fucked. The Adam Friedland Harry Sasan thing was very funny. It's funny that Adam Friedland is like a real politics guy now. Is he a chaser? That's so cool. Is that true, or are you just saying that? Are you just saying that? No, not Adam. Presumably not Adam. No, if he was a chaser, I'd know about it. My chat, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Is Harry Suzanne trans? That's not what I want. Transgen. I think you guys are just making things up to make me excited. Oh, it's 50 minutes long.
Have you been to Costco before, Harry? No. I saw you garnered some controversy online.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You garnered some controversy. Have you been to Costco?
No.
Never.
No.
Is Chaser a cis person secretly into trans people? It's more like it's someone who's like has a trans fetish, who's like really into trans women. Although it's kind of been like the popular usage of the term is it's softened a lot, and it's more just like a guy who's been with trans women. You know, it's like it's a lot less kind of, I think, pejorative than I think its original usage.
You're lying to me right now.
I've never been to Costco.
But it has a, you know.
Passed gas at a Costco.
Oh, is that? This is. I don't know what you're talking about.
You farted at Costco. And a journalist was there.
Okay.
From CT ESPN, Antonio Brown. He broke the story on X. He said, Harry Sisson farted with this photo.
How many women chasers are out there? There's a lot of them.
What is this about? This appears to be ejaculant of perhaps 4 or 5 loads, based upon what I'm shooting. That appears to be 4 or 5 men's loads. What were you doing with it in your bum? And why did you? You knew that you farted at Costco. Also, there appears to be a tire track. This is your getaway, and you left the workers to clean it up.
Yeah. No,
Champagne liberal, huh? Can you please explain this photograph? It's very confusing and it's controversial.
Bro, it's so hot in Vancouver.
Oh, dude, I can't even like keep it.
Harry, just answer the question.
It's not true. It's not true.
You're ducking and diving and.
It's a fabrication. It's a fabrication.
Why would this man lie?
I'm sweating, bro.
Antonio Brown. Why would he
It's so
think
hot in
this got
Vancouver.
2.5 million views?
Do you know who Antonio Brown is?
2.5 million people think that you farted out perhaps 3 full loads of a man.
Yeah.
Harry, what? So this journalist, Antonio Brown from CT ESPN, and you also, Harry, you clapped back at this journalist, Antonio Brown. You said 11 women accused you of claiming to be, oh, no. What is it? No, never mind. What did you said that there was a clapback you did that said that he went to jail for refusing to pay his child support.
That's right. He was arrested for.
So you think that someone's a bad father just because they go to jail?
No, I think they're a bad father if they
Do
don't
you
pay their
understand
child
what our criminal justice system is like?
It can be
So
unfair.
just because you go to jail, then you're no longer qualified to be a father?
Well,
I
think
don't
you're-
understand what you're talking about.
I think you're focused on the wrong thing in that story. I think you should be focused on him not paying his child support. So much so that he had to get arrested.
So if that means he's a bad father?
I would.
This journalist that was at Costco randomly when you farted. I don't understand how those two. He
Oh,
was
is that
just
Noah?
there, he
That's
was
so
getting
funny.
dog food, it appears, and you farted. What
No,
appears
Colin
to
just
be
hanging
perhaps
out.
1.5 to 2 loads of men's semen. Which is why would you store that in your bottom? So why does this gentleman have it out for you?
I don't know. You should. I think he.
Perhaps it's because you quite rudely farted out. Perhaps
Is he
an
a part of the
apology
show? I
is
feel
in
like I haven't
order,
been
Harry.
watching that much.
For this farting, you peed in the guy's ass, and now you're farting out. You're farting out load. You're
It's
farting out
both.
bust in a Costco. With a tire track going away. You made your escape. You said, "Let the workers deal with this. I'm gonna go on a plane.
It's
I'm gonna go
false.
on Daddy's plane."
It's false. It's false.
It's false.
Yeah.
So who is this character, Antonio
He's
Brown?
a former wide receiver for the Pittsburgh
Oh, the Steelers, number
Yeah.
84.
Yeah.
Hell of a wide receiver.
Well, until he got...
He could toe tap. He was really nice at toe tapping on the line.
He was all right.
Good stuff. Um, is the picture real or not? It's hard to say. Why is that so funny? I don't know. It's the Adam Friedland magic. I've not played Hades 2. Is that one of the ones where it's like a stereotype to be good at it? I feel like I haven't been playing much video games right now. I was so busy for so long, and now I'm like, fuck, I can play games now. And I don't know what to do. Because last time I wasn't busy, I was playing Path of Exile 2, and now it's just completely fucking washed. Very thoroughly washed. Vicky 3 is good now. That's one I should get into. They did a lot of really cool stuff with the trade system and the companies. Although it doesn't really simulate monopolies properly, as far as I understand. I don't think Pax of Exile 2. They had an update that people didn't like. It's too grindy and slow now, and just like no one plays it anymore. Yes, the CK3 Asia expansion I'm worried about. Because like, I just don't think that it's equipped to simulate those political systems. I don't like the addition of hegemonies. And I just don't think it's equipped. I think the system they're adding onto it doesn't look very good. Old school RuneScape? Honestly, I should get back into it. Every like once in a while I start up an Iron Man again. Cause that is my like, that's a classic high school game I played a lot. But it takes up so much of your time. I did that like after I finished my master's degree, because I was in a place where I needed to work. I had the insane internalized Protestant work ethic, but I was so burnt out that I couldn't. So I would just like do farm runs and then mine on my Iron Man. And like it felt like I was working, but I could like relax my brain. It was good. It worked. It worked very well. Bro, it is so fucking hot in here. Hold on, I'm gonna get my fan. I have like a one bed, and my air conditioning is in the main room, and so it doesn't quite like blow into. So I have like a fan to blow in the cold air. Make an Anthony Bourdain biopic. Are they gonna include the last message before he died? Could you imagine? I don't know actually what the story is about that. What did his ex send him? What message was it again? Stav is in it? That's very funny. It's funny to see them. It's funny that it is like, no, I guess that makes sense. Adam and Stav are both doing really well, and I don't fucking know what Nick is up to. I think the show is really good. It's his early career, I see. He's doing stand-up? I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. No Reservations is good. It's a good show. Working on the Zoran campaign, that was so funny. that is like the death of like I hate to use the term woke in an actual real way. But like the whole post Trump 2016 like Chapo discourse is just gone. The idea that like Zoran could do a thing with Nick Mullen and like no one, I didn't see a single person mad about that. Whatever was going on there in that like discussion that was essentially like a very online conflict between like the right, like the donut emoji Twitter, like centrist Hillary Clinton people, and the new like progressive left influencer whatever media sphere is just completely gone. And like the media sphere won, I guess. Because like what? Like the Democrats are now doing like a podcast for young white men on YouTube and they're getting like 200 likes. They're doing well on TikTok, I think. Their TikTok is doing well. But for the most part, there's just not. No one cares. I think it's interesting. Where's my phone? I don't know. I can't find it. I have no one texted me. I guess I'm working. I guess he does produce that Freeland show. No, it's fine. It's like 80 views. It's awesome. Dems are always 6 steps behind. That is funny to me as well that like Zoran wins the white male vote more than anything else. Like that's his base is white men. And it's white men from New York, so it's like or New York City, so it's like different than but Dems looking for a model. And it's not even necessarily his politics, although I think that does have an important effect. It's even just how he presents himself. Were his numbers with Latinos higher? Oh, okay. I guess I was looking at polling data. I'm sure the actual voting is a lot more accurate than whatever the crosstabs were, It's because he's a failed rapper. That was cool. That was very funny. I do think the policy stuff is just that, like, it's not even, honestly, in my opinion, I don't even necessarily think that formula requires how left he was. He seems semi-successful, yeah. It's just that it's a simple message, and it's a message that runs counter to the prevailing ideology of both mainstream Democrats and Republicans. So it's like simple message that's new. And it's like, well, let's try that out. See if that works. Very charismatic with insane message discipline. His strategy is interesting, and the discourse on whether he's like selling out because of war and stuff is also interesting. Because I remember some people were saying like his strategy has always been to ally with liberal Zionists. Although like I saw a good response to that because I don't actually know that much about local New York politics. Is that like Brad Lander is like barely a Zionist. I am a streamer sometimes. I'm streaming more now. Intifada concession, I feel like that was... Maybe there was a new one, but I felt like he did that fairly gracefully. And like that was coming. I'm sorry, that was coming. That had to come. His long history is pro-Israel activism. Right, so it is fair to say that that is a strategy of his, is allying with liberal Zionists. His long history is pro-Palestine activism. Yes. Okay, that is what I thought as well. Okay. Yes. No. I mean, you look at his tweets from 2020 and it's like, we need to seize the means of production and destroy the state of Israel. Yeah, like Lander is like very like at the ritual circumcision of his son, Lander and wife declared, "We are thrilled to pronounce you a Jew without the right of return. Your name contains our deep hope that you will explore and celebrate your Jewish identity without confusing it with nationalism," which is not like. I guess like that doesn't even seem like liberal Zionism at that point. So the Warren liberal Zionism is different than that. He's hiding his power levels, but people do that a lot. Leftists do that a lot, and then just like it ends up not mattering. Because it's like, you don't understand. The reason why I'm not getting a new NYPD commissioner is because I'm hiding my power levels. You don't understand. The reason why I'm not implementing it is because I'm hiding my power levels. And it ends up not mattering. Which is, my prediction is that there's a spectrum of that, and Zoran is probably just in the middle. Gravel Institute is not a term not a phrase I've heard in a very long time. What has he said about that? About the NYPD commissioner? Because like that's a lot of pressure. Like a lot of questions have been like asked of him of like, are you actually gonna do significant NYPD change? Like the power in the institution is like scared. Powerful institutions in New York, a lot of big money is scared about having a weaker NYPD. Like that's really the thing that causes rich people to turn their heads about it. Him versus the NYPD is fundamentally the test. And an extension in relation to the prison, like that is fun, because like even like de Blasio had an adversarial relationship on paper with the NYPD. They fucking hated him. They hated him so much. I mean, they arrested his daughter because she was at a protest. And like, weren't they like, it was the story that they were tormenting her. The Cuomo campaign was a messaging person. They didn't have. They doxed his kids and stuff. They're like, they are an insane fucking fascist like gang that just happens to have like the 13th most well-funded army in the world. So yeah, I mean that is fundamentally the discussion. I turned the stream on earlier during the short bi discourse out of context, and my partner got angry immediately. Are they a cisgender bisexual person? I'm just curious. I'm taking a tally. Yes, I'm taking a tally about that because it's like, it's always interesting when like the least marginalized of queer people are specifically angry about a discourse, or at least marginalized qua their queerness. I'm just taking a tally. I'm just noticing. I'm just hashtag noticing. Because if you think about that in any other context of like, what happens when the least marginalized and the most sort of outspoken capacity to have their thoughts be treated seriously by, you know, dominant society group of people have a set of beliefs, and the more marginalized people disagree with them. Usually the sort of lefty standpoint is like, well, have the less marginalized considered listening to the more marginalized? But not when trans people are speaking, typically. That doesn't really apply to us. Although it probably just doesn't apply in general, if we're being honest. That's like an ideal that doesn't tend to. But anyways. Just noticing. I am gay. Oberus Obo Rose Zuck Cat. Thank you for, I'm sorry for the thank you for the 3 months in advance. Thank you. See, that's someone making a long-term investment in me. I'm snacking on kettle chips. Although I should probably stop soon because I need to eat dinner and it's 8:30. I've been streaming for 7 hours. Jesus Christ. Please, if you would like to give me money, I will stream for longer in general. Maybe not now, but in general, I'll stream more. I am gay. Homestar, thank you. And oh shit. Oberuzacat, thank you for the 20 gift subs. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I can't pronounce your name. Oberuzacat.
Oh, it's
Thank
okay.
you.
I'm transgender. Oh, I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Thank you. We love to see it. This is for future. Thank you. Yeah, I'm back on streaming, I promise. And I also need an editor. So if anyone loving the series, thank you. I'm glad you liked it. Non-stick mage, thank you for the prime. Because I know that someone was like the Live Agar librarian. Someone was editing my things, which is cool. I encourage you to edit, to edit me into videos, and you can monetize them. I don't care. You can have all the money as long as you link the stream. That's the rule. The archive of Agar, yeah. New stream. I wonder how many hours. Why does every regular streamer get live? I hope I do. How many hours have I streamed in total in my whole life? My hours watched is like 1 million. The scrolling broken. Hold on, let me get a new one. I need to. How do I do this? Invite people. Expiry never. Maximum of users, no limit. Expires after never. This should work. I don't know why the other one expires. It used to give me a custom one, but it like stopped working. Total hours streamed 2,500 hours. Jesus Christ. What is it? Is it 10,000 hours to be good at something? Ask Monkey, thank you for the prime. I am gay. That's a lot of my life. 7,500 left. It is a very funny thing to be good at, I will say. Or whatever I am at it. I started early. I started at a really good point which was like literally like 3 months before COVID. I started streaming like a lot. Big fan, thank you. And then I don't know what happened. I guess I got bored of it, and I had a bunch of other shit I was working on, which was like getting my master's done, and then also like the podcast was doing really well. But I am happy that when I start again, that people are here. Because that is a way, whenever I'm like, whenever I don't stream for 6 months, then I come back, I'm like, is no one going to be here? Then you guys are here. So that actually that warms my heart. Thank you. A lot of it is new people because I'll just collect more because of like Twitter. It's why I can't like quit Twitter. My life would be so much better if I didn't have a Twitter account. Like I wasn't on Twitter for like 6 months, and it like I was reading like honestly like 300 pages a day. I was like meditating. I had like such a good attention span, but like I had no emotion. Like I need it. I need to post, and I can't just post a little bit. If I start going on Twitter, I have to be on Twitter. Like it's genuinely, I feel like addicted. I feel like I'm on the wagon again. Or I'm off the wagon again. I guess the point is that you fall off of it. I don't know. I think maybe it was like I used it so much to get community in my like very early transition. Like I made this Twitter account March 2019, like a couple months after I started transitioning, and I was like, I want a community. And I think it like ruined my brain because I used it as like such a key emotional regulation technique for like years, because it was like, this is where all the gay people are on my phone. That I'm just cooked now. Like my brain is just fundamentally rewired. But it's fine. I got a career out of it, I guess. So I can't complain. I'd be in fucking grad school still without it. I can uncook. I was uncooking. It's just, I don't know if I can uncook while also having a career. Gay people are all cool too. Well, thankfully, it has now changed, and now the gay people are in my real life. But for a while there, it was not really happening. Those were formative years. Those are my early 20s. It is what it is. I can't say that I can complain, honestly. I think I have a pretty nice. Meet gay people IRL. Honestly, a lot of it is like, I was never a Tumblr, no. Meeting people locally from Twitter helps a lot, honestly. But like gay bars, gay events. It is hard to make friends after, honestly, university, especially in Vancouver. Vancouver is a very, like, people don't like talking to each other in public. Really, gay bars still exist there. It's waning. It's less and less the case. But yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on the place you live. Pacific Northwest cold shoulder, yeah. The Couve is a cold place, as they always say here. Which is funny because it's actually not that cold. Like it doesn't usually get below freezing. My master's is about it's in philosophy. It's about conspiracy theories and like the psychology of a conspiracy theorist, I guess. The psychological profile, why people believe in conspiracy theories. that sort of thing. Is there a big forest fire club moving to Vancouver? Bummer. Bummer. Vancouver air quality. That is how it is. It's fine right now, but I'm sure it's not. Are there fires in the interior again? Massive wildfire in south of Port Alberni. Oh, and I assume 200 people evacuated from Vancouver Island. Bummer. I watched enough like Balatro University. He's my goat. I love him so much. I don't play Balatro anymore, but I still watch him. That I now say bummer, like seriously. And it's like, it's fucked up because it's not actually like a thing that's appropriate to say in serious context. Balatro University is so cool. That was when I said I had a crush on a Balatro streamer. It's him. He's like, I've interpreted, I think, like a very catty gay man. Like, he loves starting drama. I think it's so cool. Like, someone will make a false claim of like, I hit a world record. And he specifically calls them out and says like, I'm gonna beat this by, a magnitude. Started saying Grim because of Grim is good though. I think Grim is fine. Okay, I think that's probably enough streaming for today. I need to go eat. Frogan is live. Alright, Frogan. Oh yeah, join my Discord, it'll ping you when I go live. I also post on like Twitter or whatever. How do I invite people? Generate a new link, copy. You can join, it'll ping you. I'll raid Frogan. I will see you all later, probably just a couple days. I usually just stream at like noon or 1 Pacific time. That's what I'm aiming to. After I've done all my like morning like run and all that stuff.